A bit of a mixed start to the morning once again for futures, coming off another positive showing overall, but we are looking at downside action once again for tech shares as we just get PCE numbers, we get GDP numbers here, and also initial jobless claims from the prior week. 2.6% versus 2.4 on the GDP. That's Q3 GDP, so a little bit higher than expected. Initial jobless claims, 217,000 versus 214,000, so that's an uptick. And durable goods, negative 0.5 versus a 0.2 uptick forecast. Again, that GDP number, 2.6 versus negative 0.6 expected on that number. All eyes on Meta this morning, obviously. Huge move to the downside, through $100 already, continuing to show all kinds of weakness here, dragging down the rest of big tech. Keep in mind, Apple and Amazon to come tonight. There is a bright spot, however. Chip stocks are higher after they said they're going to spend a whole bunch more money on chip-related servers, things of that nature. So we'll talk about that aspect of this. AMD up 2% here in the pre-market as well. So there is a bit of a two-sided story when it comes to Meta earnings. We'll also have a look at Tesla again. Twitter shares, huge move after market yesterday. NYSE saying suspension as of Friday, as everyone was anticipating after what happened yesterday with Elon. A ton to cover. It's Thursday, October 27th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. All right, here we go. GDP advance for the Q3 number there. 2.4 was expected, comes out 2.6 on that. Jump down here to PCE, which is closely watched as well, comes out 4.2, which was a slight uptick on that number. Initial jobless claims then, as I mentioned, a little bit light, 217 versus 220. For that week, or for last week, I should say, 0.4 versus 0.6 on durable goods for September. So that was the major, really, economic release that we're going to get this week. There are a few numbers coming out tomorrow morning as well, but that GDP number higher than expected for the second straight quarter, guys. Busy day, to say the least, here as we get into things. Good morning, guys. Going to be interesting ahead of, obviously, Apple and Amazon to come tonight. Meta cratering here so far today.
I love the way you said that, cratering.
I know. What's up with that, Brendo?
Yeah,
wow.
what is up with that?
Wow.
You know what? It's weird.
Aggressive.
We've been sitting here talking for the
I think
last
it's
like
going to
few
be an
minutes.
up day in the market.
But I just noticed that's a nice shirt, man. I think every time I see the salmon shirt, I'm like,
yeah,
that's
the same one.
The salmon shirt's a nice shirt. It's a good look, but yeah, they're probably gonna after that number, a little bounce to the upside. On the positive
little
GDP
appearance
number.
by Brankles right there.
And Mr. Brankles is in the house. Yeah,
where'd you get that white sweater anyways? Did I get that for you? No, okay. Oh, okay, Maggie got it. Oh, so, yeah, all right.
He's got his Trader TV Live gear on.
Like I never saw him in a white one.
And he's in a sweater, because I don't know, I'm in a sweater too, because I think it's a little bit, it's fine when it's colder in here. Like, we've had some hot days in the office, but the market has been absolutely wild. You know Meta's going to be crazy. The chip side of it's pretty cool as well. And yes, the Chinese ADRs have randomly gapped in the other direction, so they were strong yesterday. They're down again today. I didn't even see a headline there. Mullen's up, for those of you that are interested in that. And if you thought today was big with GDP and Meta, 20% of the NASDAQ 100 reports after market today. So yeah, we'll be buckled up for that. There's no getting away from Meta in this situation. You know, down that 20%. We'll probably be talking a lot about it. And like, I'll just tell you guys right now, you're going to see us in Twitter today, because if this is the last day of it trading, you know, it's probably just gliding toward that price, and there's going to be some spread capture and that kind of a deal for us. So you'll see us in shares that. I don't think it's going to move too much, though.
Look, welcome, guys. It's going to be a monstrous day today. I tweeted this out last night that it was just nasty, and I said, are we opening sub 100? And thanks to everybody who's responded on this. 98 likes right here, and it's, I forget, it's like 80 or 90 comments alone on this tweet right here. So there it is, 63 comments, 98 likes, 11 retweets. So everyone's all over Meta. It's going to be really, really exciting here. I'm already short right now, but the Dow is up now 300 points on a bet. Well, it's just come in a little bit here, but on that GDP number, so it's a nice little move. Meta for me already short. we've just been doubled up on the short side of things right here. Short a couple times here at $100. Let's see what happens now. See if we can fly a little bit higher here. So that's going to be Meta right now. Just dancing around this $100 mark. You can't see because that True Trading. There you go. Thanks, Lucas, for that one. But yeah, I'm going to clean up some of these wicks. Should be an exciting day. I'm going to get out if it takes out $100.50 and then just regroup as the morning comes. So yeah, should be an exciting day today. Needless to say, with Twitter shares dancing around, a lot of stuff happening. So yeah, going to be a big day, and we're excited for it here at Trader TV Live. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, already pretty active here. 1.2 million shares in the pre-market for Twitter. If, as Neil was saying there, today is the last day we get to trade it, definitely have to keep an eye on that. I mentioned there are a few positive notes. First segment, as always, guys, brought to you by True Trading Group. Shout out to them. Link on screen there. Check out those guys. AMD, some of the chip makers catching a bid. You can see the move after market yesterday to the upside. We're extending right now to the upside as well. There was that, I guess, 61.75, 62 area from yesterday that was resistant. But some chip makers looking pretty good here after Meta came out and said, yeah, they're going to spend a whole bunch more money going into next year on the metaverse and developing the data center side of things and server-related products as well. So got to look at some of these chip makers, guys, showing all kinds of strength so far.
Absolutely. Look, some are going to be stronger than others because spending by one firm, how much is it going to matter to AMD? Matters to NVIDIA. If you remember when that was that Meta ETF, when we first started talking about the metaverse, NVIDIA was I think, the biggest chip name in there. And Arista, this is not a stock that you probably pay attention to. Most people probably haven't heard of it, but one of their major, if not, I think their biggest client is going to be Facebook. So that's why they're up 7% on this. I've made the comparison, and I'll double down on it. It's not a perfect one when you talk about Meta to something like what Intel is doing, right? Like you have a company that has been falling behind against its peers in the social space, but still makes money, still has that legacy business that makes money for you, and then is making a big pivot into something else, right? With Metaverse, Intel's trying to go Foundry and make that kind of a play and spending a bunch of money to do it. And it's a tough environment for them to be able to do that. They're going to be I don't know exactly what it is, but they're going to be single-digit PE now. And yeah, I mean, you're back down to 2016 levels here on Meta. And at some point, like I've been staying away from this, but at some point, it's going to look interesting for a pickup. And I think it's getting to that point here where, you know, the shot play, if they figure this out and it works, is just tremendous. And they still have that core business. If the core business even just recovers from some of the beatdown they've gotten from TikTok, and you can get some of that growth going, those numbers weren't even all that bad, really. So, yeah, there's going to be a point at which you just got to buckle up, and I think taking something and starting for me is going to make some sense here. But overall today, you know, I always say it's a short till it's not. At first, I did try a bounce off 100 on Meta. The first time it got down there, it scalped to 50s, it then broke. And then now you're actually retesting. So it broke, got down to 99. I'm looking at the short at this particular point. But don't sleep on the NVIDIAs. Arista's a good one. Marvell's another one that positively, probably a little bit stronger on this news relative like an AMD. Marvell will be in that bucket.
All right. Yeah, look, I'm a fan of the Marvell, so that should be a good little look there as well. Look, I mean, if we're going to be honest with the way Meta's been trading, it hasn't been great, and I agree, though. I think this core business is something that we should be focused on a little bit more, right? They still have tons of daily average users, and I just think it's going to get it figured out. We saw Netflix, and look, Netflix had a disastrous move as well to the downside, right? And I mean, and this is what I sort of think Meta's going to do. I don't know if it's going to be time to buy yet, or where do we get in? I mean, the support is a lot lower here on Meta. These levels, like Neil said, haven't even been seen for a while. So I feel like there is some disastrous plays here possibly coming for Meta, but just be safe with it. But look at Netflix here, sort of, you know, huge move down. And remember, Netflix was 700. So this is the thing. Meta is bad. Don't get me wrong. I don't think that in any world that Meta is a good move here. But Netflix was $700, and like Neil was saying, there could be an opportunity to pick some Meta up at some point. This went from 700 all the way down to 170. Baselined basically from April to July. So April, May, June, July. 4 months, just over a quarter, it sat down here. Then their plan started to get some respect, started to make some sense. They announced what they were doing. People started to believe in them again. And now you're basically up $100 from those bottoms. And that's even if you got it late, right? So I don't think Meta has the same kind of runway because Netflix got killed, obviously a lot more than Meta there. But I could see a world where Meta does bounce off some of these levels and then starts to go back up to the upside a little bit here. So I don't think today's that day. I think you got to at least do the 3-day rule where you sort of hang out here for a couple days, make sure that there's some trades available there for you, maybe average into a position. But yeah, it's pretty sad here for Meta and shareholders today. So this is when they switched over their name, by the way. It was $200, and now you're down to $100. You know what? I think the big problem with Meta, I mean, there's lots of problems, but I said this yesterday, it's the corporate governance, the share structure and how that is that Zuckerberg has 90% of the voting rights. So these shareholders can pen letters and tell them that, hey, you're spending way too much money. They've lost over $10 billion. They've spent over $10 billion in the metaverse already. Do you know how many companies you can buy with $10 billion right now? So I feel like they're a little misguided in their spend.
Not Twitter.
Not Twitter. You could have probably if Elon wasn't there, but what could you buy? You could buy Peloton, you could buy DraftKings, you could and you could put these all. But anyways, the point is that in a moment when cash is king, they are one of the kings. Their cash flow is amazing, but they've just got a lighter and they're just kind of lighting it on fire right now. And that's the problem that people don't like. And Mark Zuckerberg on the call yesterday was not anywhere near giving up on this. He's saying, yeah, get ready for more spend, more, right? And so that's what cratered the stock. I mean, when the numbers came out yesterday, it ripped to 140. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the top and bottom was
great.
Fine.
And
it was that guide. It was the revenue guide.
Exactly. The minute they started saying that we are going to continue lighting money on fire because we believe so strongly in this metaverse and in what they're building, that's a problem. But if you believe in it, then maybe it's time to start picking some shares up. I just think 2 or 3 days from now might be a little better than today.
I was reading an interesting article last night suggesting the same thing, just along the lines of their CapEx currently was higher than it was Tesla, Snapchat, Uber, and I think there was one more, it might have been Pinterest, but about 4 or 5 companies combined, and they're going to spend more going forward. So unbelievable numbers. Here's a few other things to consider this morning. Meta is actually not the worst right now because there's this Wolf Speed. That's down huge as well off earnings, 27.5% for Wolf, W-O-L-F, off an earnings miss. Hertz reported as well. They're down 5% or more right now. Q3 expenses higher than expected for HTZ. We got Visa yesterday. It ended up being very strong all day long. MasterCard, on the other hand, comes out downside after Q4 revenue forecast is light for MA.
Yeah, so I just because only because you mentioned this, Brendan, and Wolf is bad. I know Meta's down as well, but there is Core, C-O-R-Z here. Some blockchain exploring alternatives for debt raise, possible outset sales. So you will see this stock, which closed at $1.01, now down at 27 cents. So I mean, it's going to be lightly on my radar here as well, but not the only thing that is to that downside. You talked about the credit card names looking pretty interesting there. Visa and MasterCard in the last couple of sessions. Visa had a pretty strong day. Just worth noting, when it started getting into the downside, this pre-market, it randomly, I won't say randomly, but it bounced off 200 here, which we always talk about key levels, psychological levels and whatnot. Look, the 50 period sits down at like 97, and that was previous support, but 200 psychologically makes a little bit of sense to me. So I'll have my eyeballs. If we do, well, obviously we now spiked on GDP a little bit there, probably a positive, but if we do pull back in, that 200 level first, and then that 198, the 50 period on Visa looks interesting to me. I doubt it's going to be top of the list with all the big cap that we'll likely be watching, and then factor in the chip names. I mean, we haven't even talked about Tesla, and then I'm looking at Alibaba and Li Auto and some of the Chinese ADRs again. So it'll be difficult to prioritize something like a Visa or MasterCard. But if there is a dip, I think there can be some strength there. That being said, look, if we get a dip to the downside, I'm far more likely to want to pick up some McDonald's even than Visa. McDonald's had a great quarter. We'll talk about that too.
Yeah, where's Fahad? Like, get some McDonald's up in here. Yeah.
I always go for a Big Mac.
Yeah, Big Macs are solid. All right. You hear about Mattress Mac, by the way? This guy's a fucking genius, honestly, this Mattress Mac guy. He has $75 million on the Houston Astros to win. But the thing is like, what he does is basically he hedges it. So if you went into his mattress store and bought, let me just call it meta here so you guys can watch it as I talk about some stupidness here. If you bought a mattress there, basically if the Houston Astros win the World Series, then you get your mattress for free. And there was actually a promotion, apparently, this is just what I'm hearing from people that I was talking to there, that if you did wind up buying a mattress in Houston or at any of his locations. I'm not sure if they're just Texas-based, Houston-based, if they're all over the U.S. I don't know. We don't have any Mattress Mac characters here. Yeah, they were saying that it was 2 for 1 near the end of the season there. So apparently he's actually not going to make any money if they win, but it's great promotion and it gets guys like me talking about it. So shout out to all the Mattress Mac lovers out there. That guy has a big bet going right now on the World Series and the Houston Astros, which I think it's still 200. It's 2 to 1 or so for Houston. I think it's going to be a great series. So I'm excited for that one. And go Raptors. You know, the Philadelphia 76ers are 1-4. And they're about to lose again to the Raptors tomorrow, so it's going to be really fun. All right.
You know my feelings on James Harden, but
well, no, according to Pratt, also James Harden is pretty much the best player of all time.
Look, he's a talented guy. Just sometimes I question, like, it's basketball is a team sport, and
what
he excels at getting counting stats. I just kind of question, how he can be a bit of a leader. But Brendo, so much to cover here. And this market is still heading, the NASDAQ's not green yet, but maybe we can get there by the open.
Definitely heading in the right direction as well. Let's talk Tesla here quickly. There's a few minor stories surrounding a recall this morning for Tesla. There was that big move that came in late in the day yesterday on that criminal probe. Ends up being a nothing burger after we realized that it's been going on for almost a year, as according to Reuters anyways. But Tesla looking strong here, guys. This 230 area that ended up being resistance yesterday morning might come into play.
Yeah,
what are we talking about?
Tesla.
We're just,
go
ahead, yeah.
We were debating, like, well, we were talking about Twitter here because I'll let you guys know. Like, Twitter closed at 54.20, and somebody sat on the offer. Like, you can see I'm long like 92. We're both long 92s. But somebody on the offer just took 50,000 shares to sell and then, like, re-upped on an iceberg order, which to me, it's like, if this is the last day of trade and you get 54.20, why would somebody going out of their way in the pre-market to sell that much? So it's a little bit weird to me. We'll see what happens if it gets to that order. It doesn't make sense that somebody would make that cover if it's, in fact, the last day of trade today. But I don't know many things that were as strong as Tesla in the morning and breakouts. There was a lot of breakouts, but it did reject 230. And every single time, I don't want to say every single time. Okay, the last time it got here, that's the better way to put it. The last time it got to 230, you had a hard turn. And then even when it broke down at 230, you had a big one. So this is a pretty significant level that Tesla's creeping up to and looking to break out. And if Elon doesn't have to sell, then suddenly it becomes interesting. But that 230, it's like it's resistance till it's not. If it chews through and holds a bit above, fair enough. But it's climbed all the way from sub $200 into previous resistance, rejected it the first time through. If it doesn't get through there at the open, Tesla, I'd like to think that there could be at least a decent scalp short off of that. So that little pop and fade that I'm into, you can call it 231 because each time it's broken 230, it's gotten to like 60s or 70s. So really, like if you're taking that trade, you're probably stop 31. At least that's where I would be. And then you're looking around a 230 change type short. But don't get run over. Like I said, to me, that's always like a stop high of the day. And if you make the top wick, it's better than getting run over and destroyed. So, I'm always willing to make a top wick there. If Tesla holds a bit above, it can get really strong.
Yeah, I think Tesla has been pretty strong the last couple of days. This is what we did yesterday at the close. If you guys were with us, we hit 224 a couple times. So 224 long, first out 225.60 or so. The next out up there at 227. You guys saw that. It did go to 228 and stopped. And then we went long again at that same level, made money before stopping out again, which is completely fine. We talked through this whole trade yesterday, and it was a great one. So no complaints about that. But there goes Tesla right now up to through 230. We'll see if it can hold yesterday's high. I wrote down on the sticky note to look out for these levels, 218, 219, 220, but that was before we got that good GDP number that just came out. So now you're seeing the market, rallying a little bit. I was writing the sticky note around here, well, anyways, around here, 226, 227 areas. So I did feel like we could have fallen in, and if the market did turn around, then I think that you got to look at these 220s. So I think it's a long today. Again, you just got to wait for some levels to develop. And I said that about Meta as well, right? It's like there are going to be certain levels that are going to come through, and Meta's going to be along at some point today. I mean, it might even be right now. Right here, it's just dancing even now around $100. It'd be interesting to see. Hopefully we're still in this. We're short right now, 99.99. So shout out to Wayne Gretzky there. But I just don't know where we're going to go here with Meta. So let's just wait to see. We'll see if we can bottom out at some point. If we do that, then we'll hit that long. But I want to wait till 9 o'clock hits and see if there's any retail, et cetera, that want to come in here on this name. So yeah, Meta should be an exciting one here today, needless to say.
Just be aware, ECB's Lagarde speaking right now, guys. The ECB went 75 basis points again this morning on an increase. So she's doing her press conference, it would look like right now. Let's get some analyst moves here this morning. There's a ton of them to be aware of, including with Meta, obviously, to the downside. There's probably 6 or 7 negative moves for this one up here. Morgan Stanley, just one of those. 23%. Seagate reported their downside, this Arco, Amadeus, ServiceNow. That was a good report, actually. I was reading about that. This percent sign trying to escape. There we go. This percent sign trying to escape this ServiceNow. But Wingstop, I wanted to mention as well, guys, has been very strong over the past couple of days following earnings.
Stop.
Yeah, there goes Meta, by the way. Meta
broke.
Just broke resistance. I was about to say
I didn't get out at 80.
Just broke resistance.
Oh, I did get some out.
I just got trailed out. I brought up ServiceNow because of the huge move it's made. Obviously, this is not usual. $400 stock not doing volume is not something that we usually look at, but I tend not to ignore things when they get to levels like where it's at. Like if the market is making a significant turnaround and you're at 25 to, and we're not there right now, up to like 35, it's a stock that could maybe get into that range and be a bit of a fade. Strong move here, and I think if it was a little bit lower from that 50 period, I'd be looking more aggressively like, oh, you could try a dip buy because it's such a strong move and it looks pretty strong up there. But yeah, chasing something at these highs when it's not liquid, just can't really do it. But Meta broke through that. It was 150, and the scaling on the charts is always going to be a little bit nuts when you have a gap down like this, so I have to zoom right in there. But you just broke that 150 level. It was okay. It was getting you some decent scalp trades in there, but I always say if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. I'm likely to sit this out until we get to the open. If it tests the bottom, holds the low, then you can get that potential, like always, jailbreak to the upside. And remember, the market is, I was about to say, when the ES is green, but the market is climbing after that GDP number. That's not necessarily going to be a bad thing here for Meta.
No, we wound up going long through that break of $100.50 as well. So we'll be net negative on this, but we did have a nice little out there coming through to the upside there. So it was a good out for us on Meta, and then we got some 80s, I think, or was it 79s? I think it was 79s there. Oh, no, 80. I'll find out what it was, 86? I don't, it doesn't matter anyways. We'll wait to see here what happens with Meta now to the upside and see now it's fading back down. So there's lots of volume, you can trade it, but I don't think it's like a wise decision to be all over this name right now. You got to wait. We said at 9 o'clock, maybe there'd be volume coming in, but look at it coming in now. So just be careful with Meta. It seems to be wanting to dance around a little bit here.
Just having a look at Hertz, guys. There was a volume spike there. Just going to double check on the call possibly, but a little bit of volume on HTZ to be aware of. We've seen some of these squeeze type stocks pop back up to the upside the past couple of days, including Bed Bath & Beyond, but Hertz Global, worth a note. Again, coming off of earnings, some of the other names to talk about this morning, including Apple and Amazon to come after the close tonight. Obviously, everyone going to be focused on Amazon, or on Meta, I should say, but got to be aware with Apple and Amazon earnings to come.
Yeah, look, look, man. The bigger earnings are what's out.
Right
that's
here,
all
boy.
that matters. And of course, I think if I just made the top wick on Meta, it's kind of one of those.
Yeah, I'm kind of dancing around.
Sometimes you're
on
willing
this
to do it,
stupid
but it never feels good to make the top wick. But I always say, if you make a top wick, no, but if you make a top wick on a stock, then something about where you decided to get out was a good inflection point. Like it was the decision point. It's just you made the wrong decision. So like. Having the decision point right is half the trade. Making the right execution off it is the other half. So, one thing I wanted to point out for Hertz because of that short interest, if and when some chance it does get up to that 20 level because of like that whole like meme and sometimes short float interest, that 20 level gets pretty interesting. I was kind of hoping you'd be gapping into that and then it would be tradable. That's just not going to be the case. So you're going to have to ignore that. What I mean by top wick on Meta, and I have to enter twice here, is this. Like, that's my out. And it's not, okay, it's technically, there's a little bit of the candle you can't see a little bit above there. So I didn't actually hit the top, but that is the top of the move. And then that's why you get that that's why you get that move down. Because a lot of people were probably looking at that channel and saying, okay, if it breaks there, I don't want to get caught short the bottom of a big cap tech name down 22% where people might see value of it and the market's rallying.
Now Meta's rallying.
Yeah, like it's one of those things where a lot of people probably had a similar stop. And then if you, in that situation, like the way you could remedy that is maybe having a wider stop or something like that, giving it a little bit more room so other people get stopped out and you can benefit from that. But you mentioned some of the ones having reporting aftermarket. Don't want to ignore Amazon, down a couple of points here. You got to think the GDP number is not necessarily bad for them. This is getting real close. And I'll go to my 15 minutes, just so much more clean when I look at this on the 15. Here's 113 on Amazon, where we've been bouncing for the greater part of 2 weeks now. You've had a pretty clean 113 support and then a pretty obvious 121 top here. So as far as Amazon's concerned, like these are the levels I like. If it holds 113 at the open, great. I think you can have a bit of a long day on this name, and the market's going as well. But I don't know that I would like a short on Amazon. I mean, you could dabble at like 117 if it went up there. But really, until it gets to 19, 20, 21, I mean, it's put in a pretty clear range.
I mean, we'll hit the siren. I'm not like super proud of the way Meta's been trading here today, but we picked some up there, sub 100. I mean, on my best fill on Twitter, I'm getting in and out of Twitter here. On Meta, we got some 99.90s, we got some 99.50s. So we got a 99.56 fill down there on Meta. Just in case you guys are wondering, I mean, Neil sort of talked about it a little bit, but we didn't do too much work on this. So we see that Twitter's going to close tomorrow, right? So I'm just going to spoil it for everybody what we're doing here. I mean, it's pretty obvious because you're going to see it pop in here at the bottom. And that is I just want to, if it's going to close at 54.20 tonight, maybe, we're trying to still confirm that, but it seems like that is the case. It might not be tradable tomorrow. So if it's not tradable tomorrow, then this stock should sort of, the way we're thinking about it, is that it should just float up to 54.20 all day here. But it might just, sit around 20 cents lower, maybe 5 cents lower by the time we close, yada, yada, yada. So we're going to try to figure out, what the key levels are, and then really just keep going long, short, et cetera, off of those levels, right? So that's kind of like the way I'm trying to play this name. Just get back and forth, try to spread trade it, things like that. So, but there are going to be key levels that break. Like if the 90 breaks, then we could be in trouble. So there's little things like that you got to play off of. So just be careful with this name. That's and again, that's what we're doing here. It's just scalping back and forth. We're lucky enough to have a good share structure, or fee structure, to allow for that, right? So a lot of you probably don't have, the ability to do that in and out for basically for free and capturing rebates. So that's what we do here. And if you see that coming in, that's what Twitter is going to be all about for us. I don't think we'd play this unless Brendan comes with news, but by that time I'd be dead. So if anything does happen, that's why you might not want to. We'll call it layering the bid, and not in an illegal term or anything like that. But if you're trying to go long, you got to pick your levels, and then it's going to be a part of how trading works. And again, this is just for us here and for everybody else. You might not care about it too much over there, but you got to, it's first come, first serve. So if we bid on ARCA, and like right here, just to show you the level here, so let's just go to NASDAQ because there's only 700 shares there. So, that means that if someone's going to hit the NASDAQ gateway right now, there's 700 shares in front. So if I put 100 there, then I'm going to be the 800th share traded. So, when there's these volumes going through, it is important to get on into the lineup, right? And so that's what I mean by putting an order maybe at 91, then at 90, because your intention is to get to fill, right? So as long as that's the case, then you're fine to do that. But you have to have the right, see there it is, up to the upside there. So now I'm short, so now we'll see about getting out again. So it's just going back and forth, capturing some rebates. So if you see us in Twitter, guys, that's what's going on.
Yeah, let's very much hope I don't come with news today, or don't have to come with news today on Twitter. Just FYI, Hertz call is on right now, so might have been something said there. There was that uptick for HTZ for anyone looking. There is the European landscape so far. England, the only one in positive territory. Everything else downside to start. Here's a quick look at a giant. That's Meta. Tough to see on the screen there, but this is Meta down here. A giant red block today for Meta, obviously very negative on the sentiment side of things, along with the overall market here. Yep, Mullen again, very positive, back to the upside for MULN. That's Twitter, as we said, kind of drifting, or hopefully just drifting up towards its price. AMC's negative today, Apple negative ahead of earnings. Tesla back to the upside. A bit of a mixed board, but this one, Meta, going to be in focus all day long, it would appear. Anyways, let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market to kick things off. For a Thursday ahead of Apple and Amazon tonight, we get Meta, obviously. That GDP number, though, Arun, a little bit better than expected, seems to be helping.
Yeah, a little bit better on the GDP side, a little worse on the durable goods side. Mixed messaging, not mixed messaging, just mixed numbers across the board. But I mean, the market's taking it in stride. It went up, came down, now it's going back up. I guess they're going to lean on the GDP number for now. We'll see how this all turns out at the open, because we know sometimes good news is good until it turns bad, right? So for now, it looks like good news is good, but we'll see how the market handles the open. For now, I've got 38.75 up top as a top end level. So if we get above 38.75, I'd be open to the idea of some longs there. For now, I'd lean on the shorts if I can find any. To the downside, if we break, it's a slippery slope to the downside. As much as the shorts may make more sense up here in the 15s and 60s. Once you get underneath 40, they're in terms of risk reward, it's just horrible pricing down there, because then you run into blocks of support at 30 to 35. Then you got 20 to 25. So it's going to be touch and go as we get through this. If we do end up turning around, the market just is coming back to 50 now. So if we do get a turnaround, it's going to be, checkpoints along the way that we would have to get through to keep on going down. At any moment, we could respect any one of those pockets of volume and spin right back around and go to the upside. So you've got to play the top end. You got to play the bottom end. This is what I gave you guys yesterday. Just play the edges. Everything in the middle is going to be hard to do. So anything north of 50 makes sense for the short side. Anything south of 40 does not make sense for the short side. So you got to be, just control your risk a little bit. But those are the edges. Up top, you got 38.75. In the bottom, I've got 3800 as the major support level. So we'll see how this market handles this open there.
Arun, we'll check back in again tomorrow when it could be another big, exciting morning. Anyways, that's a link to the watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that. Every single day has everything you need to know. Every single pre-market sent right to your inbox as well for free. Just click that link, enter your email address, and we'll send it to you for free before you come and join us then at 8:30. Make sure you're joining us every morning at 8:30 to get set for the day. Let's talk about Meta, top of the list this morning, obviously. I mean, all you need to know is they're going to spend more. They're going to lose more going forward, and Zuckerberg doesn't seem to think that's any issue whatsoever.
Yeah, you know what though? On some levels, the conviction is impressive. Let's put it that way. And sometimes you need that, because I think
impressive, yeah.
No, but if the bet works out here,
yeah,
and it's
right.
Look, they were right and made the right call about what Facebook could become. So let's give at least a little bit of credit there. If this bet does work out, there is clearly on a longer time frame, and who knows how long, some tremendous upside on the play. But the daily chart is going to sort of speak for itself, what it's actually doing today, and maybe the reason why. I'm sort of looking at this. If it doesn't break the low at the open, kind of like it doesn't break the low, only one place to go. It's down 23%. It is a name that is still making money at the end of the day. I mean, look, their average users did go up. There's some drag on the revenue per user as well, but the core business is. Look, it's not growing the way it was, and they've had some trouble with ads, and that's going to be a concern for basically everybody in that space. I feel like some of that was already priced in after we got Snapchat and Alphabet. So this is kind of falling on its own merit and sort of the forward spend that's going on. So you're going to have to deal with that. But there is a time and a place, I think, to buy this. And I think, sort of waiting around, probably next week or so, if we're still under $100, I'd be dollar cost averaging to try to make a play, to start getting into some meta. For today, the way I want to look at this is it's already challenged that 100 level a couple times pre-market. It's danced around it. So I was initially long when it broke. I said, let's try the short opportunity. And now it's just dancing. So if it holds 98.50, which is the low, at the open, I'm going to be looking for longs that are off that level or a jailbreak. And if we just start trending even lower, sometimes you can't be afraid. Like if we're all of a sudden like holding below that 98.5, you got to at least expect that there could be some downside and continue to go short. But until then, I'm looking long if we hold at the open. My sympathy play, it's not a perfect one, but I've been looking at Snapchat the last couple of days, and this has been since it filled that gap to the downside. It's a related name. It's the only reason I'm bringing it up. Since it just tried to fill that gap or had that gap down, it has just been climbing to the upside. And look at the support it has here. It got 925 support. There was a buyer at 950 in front of those earnings. And look at the level at $10. So if Meta is still weak and I'm seeing Snapchat 10, I'm shorting 10s on Snapchat. I think that's kind of an obvious trade in there. It's just been incredibly strong. This is what happened after it gapped to the downside. Like look at the first day. It held that low and look at it try to go to the upside. So if Meta can do the same thing, that's what I would like to capture. But I'd short Snapchat at that $10 level. Dips, 920, 925 is support, not touching that one in the middle.
Not diddling in that middling?
Never.
Right there. Okay, so yeah, look, I mean, I just agree with all that. Obviously, I think it's pretty obvious some of the stuff that Meta does have there, man. They still have a very, very strong core business. I mean, that's for sure. But the problem is, like I said earlier, they're lighting money on fire with this metaverse, and unfortunately, Mark Zuckerberg doesn't seem to be giving anything up as far as metaverse is concerned. He wants to stick with it, and that's going to be a problem. I said already that he owns 90% of the voting rights, so there's no way that he's going to be able to, or anyone's going to be able to change the course of action for Meta. So I think you just got to sort of hold out on it. I still think there's going to be a monster long. I mean, this name. Look, I mean, there's going to be a lot of people that hate on Meta, right? There's no doubt about that. But I think when you're looking at it overall, net to net, this is a good company that has a chance to make this thing happen and work. So I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be a good day to trade Meta today. I just, waiting for a bottom. So I'm not going to sit here and talk about why Meta is good, why Meta is bad. I mean, you guys know all that kind of stuff right now. Where the plays are. It's just been lit on fire. It's from 300 all the way down here. I saw some people loved it at 300, loved it at 200, hated at 100, right? So, I mean, at some point we got to make our minds up here, and I think that Meta just continues to, be getting hit here. It's negative. There's not people offside. I think people are right about this. Even on our floor yesterday, everybody was excited saying, Meta's going to miss, and let's go short on Meta. Like everybody wanted Meta short, and now they get it. So at some point, it's going to be a long. I think we just sit here and wait for that to happen. I don't know. I would say off the open, we scream short, and then you just look long. So that's what the trade for me is going to be. So let's wait to see if it does come through. But right now, Meta definitely hurting here, and let's just see where it goes. That bottom right now is 98. I guess we flushed down there, 98.60 at one point. So watch out, a 99 break, and I'm going to get out of this bad boy.
All right, as we said, not all negatives so far today. Shopify, one of the names to the upside. Nice beat for them right across the board. Talking very positively about the next 3 months to come as well was Shop. So good look here to kick things off. We're actually heading higher right now. Up 6.5% here for Shop in the early trade. Yeah,
look, Shop's been another name that it made a huge bottom. And there was, that capitulation bottom. We saw a lot of things make bottoms in the 13th. So, maybe put it into that bucket as well. But 28 support, forget about that now. I'm looking back into 30 here. If at the open, we can hold this. And obviously, this is, in the current environment, unless you think there's like a pivot happening, this is still in that bucket where you could be in some trouble. But I just look at it making that bottom, making the higher low, and a potential breakout through the 50 period at 32. And rather than try and find tops, I'd rather be getting into some longs if we actually do sustain this move to the upside in a stock that's relatively strong. So, I'm looking at that 30 for a backfill at the open here. It's decent. This is a good volume. It's actually done 3 million shares. So this isn't in that name, in that bucket where it's like, I wouldn't be sitting on this bid waiting around to get run over. No, it's got liquidity in there. It's only $30 now. So I like that dip into 30 on Shopify. We're not going to, you know what? I want to quickly mention just Mobileye. Remember it got that 30 top yesterday on day one. So I'm looking, I paid for locates. If it fails 30 again, I want to try the short on Mobileye. I just noticed we're not going to talk about it. So
we're not going to talk about Mobileye?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. So let's just get this show on the road here. All right. So, just going over a couple of the trades that we have on board right now. Meta going through, and then we've already done this little talk here, but we could do it again here on Twitter. Going back and forth here on Twitter. You're going to see us in and out of this name today. So just, watch out if you're trading this with us on that one. I think Shopify, again, we said this last week, right? And some of these bad names just need to settle down a little bit here. And I think that's what's happening here with Shopify. They were down to $23, right? It's a nice beat. You are going to get some outsized moves here on Meta, on Shopify. And again, it's like what was bad is now good, right? So we got to watch out for all those plays. But yeah, Shopify, we'll see some dips into 30. That's kind of where I want to buy it. But you're up to 31 right now.
Yeah, that's screaming now.
Let's talk Ford here, one we mention all the time on this show. The AI unit, they confirmed they're going to wind that down. There was more talk with along those lines, but overall, here we go. Post a loss for the quarter. Was down about 2%. Bit of a bounce though for Ford here, guys. What do we do with this one today?
Oh, did Elon tweet it? No.
Did Elon tweet something?
If Elon tweeted something, I've been only long in Twitter, and I actually just got out because I've been long in 91s and 92s. I should be holding it, but look, I like Ford. This is not where I like it on Ford, man. It's that 13 top. It needs to break there. If anything, I feel like I'm fading Ford off that 13 level today. I'd be much more interested at those even dollars I like, and we're sitting here maybe with like a maybe support at 1240. The fact that they took that charge and are gonna get out of the game when, they don't have to try to be the front runner everywhere, right? And I think that's probably a good thing. So they'll take that one-time hit. The issue with Ford is how long have we been complaining about supply chain? That's probably like that last thing that concerns me a little bit. And this is as someone who, when Ford got to 11, I sold some shares of GM to actually buy into some Ford because I like the dividend and I like the support level, only to watch GM report and go up and watch Ford report and go down. So I still think they're in a good place right now. And yes, you do get that dividend as well. But I'd be looking much more at support today at 12 and be thinking about fades at 13. I don't think it was all that bad, but I'm not that excited to be on the long side of it. I kind of thought they'd be closer to the good report that GM had.
Yeah, I haven't looked too much at Ford. I'm noticing here, though, on Twitter, there is some size here trying to come down in here. I don't know what's going on here with this name. But now there's some ARCA at 95 right now. We're short at 95.50. So hopefully we'll be able to get a print here on the offer and then watch this one continue to make a move. So, yeah, right now, pretty crazy movement here on Twitter. I've already made like 100 fills. I already had that many fills today. But, yeah, Ford, look, this is a name that I'm actually surprised myself that this is not on the sticky note here. I didn't see too many levels happening here. I'm not super excited about it down 1.4% right now. So I don't really know what to say about Ford other than I'm not really, like I just said, I'm not in love with this name here today. There isn't too many key levels for this. Down here at 11, a breakthrough of 13. So, you're going to wait out for that. Hopefully that can come through soon. But for me, yeah, not overly excited about Ford here today.
This is the tweet. So it's, I guess, a personal letter from Elon to the employees, just talking about his thought process behind the acquisition and behind some of the ideas that he has going forward. So that's what came out there, guys. Just a note from Elon to Twitter holders. Let's talk about, speaking of Elon, Tesla up next on the board here. We touched on it early on. Really no significant news behind this morning, but the simple fact that we saw all kinds of relative strength late in the day, specifically even with that note about a criminal probe. Turns out it was started more than a year ago, or possibly about a year ago. Back to the upside here for Tesla today.
Yeah, exactly. And this has been, I don't want to say the strongest stock, but look, it failed a break of 200 on that report day. And that feels, if you look at why we're sort of thinking that Meta, if it holds that low, just look no further than what happened on Tesla at 200. Like it broke 200, and then that little bit of a failed jailbreak. Look at what's happened since. So it recovered just that day, $10, and then made another breakout, and then another breakout, and now you're essentially at the previous resistance level, 231, or so we're at 230 now, but 231, that top. If it gets through there, watch out above, I suppose. Until it happens, I kind of look at it and say, okay, if it fails at the open, I think there's always a scalp short there where you risk to the high of the day, wherever it happens to be on a failed break, and then try and scalp it back down into like this 25 to 24 style range. So that does set up a little bit, but that'd be a trade where I'm looking to risk $1 to try to start getting out at 1 and then get it all out by $4 or $5. Outside of that, it is a trending move to the upside on this, and you got to respect it. There's so much to get to here. I know a lot of people are like, why isn't Teladoc on your list? Why aren't you going through that? You got to pick and choose here. We showed you Shopify doing 2 million shares to the upside. Teladoc has done 250,000 shares. I get it. It is definitely heavily shorted. They had decent earnings, and it is a pretty strong stock as well. This will be one that I will be much more interested in after it settles down at the open and I get a sense of the opening range on some actual volume. There's not even any liquidity on this pre-market, and that's a pretty dangerous stock to be trading when there's not a lot of liquidity.
All right. I'm still just like, now Twitter's all the way back. Okay, I was just going to say my next thought was going to be Meta, because Meta right now has just broke below. So there we go to the downside now, taking down 99. I mean, it's been a little bit of a fun morning. We got long, then we got out, then we got long again, and then we got out. So yeah, dipped down to the bottom. So yeah, by fun, I mean not that fun. We're going to have to wait to see what happens here. We are net negative on Meta right now, but we haven't really lost that much on it. So we'll wait to see what happens here, as now it just takes down 99. We said that we'd like to go net short early, and that looks like that's what's been happening here. So that's going to be a good call, but nah, not waiting to go long now. You got to wait for something to happen. It needs to bottom out, give us some sort of an indication here that that's what it wants to do. So for me, I'm going to wait off on Meta and just wait for the market to open now. There's only 15 minutes left, so we should get some good numbers coming through here on Meta on the market on open and balance.
We are flying through the list this morning. Let's talk some of these chip makers back to the upside this morning. As we said, it seemed to be surrounding this note from, or the forecast, the expenditure forecast from Meta, sending some of these higher aftermarket yesterday and then this morning as well. Where is the trade today, guys, for the chip makers?
Well, apparently it was it was literally long anywhere, which is that's kicking me in the junk right now, because I watch NVIDIA and I see it. Now we're at like 130, almost 137. 135, when I go checks notes, yeah, 135. 135 and 133. Well, 133 on a dip, but 135 on a break is what I was looking for at the open. We're clearly above that, so I guess I'm going dip buy into that range, 33 into 35 on this name. I mentioned Arista. I mentioned Arista and Marvell, but I don't think I actually went over to Marvell, RVL. Oh goodness, it's not Friday, it's not Monday. I don't have an excuse for all the typos when I'm typing in stocks, but I didn't go over Marvell. This is up, but not a lot of pre-market volume, so it doesn't usually trade very heavily, and it's at a pretty large inflection point. If it gets through 42, as you can see, previous support, dumped over here, and now you've got some resistance going into that 42 level. So Marvell needs to get through 42 and hold above, but if it does, watch out. Like that can be a definite runner through that price. So Marvell's on my radar, but NVIDIA, I feel like I'm buying dips on NVIDIA, but Marvell, I'd only want the longs if it starts breaking out from that 42. This is kind of sitting inside of the range. NVIDIA's trying to break out in one. And I'm always going to be thinking about shorts in Intel. Obviously, the group is a little bit stronger today. But that 2750 area has been pretty solid on Intel. I feel like if it fails the high, I could jump back into some shorts. This is not one of the stocks that is benefiting from the metaverse like the other chip names. That's why you see it flat on the session here. So if there's any weakness, the short I want in the chips is in Intel. I mean, it usually is.
Darkness.
Darkness is?
Yeah, darkness.
Where'd that come from?
You said weakness, so I was like,
yeah.
a darkness right there.
I love Chappelle.
Yeah, Chappelle's amazing. All right, I like AMD. I mean, I think that we have some key levels on AMD already that we know about. So, I do like it back down here to 60. Look at this $61 level was holding here today. So that's going to be a good little look there for anybody on Meta. But on AMD. You know, when they talk about more spend coming, that's a good sign for these chip companies. I mean, you're going to need to get an upsized computer. You're going to need to get some more power, all that kind of stuff. So these kind of chips are where we want to be at in this space. So I think AMD is a good one. I think NVIDIA is a good one today. Both these names are up. You see the NASDAQ. That's part of the reason why the NASDAQ's just hovering around right now, right? So far so good here on that. But let's just wait to see where we go off the open. I like dip buys in AMD. It's going to be one of the things that I'm looking at here off the open. So we've already written that down now that we to watch out for that 59.50 level here on AMD, guys.
That has been in the news of late. Altria downside today, surrounding the Juul story. Obviously, some regulatory issues, but they reported this morning as well. So not only are the DocuSigns of the world in action as well. Here's Mo, guys, down 3% off a miss for them.
Yeah, and look, we've been talking at least a little bit about some of these names, but I don't know how excited I am. I don't know how excited I am to trade this one on that weakness, unless, like, it would have to, like, we talk about diddling in the middle. This is the definition of it on light volume. It's always the biggest no-fly zone for me if you're on light volume in the middle of a range. Because what will happen is when you take fills or build positions inside and it breaks out on you, well, there might not be the liquidity to limit the loss to what you'd expect. Whereas if you trade up where there was price acceptance, then it's just a little bit better and you can dig yourself in to some trades. So this is a bit of a hard pass for me, but the market's starting to go, and I'm just looking for opportunities for those longs. I look at the one that was on support, Amazon here, that 113 on Amazon. We're already up at 115 and a half.
What?
So it's like we were just there at support thinking, okay, hold that bottom, like some Amazon longs off 113, and now I'm going to be sitting back waiting at the open for that bid to come in. And remember Mobileye? Yeah, that big IPO yesterday. So I mentioned it, and I didn't really show it to you guys. So obviously, second day of trade. Why am I not seeing anything when I pull? Whatever. Second day of trade. I don't know why I didn't see the day before.
$28.
That's kind of crazy. It's at 28. I go to the 15-minute because for some reason that's showing that high. It got to 30, or at least 29.85, and then reversed late in the session. So that's kind of that line in the sand for me. I don't think it's the time is right for them long term. I think it probably should be trading a little bit lower than it is. So I will be favoring the short side of the trade on big pops to the upside, looking for resistance. But you can't ignore how it held 26 even, right? Like, it was a big hold at 26. It gets down there again. I think it's worth one of those shots, just hard stop at 26 even. There was 1 million shares on that bid yesterday. So if I see anything like that, I would take the long in front of 26. But my first look is I paid for locates to short in front of 30.
All right, let's just check out what the imbalance locator looks like right here. Yeah, there is no Twitter on here. That's what I was looking for. So there's no Twitter on here. There's some Shopify. There's some Alibaba. Kind of mixed shelf here. Bids and offers coming through. Some sells right there for Baba, RLX. Nothing there. But actually, pretty much all bids right now. Xpeng is a sell and Baba is a sell. So just the Chinese names right now is sell. Everything else is a bid. So yeah, maybe we do get a little bit of a bump up here today in this market, guys.
That is really all we got so far this morning, guys. We'll touch on the overall market here, obviously, coming up with the open. Now, just 7 minutes to go as we hold on to positive territory. There are a few minor numbers to come at 10 o'clock on the economic side, but the rest of the economic data for this week going to be tomorrow pre-market as well, along with, obviously, as we said, Apple and Amazon, the big ones after the close.
A couple of things to also get to, because we got time. I love it. We're going to talk some of the Chinese names here because they gap up, they gap down. There's news, there isn't news behind it. It doesn't matter. Like, if you're not watching these as a group, then you might be missing opportunities as a day trader. It's Li Auto that I will look at. I came in yesterday and I was saying 1650. I like for that big level to the upside. Of course, I decided to diddle in the middle. I might have got called out for it. If I didn't, somebody should have called me out for it. Ended up losing, shorting here in Li Auto. Does that make sense? It pops right in, fails that level at the top, comes to the lows, then gets right back. Now you're weak again. So I'm going to hold out. if it pops up, I'm waiting for this 1650 area for the shorts on Liado. I think if something's going to come a little bit sooner in this group, you look at Alibaba, as I hit enter really fast, so that's now NF. Wait for it. There you go. Alibaba, which is sort of sitting right here, after breaking out, being stronger than everything else, it had support at 67.5 on the way to the upside. So I kind of look at that area into yesterday's close. Like if it holds that shelf, the previous shelf, then that could be a bit of a short. So one of the strongest names, Alibaba, now gapping down. I think shorts in front of 67.5, 68 makes some sense. But I really have to wait out Liado till 1650. And we haven't even talked about Alphabet. Like Alphabet and Microsoft closed down 9% yesterday. It's 9.25, and we haven't even mentioned them. That's how much there is to look at when you have earnings the way that they are and when Meta does what it does. So remember $94 on Alphabet? Yeah, we're right here, right now. That's like a slogan or something. It's
Right here, right now.
Right
it is a slogan.
here,
song,
right
now.
now.
No, that's a song.
Something,
but there is
something.
a.
Oh, for the love, I'm going to have that in my head all day now. What,
Someone
somebody
will
tell
hit
me
it
what commercial that is so I can get that out of my head. But 94, big monster level on Alphabet. If this doesn't hold, let's not forget that their earnings weren't that fantastic. I much prefer buying dips on Amazon 113 than just jumping support at 94 on Google right here, because if that gets taken out, let's not forget where this whole mess started yesterday.
Yeah, no, for sure. We're not going to forget about anything here as we get ready to open up this market like ASAP. So with only 5 minutes, it's 9:25. Let's take a look here at the imbalance locator now. That there's been some NASDAQ names included here. Apple's coming in as a sell right there. So we'll see what that just did to Apple, down to 148. Not much. Yeah, ticked it down a little bit. Apple sell side, Meta buy side right now. Ooh, screaming a little bit here, up to 99.50. And by screaming, I mean not that much. But there goes Meta right now. Okay, so it looks like there's our out and there's the bottom. Good thing we got out because it did go to 98.20, but there it goes right back up to the upside now. So I don't know, man, whether or not this is going to be the bottom or not. Looks like it is there. Not it is, but looks like we have a temporary bottom there at 98.50. So let's just continue paying attention to Meta here off the open. And there, shoot, man, that's too bad that we got stopped at 99. But this is going to be a big, big name today. 15 million shares already. The volume that this is going to do over the next couple of days is going to be ridiculous. So let's get ready for Meta. It's going to be one of the #1 names for me today to trade. I think obviously that's going to be true for a lot of us out there. But make sure you hit the like button. We don't ask for that enough. So thanks for everybody joining us here again today. It's going to be a good one. We're going to start early when the CPI comes through. That's next week.
Already 1,000, by the way.
Already 1,000 likes?
It was 1,000 at that point already. So
oh, wow,
good. Good start.
Good, thanks, guys. Yeah, CPI date will be early there for you as well. There it goes, breaking back down now below. So that just went to 99.50 and cranked down lower here. So yeah, this short is going to be real fun to watch, man. Thank you again for joining us here today into this trade. So yeah, going to be an exciting day for us. We're happy to be here, and I hope you guys are happy to be here with us as well.
Yeah, exactly. And wow, like it's a tale of two cities. Like you see, like Google's down at that low. Meta, you just talked about that being at that low. Amazon has been looking pretty bullish. I'll go back to my 3-minute. But Amazon's been pretty bullish all morning long, but it's rejected 115. Again, that's been a bit of a big level for this name. As Twitter, like it's just going back and forth. I might be, if it's above 90, I'm probably net long the entire day. But if we get down to 113, I just like this bid on Amazon. And just the other name that we have not talked, it's like, have we not talked about Apple either? Sheesh. Yeah, so Apple, I mean, ever heard of them?
We haven't really talked about anything today.
Ever heard of them? I don't know. I don't know if you've heard of them.
What are they?
Who are they? Yeah.
Media company, I think.
Apple, which I've only been looking for longs in Apple, somehow managed to at least get away from it when it was flushing yesterday. But we get back down, and it's kind of hard to see because they have some dirty wicks here. 146 on Apple. You go back to Monday. That was Monday's dip low. We're about $2 away from it. So any downward move, like that 146 on Apple, as a matter of fact, I'm going to set something in front of it. I'll have a stop to cover myself. But yeah, I like that 146 on Apple. Amazon's now starting to come back in. Market heading to the downside is, Meta took out those lows again. And thank you guys. Apparently, it is. Someone said Sherman Williams, and it's a Fatboy Slim song. So
Right, I was gonna say I knew it was some sort of a song there, but
good
Sherman,
job.
Sherman
I love you
Williams,
guys because you indulge that. Like I'll just sit there randomly while trading, asking you guys questions, and then someone Googles it for me, which saves me the time.
That's why I said, like, as long as we ask them, they'll come through with
I
some
love you guys.
good there as well. So shout out to that. Look, 97.70. There we go, man. Like you're gonna watch this name just puke down to the downside here. Meta just continues to get clobbered right now. So watch out for that one. Meta is going to be a very, very exciting name here into the open. Needless to say, with only let's just check the imbalance locator just in case this is what's causing this. But no, I don't see anything on here. This is just getting executed right now, downside for Meta. So what is it doing to the rest of the world? Let's just wait to see. Nothing. I mean, it is ticking down AMD, so there are going to be some levels there to watch out for AMD down near 60 in case we do fall. I do like that trade. So down near 60, 61, something like that for AMD. We can start to get some bids if that does come through. But yeah, it's going to be a fun open, needless to say.
Yeah, definitely. And look, I forgot all about Netflix as well. It's not going to be on the top of my list just because there's way too much to be looking at. But it hard rejected 305 here. So if it gets back up, I think there's room in this thing to 330. So if it does actually hold the bid above 305, there's enough room that you can take like a structured long. I don't have to take a break out of that high from yesterday. Like you can just see it holding above that level. Look for 6s and 7s long potentially, and then just with a backstop at that 5. But if the market's heading back in, I'm not really catching any bids on this thing until maybe you see like a 290, but this is on the list as well. Oops, I almost missed the countdown there. Tony on the bell. It's going to be 2 seconds off because I was a bit slow on that one. As we get to 3, it's actually 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. Oh, Amazon's right here.
It's Tony. Thank you, Tony, for that, man. That was a good one. All right, AMD's right here. You just said Amazon's right here as well, up to 114. Yeah, what am I doing? Not even going over to Meta right now. 98.50 right now for Meta. So let's see where that one goes.
Oh, goodness.
Coming in now, yeah. 98.50, starting to rip upside for Meta. AMD ripping right now like crazy, up to 62 and change and taking out some levels. That 62 bottom, man. I'm going to go long here on AMD a little bit.
Oh my, like I'm watching NVIDIA, super strong at 137, but just instantly, like Amazon comes right back in to 113, just immediately testing that level. Like this is crazy to the upside, or to the downside. You're seeing just crazy action across the board. These chips are insane, but I gotta watch out. This 113 is on the bid. I'm only giving it about 20 cents below this, and if it can't hold, I just gotta get it. I thought there'd be support there on Amazon, and right now you're not finding a heck of a lot of it. What a crazy, as the market goes up, by the way, oh yeah, baby. So that could be interesting. Well, I just saw it get to that 20 level, hold the low, and then all of a sudden you've got a wick bottom. So if that's a true wick bottom, then hopefully we've got it.
Like, I don't even know what's going on here with Twitter either, but it's like opening, it's closing. I mean, have we got, yeah, I guess we did get the big opening print there on this name. So this has just been a monster here this morning, going back and forth through some levels here on Twitter. You guys can definitely watch out for that one. It's dancing right now, 92, 93. I don't know if it knows what it wants to do
Amazon
right now.
stopped me.
Amazon got stopped out.
It's just flushing, yeah. You know what? No bid on Amazon.
Okay, we're long here on, what is this name? AMD right now, 12.20. I mean, this is a good long for us. Let's get something out at 60 if we can right here on AMD. Nice little move to the upside here. Come on, let's go. We took that on that strength early against 62 levels. So nice little bump up there, but we did not capture the profit. Went up to 62.60. Oh, now it's coming right back in. Damn you, Amazon. It's, AMD. This is a little bit of a roller coaster ride here today. Meta 97.50 right now. Oy.
That's just absolutely tanking. That sucks about. By the way, Alibaba trying to test lower. It's not really moving a heck of a lot. The other name that I was watching over there was Li Auto for the Chinese names. And that's just
61.50.
like yesterday, I'm in Li Auto early to the short side instead of waiting for the pop, and I get burned. And today, I don't take it early when I like the short, and it tanks $1.
Oops. Which stock? Amazon or Li Auto? Li Auto.
I hate you, Li Auto.
We've averaged in here to AMD. We got some bottom picks there.
I hope all the whatever.
Yeah, you don't like Li Auto, I don't think.
Come on.
Okay, so we'll wait to see on that one. Neil has mixed feelings about Li Auto. All right, so AMD, we've averaged into it. It's not going back into the money. We didn't take. Okay, there we go. We didn't take any profit the first time, so let's try to take it some again here. Hopefully, we can get back up into the 60s for this name. This is a name that we've been looking at here for a while, AMD. So let's just continue with that trend here and watch to see where we want to go with it. Meta again, trying to make some bottoms, but still. way too violent, man, for me to step in right now. 99, we can zoom out a little bit. Tesla broke higher. Yeah, everything's breaking higher right now against this meta. I mean, the market's up and meta's down 25%. So, yeah, we'll have to wait to see. But there goes AMD right back up to near its highs. So, yeah, good movement here for Advanced Micro.
Yeah, so Tesla made a big break through that 231 area. I obviously missed it. It was like missing Li Auto, and then obviously I was in that Amazon trade that stopped out. So I'm going to get back on the bid here. If it does want to do a little bit of a dip for me, no problems there. I like that 231 for potential dip buy entry. Super strong name, and not to forget you, Mobileye. MBLY, that was that new IPO. It does not pop to $30. It actually only tanks. Everything I'm waiting for to short, if it pops, is going to the downside with one exception, Intel. Intel just tried to take out the high with the rest of the market and is fading off a little bit. So 2750 is the first area I liked that short. It just rejected it. I'll take a first shot at that high of the day because it rejected 50, and the next level up is 2575.
All right, good call. We're still right here. I mean, look, guys, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm still on this name here, so I'm still on Amazon. Sorry, AMD. I keep saying Amazon. I don't know why. But we are still on AMD right here, watching out for this name as it just went into the 50s again here. So, and almost got us into the 60s. So let's just be careful with it. I still think there's room to run here on AMD to the upside, especially if this market can rally. So let's be here for that, guys. What's up, Brendo?
An energy name, guys, moving higher on an earnings beat. Patterson UTI. This is a driller. So heads up on that. Raised their full year forecast, beat right across the board for Q3, up 11% so far for P10.
All right, maybe Meta's going now, man. I mean, I don't know. What do you think? I mean, Meta right here just is at 99.50 right now, bouncing around that level. So, yeah, I do think there's some good opportunities here to trade. Needless to say, some of these names today, and I think we've been doing a pretty good job of doing exactly that. So, yeah, thank you for all the support again here today. Hit the like button. There goes again, waiting for a bottom. Have we found one on Meta? I'm being very specific here. I don't even really want to worry too much about the lines that we've drawn. Just waiting to take advantage of some of these moves here today. So Meta 98 maybe is where we got to try to buy. That 97.50 wick bottom is interesting, of course. And
Amazon just held again that 113, so it's bouncing off this level. I'll give it one more chance. That could be a wick bottom. When I see a wick bottom, I like that for entries for longs. I like wick tops, entries for shorts, and that's what I'm seeing. If we can hold 113, I think it's still relatively valid. Going over to Apple, like we said, relative strength, it's actually holding the line at 148. So this market hasn't really made a decision where it wants to go. I'm now into Tesla off of some of those highs, short on Intel, but Nvidia, that's the other one that got away from me. And look at it, it's coming all the way back in. I like 35s and I like 33s for dip. So as that one comes back to us, I think we have an opportunity to get into the chip game on a stock I like to the long side. Obviously, I'm already in, but that's Intel short.
All right, so I say uh-oh here because, yeah, these moves are pretty violent right now. As I watch out, there isn't actually that much liquidity here. These names are dropping and popping pretty easily right now in this market. So, yeah, we're shutting it down and opening up shop here with AMD. It looks like we're getting shopified right now as AMD is starting to head down to the downside, trying to test that 6150 level. So I'll take some more down here, but let's not get too carried away, man. I mean, I've been a little distracted, obviously, with some Twitter and things like that today, but you're going to wait to see here. Hopefully a big move back up to the upside here for AMD, but we are now below the 50 period. I sort of got to get back focused here on these names that we're trading. So let's do that. We didn't average into AMD. We're waiting for 6150, but here it comes battling back a little bit here as this market doesn't know what it wants to do yet.
Yeah, and by the way, I just got into NVIDIA there. It's at 135, so that dip is starting to come in. I have Intel short, so it's a bit of a counter trend trade there. Meta, which I haven't even traded Meta since the pre-market. It's now holding below this 100 level. Look at the open range, exactly at that 100. Still has a chance at jailbreaks there, but until it does, I got to think about the short in front of that 100 on Meta to just join that party. Brendan?
Double checking on Micron, guys, just popping up on a huge volume spike. I mean, we were talking about the relative strength here. It was negative initially, but look at this. Nice move for MU so far, now up 1.2.
All right, we say go because there goes AMD, man. We didn't buy the dip as much as we should have there, man, on AMD, but it is starting to go upside a little bit here. And I'm just focusing on this name. It's been working, obviously, for me here today. A couple good dip buys there. We don't have that ultimate dip buy, so we'll look at that again here if we can. But yeah, so far so good here on the trade today. So let's go back over to Meta and just have a quick look at that name to see where we're going here with Meta. Yeah, it looks like it's a nice little upside move to 99, but then it stopped, right? So stopped at that 99.50 level. So let's just, maybe have another look here and see where we can go with this name. So 98.50 maybe a bottom pick. I just don't know if I'm ready to do that yet, guys, on this name. So, Meta's going to be a little bit of a difficult run here until we get a level. So that's sort of what we've been saying. So let's just sort of stick with that, right? I mean, Meta's been difficult into this level. So we're going to keep on watching out for that trade here on Meta. But let's go 99.50. I'm willing to take a little bit of a shot here at 98. So I'm going to put a bid now, 98 on Meta, and see where we go.
Yeah, like I just worked into 99s here, but I haven't been taking any profit scalping, and I think that's a bit of a mistake. So I'm just going to go ahead and take that half cent for a little bit, and if it goes back up closer to 100, sort of rinse and repeat that trade. But I'm going to show you what's happening on Tesla here. Like you could still, you see that wick? Like you could have a wick top. If we can't clear back through 230, when I zoomed out on this bad boy, if you can't clear back through 230 pretty soon, then you've got a wick top entry point on Tesla, which I never really like doing. So I got to be very careful. I'm actually going to throw my stop beneath 228 just to be a little bit cautious with it. Intel is still falling, but now Meta is starting to scream to the upside. Here is that 200 level, so good thing I got a third of it out, saying I should scalp it, and now it's retesting that 100. Brendan?
Another little one moving here, guys. Agro Fresh, which is AG, this one. AGFS up big time, just took out the top, in fact, 75% right now on some possible takeover talk. They're close to, apparently, according to the company, being acquired for $158 million for AGFS.
Okay, Agro Fresh. All right, we did not get long Meta. Darn it. We were waiting there at near 98.50, but we didn't get it. Just looking down at the price, and I was like, where's Meta? Because I wanted to see where AMD was doing, and we just got out of 62.40 there, and now it's starting to drop down again here. So yeah, pretty crazy stuff happening right now, needless to say. So let's just continue with it, man, and just continue to trade. This is going to be
Tesla.
Oh, there goes Tesla. Okay, what price is
Tesla
that
to the downside.
Yeah,
so
okay,
I just got stopped on Tesla downside,
okay.
But then here comes Meta back up to 100. I did get the Alphabet break. So look, Alphabet took out that 94 level. I thought, yesterday I tried the 94 level on the short. I also had it again here today. Look, if it doesn't work the first day, it's a monster level. I'm going to take it the second day too. So we'll go this one, flush it down the toilet. You can't forget about the big report. I know Meta's a big deal today. But this was a pretty big deal yesterday. Going to get down to that 93. That first buck, I took a half out. That first $0.50, the second half now coming in there. I'm still seeing Amazon try to make up its mind at 113, so I'm going to back off from that one as it looks like it's going to be relatively weak. Nvidia is now testing another dollar closer to that 133 level. I'm holding the fort there. Intel is starting to fade. It broke VWAP. It's down at support, so it got back down to 27.20, so I'll take the first 20 pennies in on Intel because I like it to the short side. 27's a monster level for this. If it gets through 27, this could absolutely drop the floodgates. If it does, I'll just take that break. I'm covering this all the way to the bottom of the range and then take a 27 break. Breno?
Rare to see a move this size for a stock like Caterpillar, guys, but nice beat for CAT right across the board. Forecast pretty good as well. Look at this, 9% to the upside right now for Caterpillar.
9%.
Yes. All right, I haven't looked at Caterpillar this morning.
Big move.
I own shares of Caterpillar. I like them.
Nice.
But yeah, we'll see what happens with Caterpillar. It's Shopify. That's one of the ones that I was looking at today. Yeah, stop me if I said dip buy or sell the pop and then wasn't able to catch any of those. So this was a dip buy. I'm going to cancel it because we're not dipping to 30 at this point. And if we do dip to 30, I'm 10% away from it. Do I want to just buy a dip randomly if it drops 10%? No, I don't need that fill coming in. If I get it, I might not like it at that point. I'm looking now at about 31.50 where it had this little bit of a breakout. So Shopify showing lots of strength. Meta here still holding the line. And I have to zoom out and back in because of the gap down on Meta. That sucks. But it's still holding the line at that 100 level. So longer it does this, I still like that short. If the market gets down to the bottoms, I want to hang on to it. But I saw Google do this yesterday where I was just shorting it and scalping it, and eventually it broke that channel. I have to respect if it tries to do the same on Meta. So that 100 is my out.
Yep, got it. Good talk there. Yeah, we got to have some outs, right? I mean, you don't ever want to we talk about this all the time, trade stock without a stop order. So that's not something that you necessarily want to do. So let's just keep that in mind there. All right, again, a stock that I'm on today is going to be AMD. We've talked about that a couple times here. So we're starting to average into this. The bottom has been right around here. So there we go. We're now long at 89. We'll scalp some out in the 90, like high 90s, 99, 98, something like that, if it does come back up. And then we'll try to respect it up here at 62.20. So let's put some orders upside there if we do break a little bit higher on this name. We want to try to watch out for some of these levels. It has been a pretty negative day. A lot of these bump ups right here have been sold off. So right now you are starting to make a few lower highs here as we go. Lower highs, yeah, as we go. Are you going to ask about a coffee? I would love one, please, Randy, man. That would be sweet if you could get that. That'd be awesome. Thanks, Randy, for that. But all right, here we go, man. AMD, did we get out? No, we did not. We're at 96, actually, to get a piece out of AMD. Or did we get it? We must have got it. Oh, yeah, there it is. We did get it. So now we're getting it. Nice little upside move here. This is what we called, man, averaging into AMD. So far, so good here, guys.
Oh, and I did just get a fill in Mullen. By the way, Mullen here, I forgot to talk about this. Mullen, it was up. It's dipping down in front of the previous close here was 54. But you look at this support level at 51. Like, that's what I'm buying in front of. It was all afternoon that it held that level. So it's like $1.50 worth of risk for me on Mullen. I just forgot to mention it. Apologies, guys. There was so much to cover this morning that I did forget the penny stock. Brendo.
And a little one moving, guys. View on the NASDAQ up 45% here so far on a debt raise, it would appear anyways. All kinds, look at the volume down here. All kinds of volume coming in through 150. There was a huge volume spike as well. Again, a debt raise for VIEW. VIEW, okay. All right, guys, let's just keep on going here. VIEW, I don't really know that name, but thanks, Brendo, for that talk right there. All right, new trade, not really, same trade here. AMD to the upside again, man. Let's just, I mean, we gotta capture profit when this kind of stuff starts popping off, right? So far, so good here on that move. Nice little movement to the upside here for AMD, and we've captured this all, man. This is now 70 cents in the money, so we're gonna hit a banger. I know you guys want to talk more and more, I would think anyways, about Meta, but there goes Meta right now, breaking through 100.
It just stopped me. I was about to say, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I mean, I was waiting for a base, right? We talked about that 98. I should have got 98.50s, but I didn't. Now it might be time to start engaging back in Meta here, guys. Yeah, and maybe to the short side.
So
actually.
Two things. One, Meta stopped me out. I'll get to Boeing in a second because I got to go to Google, Alphabet, sorry. Another leg down on Alphabet gets to 93.5 and then bounces. So the market is trying to go up here. So I took another leg out for the half penny, for the $0.50 on Alphabet as it continues to go. But there's so much to cover here. I don't want to ignore what's going on with Boeing. Boeing got absolutely destroyed yesterday. This was the secondary push down, was at 142. That was support in the morning as well. 142, I think it's going to find resistance. That's Boeing. Tons of movement there. Intel works in the money, at least holding on to that. NVIDIA right back to that 135, buying dips between 33 and 35 as well. And then Tesla, don't want to ignore you. Try that buy on Tesla. It reversed on me. I don't think anyone cares about the whole Twitter Elon Musk thing, but sometimes you make the bottom wick, and that's what happened to me on Tesla. I feel like this was the same thing that happened on it was Coinbase yesterday, and I said, let's just be more patient with it and trade it inside the range. So if we come back down to the lows, I don't want to try anything on the breakout. I only want the dip down in front of that low. So 27, 28, I'll give it a second shot. NVIDIA is now working to the upside, and Shopify, I mean, it's just, this stock is gone now. It's now 16% to the upside.
Wow, there goes Meta.
So I'm no longer even chasing the longs on this. I'm really starting to think about where I want to short it. Maybe there's a 35 level to be had, but wow, are you kidding me, Shopify? I liked it's that long side. NVIDIA is getting back up to VWAP. If it gets to 137, that'll in front of 137. That's my next out. But yeah, that one's working. But I'm just kicking myself over Shop. Big miss.
Let's try a Meta long breaking through 101, only because it hasn't been here yet, right? So let's just try this. I mean, if it fails, we can get out at for about a 50-cent hit, okay? So we're gonna try to go long right now on Meta. If it breaks, it breaks, and that's what's gonna happen for me. There we go. So hopefully we're long. Yes, we are. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Randy. Cheers for that, man. Thanks a lot for that. I'll cheers you in a second, Neil. I'm just trying to get this Meta going here. So let's see. Now we're long Meta against 101.50. So about 50 cents worth of risk here. I don't know. The way this is moving, though, I thought we'd get a little bit more of an extended break there on the 101. So, yeah, no, I'm not like in love with this play right here anymore, but we can still get it. So let's wait to see if Meta does have some love here for that. So back up. Look, guys, if it dumps below that $100.50, we're out. So let's wait to see if that does happen. 50 cents worth of risk here for Meta, guys.
And guess what's still at those lows of the day? I mean, I just not nearly aggressive enough with Intel. NVIDIA pops the VWAP, now coming back in. I only want the dips now at that 133 price. So that's the one that's not working again, and that's NVIDIA. I always like to start there. And I'm on the bid right here right now. I said it again. On Intel. So this, as usual, just flush sitting on this bloody stock. It's at the low of the day. I'm looking 27 break. I'm looking short any pop that we get off of this level, probably in the VWAP. So I'm just going to get my offers out. If we pop the VWAP, I want to make sure I'm getting shorts on Intel, but I'm set to go short on a 27 break here. This you just can't get out of its own way. As I said, they're not necessarily benefiting from some of that, like Meta spending all the money in the world stuff. Alphabet, that's the other short I have on. It's now testing the low of the day. That 94 break was key. I want to try to hold on to this for dear life. Hopefully this can continue to go into that downside. Ooh, I just got a fill on Mullen. So Mullen must have popped, halfway to VWAP here. So Mullen popping a little bit. It's still doing that thing it did yesterday, downward trend. So buying support in a downward trend. I got too stubborn with this yesterday. So I'll be a little bit more aggressive taking shares out in front of VWAP this time with you, Mullen. And Brendan, once again, has a little something for us.
Yeah, another mover here, guys. mCloud, MCLD on a Google Cloud partnership just coming out here for this one. So a big mover, not a lot of volume yet, but heavy volume coming in for MCLD, up 30% here on a Google tie-up.
There goes NVIDIA through the low. So
Yeah,
I just got
notice.
out. We'll do that on NVIDIA. So yeah, I got to have something to the short side.
Wow.
I got Intel and Alphabet. That's exactly where I started, and that's where I'm still going to be. I go back and I have to look at where Meta is. Like Meta gets here up to 101 is now reversing. So maybe this 101 level. If we're if we're gonna be a red day, I want to go back to Meta. I do have some Alphabet. I'm thinking Microsoft. Obviously, there were the other stock down 9%, Alphabet and Microsoft. Like, how much are we talking about that? And that's cranking through the low of the day. So, got Alphabet, but I've missed the opportunity, I feel, on Microsoft, because that 230 break was probably where it was at. So, I'll wait for a little bit of a pop. We clearly have a bit of a downward trend. However, just to quickly show you guys, this is at S&P 500 futures. We're just at support. This is why there's some caution shorting at some of these lows. If we end up bouncing from here and then come back, we test the highs. If you like something to the short side, that's going to give you an opportunity to short the pop. So I don't like shorting anything at the low when you see the ES right on that support, or the NASDAQ. I mean, the NASDAQ's breaking down further because you're seeing Microsoft and Alphabet and that. But the S&P is at support while the NASDAQ is tanking. The exception to that rule for me, at least for now, is Intel. Because Intel 27 is just a key level. So when it's breaking this level, I'm never ignoring that short, as this is coming to the downside. Got to get some out there. I mean, on Intel, when it moves like 10, 20, 30 cents, you're going to want to be taking profit at those levels. So going to get my bids out as Intel falls like a rock, like it always does.
Oh, geez. Yeah, this is, I didn't even... It sucks now. We're fine. We're going to wait for 60-60 or so for AMD. We're long at 61.37, but it sucks because I actually was too busy looking over at Twitter and at some of these other names here, and definitely ignored what was happening here in the broader market. So, yeah, there goes AMD to the downside. Just trying to get a little bit more long here against 60-70. That bottom there coming through right into here. I just don't want to be holding it. If we break down lower, maybe we do test that 60 bottom. So there it is. We are now loaded up pretty good here on AM. Not loaded up, but ready for the break, unfortunately. Downside there, breaking through 70. So watch out here. There it goes. So there's the break through 70. Not much we could do about that one. We'll flush ourselves down the toilet. Been a rough ride there going long so far today. I know Tesla's been rough. Meta's been rough. And then so was AMD right there. So, yeah, should have gone short. I'm okay with it, though. AMD was fine. It's just it wasn't great. So let's wait to see now. The market is well below, man. Now you're down 1.4%. I haven't given enough respect to this market. ASI,
always short Intel.
Yes, I like that.
Always
ASI.
short Intel. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say that. I literally own Intel shares in my personal account long, and it's just that's a long-term play. I think they're a turnaround. But guess what just filled here? Apple. Remember Apple 146? I'm like, yeah, I mean, at the off chance we get down there, I was like, forgot to talk about Apple. And right before the open, I'm like, Apple 146. So Apple just got to said 146 level, and we're trying to bounce off of it. But the way this market, S&P just broke support. Oh, goodness. So the S&P 500 just broke support.
Did it?
So
Okay.
this is me literally scalping some shares out at 146.25 because that support just got taken out on the futures, the S&P 500 futures, that is. So, for now, we've held this bottom on Apple. 146.03 is that low. But when I see that, it's like, yeah, get something out. Make sure you're getting paid a little bit because if we do break for good, support breaks and it can be pretty big. I do still have Mullen. I'm not trying to ignore this one for you. This has been absolutely, it's been pretty easy. The channel of support in the afternoon, it bounced off that. It's going to VWAP. Yesterday I made the mistake of not being aggressive enough, taking shares out into VWAP. Today I'm not going to do that. This way it can't turn into a loser if I get a bunch out here and it continues to go higher. So the long and Mullen working, shorts in Intel and Google working. I will do this. I have to look at it. I can't avert my eyes because I like to short on Li Auto. This is what happened at the open on Li Auto. It actually ended up breaking 15 even. That's this wick down through 15, pretty harsh, but it's now held above. So catching a bit of a bid above 15 is Li Auto right now. Doesn't mean I like that long, but it is catching a bid. Alibaba was the other name in the Chinese space that I was watching. It tried to get through that 67. That's what I was sort of waiting for. Pop, failed pop. If it comes back in, I'll short this 67 area to that high of the day. But some relative, down 3%, but some relative strength in Alibaba. So there is at least some concern there. I don't even want to average into Apple at this point.
Are you in Apple?
Yeah, if it holds, it's about to break 145.80, which I put my stop, like 20 cents below there. So if it breaks it, fair enough. I don't want to be stubborn about the long. I'll only go more long if it reclaims 146 and starts holding that level, but not beneath that level, not at all.
Yeah, we got into AMD one more time here. That's why I was asking about the Apple long. Yeah, we're into AMD here off that 650. It did wick that bottom before, so now we're at 67.50 here as a long. So hopefully this can battle back a little bit and we'll be able to get out. So we're back to flat on it after holding out on this name, right? So I like it here, but it looks like it's going to break. I thought AMD would be strong into that meta news, and it is strong, man. It's up 1.4%, but the problem is the market does not have that bottom yet. So that's always going to be a problem here as you're just ticking down lower, lower, lower. You're breaking back down to 11,300 already got taken out. So, that's a level that we're looking at. We talked about 11,500 a couple days ago, and that's been the high today. Look at that drop right back in. So, yeah, looks like we will. I mean, maybe I should just take advantage and get out something when these names pop up like that because, yeah, so far not great news here on AMD. It just keeps on ticking every time it bumps. Like we just noticed that right now, right? It's bumped up here a couple times for us and gave us these wick tops, but then just cranked right lower again. So, yeah, look, there it is. Did we just get out? Yeah. Did that break? I don't know. Okay, there it is. Anyways, we're out. That didn't break. We got out at 50s there, so it's actually an okay for a hit. But yeah, straight downside right now for AMD and all the rest, man. I feel like these shorts are what's good, and that's what we have to be doing.
Yeah, when it's going to the downside, like the way I like to have it work out for me is when things start settling down, you got a clear direction. Hopefully out of the longs.
Yeah.
If something's still working, fair enough. Like Mullen doesn't count. The penny stock doesn't care about the market. But when it's working, just hang on to it. So Google, Alphabet's down at 92.
Man, Amazon
I'm slapping 90 in there as a target because it's a round number. I don't really have any levels. 94 was the big one on Alphabet. 50. So if it gets to 90, I want to be out of it. Intel, as far as levels go, I do actually have like 2650. You can see that 27 break. I'll be out of this thing if it gets to 2650, which does mean orders out in front of 75, and then the rest of these will be sort of layered or on these bids all the way down to 2650 as that continues to flush into the downside. I mean, Tesla, which I tried the long, it didn't work. I'm trying it breaking out. It tried to bounce off of this consolidation level here, kind of hold it to like $2 or $3 worth of a loser, and then if it goes lower, I'm not kind of just stuck with this, but I don't want to short Tesla at the low. It's been a little bit strong for that. I feel like I've got a couple that I kind of live with to that downside. And let's not forget Shopify.
I need something to short.
Shopify, I was waiting for 35. Look at Shop. $34 it goes to before pulling back, but it's holding VWAP. So if the market catches a turn, Shopify is showing signs of strength. And just one last one here. Boeing, I liked 142. It turned at 141. It's just, you know, you get into some of these trades and they end up working out for you. The others, you like a turn off resistance. It doesn't actually get to resistance. The market was too weak. Boeing pulled back at 141. Still like the 42 level. I'll probably short a pop up there at 41 and take a chance.
This market just keeps on getting sicker and sicker, man. I don't really know what to do. We're going to try a short on Meta.
More and more sick.
Yeah, more and more sick. $100.70 there. So here's Meta. Stupid ticks there. That's all the way at 102. So let me just move this over a little bit for you guys here so we can see that a little bit better together. All right, so we'll go short now on Meta. Just basically that high right there of 101.13. I don't want to be in it for too long, this name. You know, average in, it's kind of like these. I still feel like it's gonna head to the upside at some point, but this market is downside right now. So let's try to respect that a little bit on the market. But for right here, it goes right now, trying to take this out again. So one more shot here on Meta for the short, and we'll see. You know, if I'm going to lose long and lose short, which I've done so far today, there really hasn't been that bottom that we've picked up on yet. So this is something for, I mean, my eyes are on Meta right now, so I have to watch that. But this has been something that's been difficult to trade, I feel like, today. Back and forth. I mean, it depends which way you're going. There's that bottom at 98. I don't know if that's going to be the bottom that we're looking for. Let's just try to short this back to like VWAP or something like that. 99.50 back into here. If this market wants to continue lower, you know, why wouldn't Meta go with it? So that's sort of what I'm thinking, but there we go. We're averaged in, man. Let's see what happens at that 101 again. 101.15 is the high there for Meta. Hopefully we don't get taken out there. All right, it's happening now. Let's see what's happening in the broader markets. We've been pretty focused, laser focused on some names, but let's go see what's happening in the market.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Check them out today. Use the link on screen. At checkout, get 20% off. Use that T-Live, guys. Get yourself 20% off with Chart Prime. Here we go. Red right now for the S&P 500, 0.25%. The Dow still holding on to a nice gain, about a full percent. Small caps strong here as well. The Russell 1, 2, and 3,000 all in positive territory. Yeah, it's all about Meta today. 1+ for both the composite NASDAQ and the 100 to the downside. If you joined us pre-market, we discussed a few things, including Meta, including Shopify and Ford, all off of earnings this morning. There it is. Yeah, 22% still trying to get back to the upside for Meta. Apple, notably weak here as well, just flushed through 146, guys.
I just want to pull my whatever hair I have out of my head because this is.
You can't do that with me.
This
I challenge my daughter.
Madness.
I say, you can't pull my hair, and then she tries to do it and fails miserably. Look, if I averaged into Apple, like, yes, it would be still in the money, and I wouldn't have taken the hit on it. But back above 146 is what I was waiting for, and now it's got a little bit of a wick bottom. So I did get some in front of 146, 146.11. I'm looking for any consolidation above, and then look for that little VWAP trade. Like, how many times have we seen these V-shaped bottoms? I understand if you're chasing it, but I gotta like something to the long side. I'm going back over and, you know, just checking it on Amazon.
Look at this.
It was probably the right call to get out of it. Now it's well below that 113. This is stair-stepping into the downside. A bit of a different story there because it chewed through support. At least Apple is at support. Alphabet here is showing some signs at 92 of a pretty strong bid at that 92 level. So, you know, I'm just sort of sitting in front of 90 as we speak. But if we can't really get through this 92, if it does like one of those wick bottom fail breaks, I'll get trailed out on Google down here. Intel, I'm much more confident to hold on to that one for the long term. But as this market tries to make a bounce, yeah, I see you, Momo, on the chat there.
What's Momo
it's
saying?
Momo Hitsugaya. Yeah, I see. Boeing, wick top. Remember, 142 was a level that I really liked. So at 141, I'd much rather see it try to go above that high and then get in, give it to the high, because I'm not using that 142 level if I short it here. And Boeing has a bit of a spread. Just watch out for that. So, I mean, what, 20 cents? That's actually not that bad. It's actually 15 to 20 cent spread, which isn't that bad for Boeing. But I want to now short off the high of the day on Boeing. Remember, this is a relatively strong stock. I just can't ignore what happened to it yesterday.
All right, there we go, man. Hopefully, look, I'm just trying to scalp out now. We do have a long at 59 here on Meta. We just got some 80s, so it's just disgusting. I hate this stock, honestly, and I'm not going to get caught revenge trading this name, although, you know, you never know. It's just because, like, we were long that first break. Okay, now let's go. Let's just see if we can hold on to this for a little bit. We were long that first break through 101, and it didn't work, so that caused us to go short, and then we went short, but now we finally, maybe it's not going up. We'll get out another piece at 90 there. And it's causing me some strife here because now it's starting to, I haven't even had a sip of my coffee yet. That's how busy it's been.
It's getting cold.
Swamped over here, Brendan. We're swamped with trades.
Well, that's unacceptable.
As we go. Yeah, so I'm just going to, honestly, I need to make a little bit of money back here. What's the matter?
No, come on, man.
You're swamped?
You know what
Of course I know what I mean. That's why I said it.
We got an inside joke. There's an inside joke.
Yeah, but okay. Just watching out for Meta here. If it takes down that $100.50, we can get out because we just got out of more than half of this move to the upside. But let's try to hold the rest in case this does go, man. Yeah, Down Detector says Facebook is down. That's a good one, Ashok, right there. Funny guy. I like that one. That's a funny guy right there, Ashok. Thanks for that comment. Made my day there a little bit there. Yeah, it's only down 22%. Down Detector should be reporting that.
Meta, I saw someone had a good one. Meta reverse,
Yes.
instead of metaverse, meta reverse. There,
I like that
I
one
think
too.
it was crap. It was like Seeking Alpha or someone. So credit to Seeking Alpha for having a good sense of humor on that. You have to sometimes. Well, I'll have a pretty decent sense of humor on this if it loses because at least I will have finally gotten into the trade on Boeing here. So I did get the. It's not really 141, it's 140.84, but essentially 141, giving it to the high of the day. Shopify still bouncing off of VWAP and attacking that high. So, you know, I like it. I don't know if I like it enough to just sort of throw caution to the wind and buy the middle. No, it's got to be off that 32. So higher low off 32, and I'll like a shot at Shopify here. Shot at Shopify here. We'll see if we can get it. Apple continues to go. I didn't really get that reload I was looking for yet. It's now 146.5, but you know, if this is a bit of a bottom in the market, then I think we have a chance to be seeing 147s at least. So I'm not really on the offer to take anything out of Apple. That's the one long I do like that isn't Mullen, so I got to hold on to something.
Yeah, market trying to come back a little bit here for us.
Boy.
Yeah, we actually, so when Meta wicked up there, we got $100.14 as one of our fills there. So yeah, there it is. That's what I was saying that first time when we broke 101. It looks like it did the same thing again, breaks and then comes right back down. So let's see if it can hold that high side, right? So there it is. Let's go. You know, we've taken, see, it doesn't want to get through 101. If it does and holds up there, then the next level is going to be 102. But for right now, it's trying to hold out here, Meta. We're long and we're only in the money 30 cents, but we did take some out there when we broke through 101. So we're not, you know, we're not fooling around with that trade. So all right, here we go, man. Meta upside, Brendan on deck.
There was a note on Boeing, guys. Back to the upside today. Huge move downside yesterday for Boeing. But China's Southern with a domestic flight, at least for the MAX plane once again today, seems to be helping this one. Boeing, as I said, just taking out that first high anyway on decent volume. Now 6% back higher.
Taking me out, and that's why you don't trade without the news. Don't never trade without Brendan. That's a simple thing. Like when a stock makes a reverse, just be like, "Yo, Brendan, there's something." And I usually do that. I'll type in the chat.
Yo.
I'm like, well, I don't actually say yo. We have a little chat. I type in the chat. I type the symbol, and I'm like, is there anything going on here? And he'll usually let us know pretty quickly, and then we'll pass it on to you guys. I said VWAP on Apple, and we just got there. So I was never able to add to this position, and I had to take the hit initially first on that long at the bottom on Apple. But 146 does give that clean move to the upside to give us that dollar. So we'll hit this one because we never use it enough. I don't know. I never use it ever.
Microsoft
I have no
and
idea what even
Netflix.
AMC is even doing these days. But there is one name on this pop to the upside that I still like the short of. And you can probably guess that it's Intel. So we're right back at that 27 level. So if it curls from here, then yes, I want to be adding back into some Intel. I'd probably only give it into this 10 range. This is my 3-minute chart. Like there's a lot of chop there in the pre-market and it had some support. So if it breaks out from like 10, 15, then I don't want to be holding on to it forever. But I do have to have something I like to re-engage the shorts on in case we do just make a bit of a false bounce here and then head back into the red. So Intel, you know, go back to what is working if you want to pick that or stick with that direction. And for me, that's obviously been Intel. Not a lot of the shorts have been. Google worked, but a lot of the other shorts weren't as successful. Like Intel at the top, Intel at the bottom, Intel everywhere. Shorts worked.
Yeah, I'm going to try to go some short here on shoot, man, we just missed it. Like, I was trying to go short on Netflix right there. I mean, this has been another name that, okay, so here, Meta's all the way back down again. This has been a name that's gone up and down here. We know we like Netflix. There we go. So we'll start the short here on Netflix and then see where it goes. But, all right, so Meta, good thing we got some out there. We're still going to watch out for this now for the Netflix. But Meta right there, we don't have many shares on Netflix. We were actually waiting for a little bit higher. It doesn't look like we're going to get that print right now, but Meta just dancing around. We're about to get out if it does take that level. We've already talked about that. And then there's the Netflix short. So we are waiting for some more up in near the 40s. So a little bit of a spike up there. We should be able to get some more Netflix. I keep saying Meta. Netflix. We are short now at 301.20. Maybe that comes back down in 302. Pretty clear for an out right there. So there it is. Now we're getting loaded up for, not loaded up, but now we have some more shares here on Netflix. So far so good. We're short at 301.34. Dip back down to $300.50 isn't horrible, so we'll put a bid down in and around here. Maybe we get a move down in case this market does respect that 50 period and start to go back down to the downside. But we are we are short a strong name right now, so this one could fail. But I just like it. We're looking for shorts there, and 302's been holding, so we'll see if that can hold out now. We're now in the money 40 cents, but it needs to print a little lower.
And guess what actually just finally got to the level I liked. It's at 142. And look, again, like it's the same thing as Apple, right? Like Apple broke that support level, so I had to get out of it, and then I get right back in the next level up, or when it reclaims that level. Well, this is a little bit different, but the same story. Like stop out there because it doesn't work for me on Boeing. But then when it gets to that 142 level, it breaks, goes to 142.16, and now you have a wick top through the level I like. And I'm now going to be short off of that high of the day. So, you know, it's just, it's a little bit of a story of like risk management as it goes in the money. I'll try to get some more to the downside here if I can. There we go. I'll throw my stop through that high of the day. And then if Boeing doesn't work, at least I followed my plan of action. If it pulls back from here with the market, then we've got ourselves at least a hopefully decent winner there. So Boeing, it's all about, sometimes it's about being patient. I did like the shot off that lower high, but this was a level that I came in this morning looking at 142. So I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I wasn't going to take the trade off this level.
Just so crazy. We shorted Netflix. We sitting there bidding 301.10, and it just stops right on us there. Like we're just trying to get something out for 30 or 40 cents before this blows to the upside. It doesn't want to fill me on the bid at all. So I don't know. Hopefully we do. See, watch. See, just stops at 11 right there, right? So I don't know, man. It's a lot of dark pool printing happening here. We're going to need Netflix to flush in order to get out. Like it's not dancing around here right now. It's not happening right now for me. So we're going to watch out for that. Meta does make a move back into the 90s. So let's take him. Okay, here we go. We just took another piece out there. We were close to getting stopped out again on Meta. So let's take one more piece out there. Remember, we're just bouncing around this 200 period right now. I still think we can get along here in Meta. But again, let's just take some more out. I mean, we haven't traded it well today, but you know, we'll hold on for a little bit of a long now, 30 cents in the money. We were short, and then before getting out there at 101, and we tried the 101 long. So this 101 has really been sort of disappointing trading for me here. And it looks like Netflix, no comment, man. I mean, we're flat on it, but I can't get filled on the bid, so it doesn't really matter. This thing needs to flush, or else we're going to get out here at 302. There's been no printing on the bid, man. It's all dark pool. There, see? Okay, finally, we'll hit a siren alert because we finally got filled, but it's still just all dark pools. That was an actual real order. Did you see? It was at 301.50, and I just got filled at 301.10. So finally, an order came in to sell Netflix. Hopefully, we can get some downside pressure here, but I'm not convinced still. That was Brendo again.
This was that Wolf speed we were talking about earlier, WOLF, if you missed it, down on a loss initially. There was actually a halt right out of the gate, but it has resumed back to the upside. Struggling at 90 right now, which was where it bounced aftermarket yesterday, but big move higher here, guys, for Wolf.
Yeah, it's like, this is one of these types of days, man. Like another wick top on Boeing. It might make a top here. I only ever like to take 3 swings at a level, and I feel like if it doesn't work, you just have to get out of it. And maybe I need to like, what I think needs to happen, because we're putting in a lower high on the ES, but it's still barely green. Like if it goes red, the NASDAQ's beneath resistance, but Boeing, you know, care more about the S&P 500 there. Like the NASDAQ's still right here, so like I really don't mind holding, you know, tech short, because you're still beneath that support level, that previous support level. But on the ES, like really, you're churning higher. You almost need to see weakness in the S&P 500 first, and then maybe take another stab at Boeing, because it's really just going counter trend on me. Oh, I got to watch out for Mullen here, because I do still have some shares of Mullen, and it broke VWAP, put in a lower high, and is now right back down here. So as I said, I'm not really reloading on Mullen. It's worked, but I should be taking some more shares out here in front of VWAP. Like if it's not going to break out, the next thing I would have expected is a test of 57, and then maybe you get the breakout that you're looking for. That has not been the case here on Mullen. So yes, winning trade, but no, not quite what I'm looking for in terms of follow-through on MULN. I want to check back in because I know a lot of people are watching Tesla. As the market is ES,
Did
NASDAQ
that even break
bouncing to the upside. Tesla's still showing some signs of weakness. Okay. So I'm not even back thinking longs in Tesla at this point because it's showing weakness. And then Google close to that 94 for re-entry. I love that 94 level on Alphabet.
Okay, see ya. So we did get one fill there, but not more. And then there's the rip to the upside there for Netflix. Wow, we should have gone long Netflix. This market is really, really getting spicy here. All right, let's watch out. I mean, my Meta trade is still there. That's not actually, Meta's actually not moving right now. So again, it feels like it's basing out. So I don't even have any offers. Hopefully we can get an upsides move here and hold this 101. Seems like we may have based out there at $100.50. So what is my stop order for? I just got to make sure I have the right amount of shares there if it does break. So there it is. Finally, the move to the upside here on Meta. Let's capture a piece at 40 if we can. Hopefully we can. That's me at 40. There it is right there. So nice little out there. So far so good. We're now on the money $1 on Meta. So finally, guys, we're starting to get some movement up on this side of things with META. Nicely done. $1 in the money now. So yes, get a little bit of revenge on this one. Still not enough though. We need more. Yeah, Netflix is at the high of the day. I'm not getting that irritated, Dr. Crusher. To be honest with you, everything is fine. I wish I just would have had this at the bottom. That's all. So I'm getting a little bit frustrated with my trading today. Just too focused on names when there's been so many good opportunities like that Netflix down to $295. That was a huge buy. AMDs were buys down there, and I just got too excited too early. But that's fine. Our net is completely fine. We are net negative right now, but I think we can get that figured out. What's up, Brendan?
A nice note for AMC and IMAX. IMAX not really a day trading stock, but AMC back to the upside today, 2% here. So far, decent volume coming back into this one. Here's IMAX as well, positive on the day, but as I said, not really a lot of volume. Both are expanding their partnership that was announced earlier in the year for 6 new state-of-the-art IMAX theaters, guys, for AMC.
Yeah, now it's a more convincing bottom that I'm seeing. I joked about AMC. I hit that AMC graphic. I didn't actually realize it was making a strong move to the upside, so I'm kind of kicking myself for that. Someone in the chat just asked about the banks for strength.
61.50.
Yeah, they've been green pretty much the entire day, but as the last move in the market is happening to the upside, I'm not seeing JP Morgan, which was relatively strong all morning. It's not really going with it. So I don't know, it's a little bit strange to me. The only thing it's still holding beneath resistance is Alphabet that I can see. I checked back in on Amazon. Remember Amazon reporting aftermarket today, back above that 113. So this looks like if we're gonna turn around this way in the market, we're back up at that high. As we hold and break out, Amazon's back above support. So I like it above that support level if it can manage to hold above it. Still, Intel going to hang on to, and then here is Alphabet, and that 94. I got to go show you what 94 looks like on the 15-minute chart. This is that big level.
God.
Beneath this, Amazon is still short. Sorry, Google is still short beneath here. That's the only level I liked on Google was this 94 level. So it's the only thing I want to roll back over into on shorts in this pop.
Oh God, I just saying to myself here because I was like, okay, we'll see about this pop. Netflix, or sorry, not Netflix. Meta's there we go. Just got out of it. Meta was ripping there. Meta's now Meta was up to 101, almost 102. There actually it's still at 102 right now. So that's going to be a good trade. But there's AMD just came out. Let's just see if that is the true bottom. There we'll take another short, or sorry, the true top. 61.60. We'll get out here again for AMD. It's been a little bit of a downward trajectory here for me on AMD. We haven't really done too well on it. We did go long there before messing around with it here, and then eventually getting out, what seems to be the bottom. And then this short rate now went right up. I don't know why we got ticked out there because it didn't break VWAP, but maybe it came close enough, 61.54. So we'll see if it can test that one more time. But again, we didn't mean, and again, it doesn't matter. If you get out, you get out, but we got to try to respect some of these levels. So there it is right now, taking out VWAP. We'll give it a little bit more run than that, but it's a nice move back for the market. Normally we'd be long in this, which is why I am, frustrated in this move. But here we go. Let's just see. Maybe we fail, but we probably want to test again 11,500. Like, look at this, move down, then move right back up. So yeah, a little frustrating. There has been some great trading opportunities. Little distracted early on a name like Twitter. So I did feel like I missed some opportunity. Twitter's still a great play for me, but I haven't traded that in a bit. So, all right, let's just keep on watching this AMD. It just rejected off VWAP again. So important level. Maybe we do get some downside pressure here.
So a bit of kind of a turn happening in Apple. I got out of Apple way too soon. This is when I was thinking bear on the market, right? It ends up blasting through VWAP. So I'm going to look for, we got an obvious bottom here. And if we can hold VWAP, then you basically made a V-shaped bottom. You've got a pretty key level at 146 beneath it. You hold a higher low, buy dip, and then look for the breakout, but fade into the breakout to hopefully get a better price there. Alphabet's still holding 94, so that one looks pretty solid. But I don't want to ignore what's going on in some of these other names that are really flying. Boeing is actually holding that high now. So the market got all the way to the top. Boeing did not break any further. This is showing some signs of slowdown. Shopify, which has been an absolute beast.
People have talked about that.
No, yeah, so it broke 34, but not really following through much. So the 35, I still think is a reasonable line in the sand for Shopify. And then Tesla was the other one. Like, I started out with longs on Tesla. Market gets back to the top, and Tesla, again, lower high. So, as much as I don't mind, I don't mind Apple. I like what I see in Apple up there, but I'm not really liking what I see over there in Tesla. Like, for me, Google's starting to work back to the downside. Tesla's not working. I don't think it's a long just yet in Tesla. Maybe off of those lows, it could make some sense. So, the one that I did reload over here was off that 94 on Google, but I will be covering some in front of VWAP. 93.50 was support before. If it turns into it again, I'm going to respect that. Is it 10:20 already?
Almost.
And time for the small cap recap.
Let's do this.
Busy morning, guys. Let's jump into small cap land once again with earnings season, typical for an earnings season. Small caps typically take a back seat. Here's a few, though, that we're moving around this morning. VIEW just halted to the downside, was up this morning on what appeared to just be a debt raise, $200 million debt raise in senior notes. Might have just hit the market there. 140 now downside on a halt for VIEW. Epics from yesterday had an epic run up to $5, was struggling with that a couple times early on in the pre-market. Really wanted to move off the open up to that point to get short, but looking like it might roll over here. Maybe worth a shot, actually. 445 on support was pre-market support anyways for EPIX. Guys, back to you.
I remember you. I knew there were small caps were trading. Epics is the one where I was trading in the afternoon show yesterday. It was pretty solid, but then I said, I just got to wait for tomorrow because we have to be flat at the end of every single day as day traders, so it's not like we can hold things overnight. Man, if we could hold things overnight, any of those longs in Twitter would have been obviously fantastic.
Yeah, those are obvious.
On the way down to VWAP, we're not even getting down to VWAP on Alphabet here. So looks like that curl. If we're going to make essentially a higher low off that 93.50 and then go sideways, and you're setting up a 94 break, and if that's what's happening, then I got to make sure I'm taking profit inside. Can't ignore the strength that you're seeing in the market when you do see it. So I'm not going to do it as good as Alphabet was earlier. I'm just not seeing that again today. Still seeing weakness in Mullen. I do not want this to roll over on me. I ignored higher lows and was sort of averaging into this on the upside. Not going to do that. If we break down below 54, I am out of Mullen. I give up. If I don't give up, I'll probably buy the dip at 50 cents. But this 52 bounce, not really following through for me. So I'm going to tighten the stop up to 54 here and not turn a winning trade into a losing trade. Just not really seeing the follow through. And if there's other names that are moving, then you got to go over to those other names. Even if it ends up working out, it's just not giving me the trade that I was looking for, unfortunately, there on Mullen. And checking back in on Apple, it doesn't even want to give me that dip into VWAP. It's consolidating off of 148. I'm trying to be patient. Going to move my bids up a little bit just in case it does come down to 147. I do like this for the long, but it's setting up a consolidation break right here instead of the dip buy.
All right, we have a new trade alert here, but you might not want to follow them. I haven't been killing it yet today. But I mean, Meta's okay, man. Meta's $1.50 in the money. Pretty happy with that play, to be honest with you. So yeah, we'll take back some of that. Meta's been good. But here's PayPal. So PayPal's a new. We got stopped out of our AMD. That's the one that's really starting to not starting to. It already has got me upset. All right, so there you go. 89.20. We said we'd trade less emotional, so that's what we're doing. We're just moving on to a different stock and trying to play that game. We remember yesterday that PayPal. We thought it was going to be strong off some of these levels, and that didn't happen. So we'll short it here against this high, 89.50, right? So that's a good level for us. We like trading off 50s and things like that. So we'll watch out for PayPal here against that 89.50. And again, I don't feel like this. I feel like this is a good trade. Like we just took advantage of it, took out 10% on the way down. We'll see if it can hold and break 89, then take out some more down here, and then maybe we get a lower move. The reason why it was, I don't know if we can zoom out enough here, but there it is yesterday. That's that 89.50 level again. It also goes back to the pre-market. If you take it a little bit higher, it's 89.80 right there for a level, but I'm going to try to just make it as simple as I can right now and just short here early and then watch out for that 89.60 level. So hopefully that can pay out right now for us. All right, Meta's now $1.70 in the money and starting to go higher now. So yeah, there's a nice little tick up to 102.40. Let's put an offer there. I mean, if we can get that, I think we're doing pretty good. Meta definitely 80 million shares today. Big time movement off the open. So I did expect a bounce, right? We actually only talked about a long here on our sticky note. We said we would this is why I'm frustrated. All right, there it is. Let's go, man. That's a good trade for us, man. We just took $1.90 there on that fill for Meta. So this is the frustrating part is that we talked about a flush early on this name, and then it would base out. It's literally word for word what it says on here. Look for a bottom, then reverse into a long. Not only that, guys, on here, look. Oh man, it's just so frustrating. I'm going to show you it, and then we'll move off of it quickly. But this is what I'm talking about, right? It's like that's what I'm saying. I got distracted. Give it 10 to 15 minutes. Is like literally almost like we're boiling eggs or something here. We talked about that. Give it 10 or 15 minutes. That's the bottoms right here, 98.50. It made it at the 10-minute mark and then started to go all the way upside. But if you gave it 15 minutes, then you'd be long at 99.50. Still a good trade. We're almost out of it, but there it goes to the upside. PayPal has come all the way back. Well, actually not really. It did come back, then it just fell down a little bit again here. Let's see if we can break 89 to the downside, but that's where my frustration comes from today, to be negative on a stock that we sort of knew we were going to go long on, but just couldn't hold it out for long enough. So, all right, that's trading. Welcome to the jungle, guys.
Yeah, I just whined and complained about Mullen, and then it popped through VWAP 55. So I just got some out there on that last little pop of Mullen, but I want to go to Microsoft here first because first things first, I can show you popping VWAP. You guys know what that looks like. But 230 here on Microsoft, that was the bottom break. It didn't have that. I had Alphabet 94 instead. But now you're consolidating for a 230 potential break to the upside right when we're at highs on the ES and NASDAQ, not quite there. Like anything else, it's relatively weak. If it holds below, I think there's some shorts to be had. But this starts going, then it's going to start to take some other names with it here. First things first, if I can risk 25 to 30 cents, I'm going to do it off of a key level. I did like this for a breakdown. I just wasn't over at that stock at the open. There was too many other things to look at, and you have to prioritize when you're trading the market. Like you cannot have 7 or 8 stocks. I mean, 3, 4 usually at the open at the absolute most. And this was one that I just happened to not have the orders out on. So it was a missed opportunity at that initial trade, but I'm now back to that level. If we break down from here, I've got 2 names I think are relatively weak. But look, if 94 goes upside on Alphabet, I'm gone. If 230 goes upside on Microsoft, I'm gone. It's a limited amount of risk, or I should say a defined amount of risk. Always want to have a defined amount of risk with these trades. As I say that, there is Microsoft. Didn't get the reversal. Did I even set that up? There we go. I'm going to get on the bid here because I thought I had that set to reverse, but I didn't. But Microsoft now reversing. Now you're through that support level. Risk that 30 cents in case it goes to the upside, in case it goes to the downside. But now you're headed up. I think it could be jailbreak on everything in the market. And I'm sitting here with my Apple gone, and it's still actually holding 148s. I'm sitting there with my longs at the bottom, pretty much all out of there. But I'm going to buy dips on Apple at least. I did just now get into Microsoft on the way back, so the 230 long. I am into Microsoft now, but I kind of feel like I should have gotten like 01s, 02s, 03s. I'm now paying up to 17 because I caught it on the way back in.
All right, so PayPal did break, but we went back in it there. It broke higher through 70, so that sucks. And again, these are just, this is what I'm saying today, man. A little bit frustrating. There goes PayPal to back to the downside. We'll see if we can catch that as well. Back down, there it is. Okay, so see, like it breaks, and then I go short, and then it fills me again. Oh, just frustrating because we've had this today. We haven't, like, it's not like we've traded poorly here. It's just we've sort of not captured profit when they've been there. Like this was 20 cents in the money, then we wind up losing that 20 cents, and then right now we just took we were short 53 there. We just got out at 40. So another opportunity to take a little bit more money, but we're just kind of getting greedy on that. The good thing is Meta, at least we got a decent fill up there as we're almost out. This may be starting to turn around right now, but again, a little distracted, not really following the NASDAQ too much now as we've gone top to bottom on that, right? So, that's why I'm looking for shorts up here, but I guess we're going to have to wait a little bit longer. Meta's pulling back nicely here too. So if that's going to be part of your concerns, guys.
Well, Google
Meta
just had
pulling
a
back.
top.
Did Google just top out?
So Google just stopped out the 94. Got like pennies above and is now sort of holding forth. Like, yeah, you know what? I feel like I'm diddling a little bit too much if I just jump right back into it. I can be somewhat patient with that trade and then wait for it a little bit. NVIDIA, I just want to quickly show NVIDIA. There was a decent bounce off 33s and then it broke to the downside. But look at the bottom. It just kind of randomly threw that 131 in there, but it's holding a higher low. If I look at weak relative strength in the space, Marvell was the other one that I liked, and it was go to the higher time frame here. It was breaking out at 41.5. You're now sort of failing at that same breakout price. So this one holding above this 41.50 just sets up a little better. But that's a stock that doesn't usually do a ton of volume. That's why I've been waiting for it to open and give me a sense of the range. Now you're going to be holding above that breakout support on Marvell. Like it a little bit better if we can make that channel. And then Shopify, I keep coming back to Shopify because it keeps coming close to $35. 35 is about the only price that I'm looking for a potential reverse on Shopify. You look at the last time it got here and it had wick tops on the daily through to said 35 level. I did miss the long at the open because I wanted to buy the dip instead of just take the top end break on Shopify. But now I have to look for that top at 35. And Mobileye hasn't really gotten to that 30 level, but it is showing some signs of rejection. I think this stock eventually is going to be headed down toward at least that that 26 open price, or maybe even the low 20s. Some strength today, down 2%, but that 30 level, not really seeing it. It's got a 29 top. I'll probably start shorting this one off of the 29. I have paid for the locates here, but even the spread, 20 to 25 cent spread on this, really light volume on Mobileye. So be careful with stop orders on a stock like this. There's going to be some slippage.
Meta coming to VWAP, yeah. I see what you guys are saying here. We are obviously on Meta right now and looking at it. So PayPal did come right back into our low 40s again. We didn't take it, so now we're trying to take it now. It's just so crazy that we're not being able to get anything on this name, but there it is. PayPal, hopefully it can come back in a little bit as this market looks to top out. I mean, we were looking at that 11,500 coming through again for that, so maybe that's something there to play off of, but right now that's what we're looking at here is going to be a PayPal into that short, playing off 89.70 right now. So my mind is just going everywhere right now. I'm watching that Meta, watching that Netflix up to 304. That name just continues to make moves too. So yeah, big time movement here for a lot of these names. So yeah, let's just keep on going, man. It's been a good day so far for us. Not great, but a lot of names moving. We talked about scalping in and out of that Twitter. I think that's been a good trade for anybody that's done that as well. So yeah, all right, let's go, guys. Over to Meta's still only $1 in the money. Over to Brendan now with a crypto update.
It's been a good week for crypto markets, guys. We're holding top end of the range after a couple of days back to the upside. We get this GDP number this morning that comes in better than expected, 2.6% in the third quarter, in fact, for U.S. GDP, gross domestic product. Which was better than expected, as we mentioned. So Bitcoin holding top end of the range. This is an hourly chart, so go back a couple of days on the BTC chart. You get the initial move yesterday. We get a follow through. So we're back to 20,500, holding nicely as we get an uptick currently on the hourly chart, up to 20,750. The big board here from Binance, shout out to them once again, BTC and Ethereum, both red on the day, but only just. back above, in fact, 20,500, 1563 right now for Ethereum. Positive top to bottom otherwise, including, yeah, there goes Doge again, 16.5% today for Dogecoin, guys.
Of course it is.
16 and a
That's
half.
the other thing.
We
Like,
knew about that.
Yeah, it's like every single time Twitter would make a bounce to the upside, you'd see Dogecoin. If you don't know the relationship, the official cryptocurrency of
We
the
don't
new
know.
Twitter. Well, it's just that's the
It's
concept
because of
behind it.
Elon, yeah.
Yeah, that's the concept behind it. I'm back in Alphabet because it keeps failing that 94 level to the short side.
that
Watch
where
it make
Alphabet
another wick top there, but not Alphabet. But yeah, I'm not looking gift horses in the mouth for these longs because that 230 break on Microsoft, it got up to like the half, and then I took some out. Like, here's what's happening to the U.S. dollar, like dollar yen, which is what I'm tracking. You're seeing it just sort of trend back on the 15-minute. It's still falling here, right? So I'm seeing that fall, and it's like, okay, well then why aren't we really, why aren't we continuing this rally? We're still at those lows. The ES is now broken the top. Like, it's breaking the top on the ES. The NASDAQ is trying to chew through the top. The US dollar is falling, and I'm not really seeing the type of buying I would have expected to happen to get through some of these highs. I look over what's going on in Apple. It's because Apple's not breaking this channel. As a matter of fact, why would I be at VWAP when I should be in the bottom of this channel if I like the long? And then you go over to Amazon as well, and look at the channel Amazon's making. Like, 114 is just got an iceberg order on Amazon. So it's like, why aren't we going anywhere? Because these big names are just holding these lower highs, and it's almost like you need them to either break out, wait for the breakout, or if it decides to dip back down, you like the longs, be patient with it, because otherwise you're just getting thrown around here. Like, I like Amazon above that 113 level. It just can't break. Someone's selling the crap load of this at 114 here as we're seeing dollar weakness and the market's breaking out. So patience is a virtue. Microsoft is working, so I'll hold on to that. And then Alphabet, it's actually not holding above 94. So if this is going to be, this is the one. Like, that's the key level. I'll keep shorting this level until it tells me that it's wrong. And it hasn't really told me that this one's wrong just yet. So I don't know who's dumping Amazon shares at 114 and is dumping Apple shares at resistance right now, but I can't ignore the fact that it is happening. So I can't chase the longs up here. Just can't do it.
No, I'm trying to get, so Amazon, yeah, good, thanks for mentioning Amazon. I don't know, we'll see. Hopefully it's thanks for mentioning it, we can make some money on it. But yeah, for right now, we're gonna wait to see what happens here. All right, so I just shorted Amazon there. I do like that call for the short on Amazon, but right now, just watching out for where this could go. Back down here, so that is the bottom, has been 64. So AMZN right now, looking to, let's put a bid there, maybe. What am I short at? 88? Okay. Let's see if we get something down there. I said 64. Let's put a 66. There it is. We'll capture some 74s there. That bottom is 64. So we'll wait to see if that's coming into play. PayPal finally starting to go back down. We did short that, so let's take advantage, please, and thank you off of that. We just got a 45 fill. We'll see if that one wants to print us a little bit lower. So all good here as we seek a little bit of revenge on PayPal there. It went back into that short, so now we're printing a little bit. We'll punch out some more. Now we'll wait for the downside move here on that name. Amazon now printing as well, so all good on that as we go forward. So yeah, so far so good here today on some of these trades. We just need to, like I said, focus, get back in on this, make sure that that's right. We did know that we wanted to short Amazon. Thanks for you guys and Neil for talking about that as the market does pull back down in. I feel like Amazon, and again, we're short it. Now it's nice. Yes, we just got a 61 right there. So finally, some nice trades happening for me. But yeah, again, off of that level, barcoded a little bit right there. So there it is. Meta, it fell back in. We were very light on this position. We talked about that when we took that out right there. Oh man, now I got to clean up that wick. I thought we had these wicks kind of figured out there. $10.31. I got to figure, or sorry, 10:31 time. We have that wick up to 112. I'm going to get out of that, but right there, nice out at 102.38. Looking to pick some more up, but it needs to come back down to this $100 mark.
And just a couple things. One, I'm now into Shopify. It's now twice tested 34.50, so I'll start in here for half, and if it gets to 35, it has to fail 35 to get the other half in there. If I'm going to end up taking it, look, it has to show me some failure at that higher level. I don't want, look, there's a lot to watch, but Ford, I said if Ford got up here, and it's not like a 13 is nice, but I just put this in the chat because someone mentioned Ford's at the double top 13. It has broken 13 in the last couple of days. Like each time it's gotten here, we've made a break. It's at 1303, so it did make the break and it's putting in a higher low. But I would just want to acknowledge, because every time I take a trade like this off of that high, a lot of times the out is to the high of the day, which you might think is at 03s. I think you're giving it to at least this 1307 high. So yes, I like the reversal on Ford, and I was waiting for it to fail 13 even. But I think I'm giving it to that 106 or 1306. Shopify, which I just got into, I guess the market turned around there. Like whoever was selling those tops, the only reason I pointed that out is the market's not following through if somebody is dumping Apple and Amazon at those levels. That's 20% of the NASDAQ is those two stocks. Like we're not following through on a breakout without those things happening. So yeah, I'm seeing dollar weakness, but you're not going anywhere without those two things. Well, I mean it's possible, but you're not really. So I was looking for some places to go short. I liked Shopify. I liked Ford. I didn't get into Ford just there, but I was able to get into some Shopify. So we'll take these. If this falls, I think it's going to VWAP, and I don't know how much further it can fall through past that. I'm already in Alphabet. That's continuing to show weakness. So we'll see what happens there. And yes, I am still in Mullen. And yes, Mullen is now up at that 57. So I got complacent here and took some out at 54. That sucks. I then took some out at VWAP. And now it's got a wick top through resistance at 57. I generally short wick tops, so when I see that kind of a setup, I'm going to take some more shares out of Mullen. It's weird. Of all the stocks to have been the clearest dip buy, if you had told me it was going to be Mullen off of yesterday's support, I'd been like, yeah, I'll probably take the trade, but there's no way that's the cleanest trade in the world. That actually doesn't make sense. Yet it's true. That's one of the days. It's the kind of day it's been today. So it is what it is. I like saying that saying because sometimes it's just true. Mullen with a clear upward trend. It's like I like Shopify long, but I don't actually have the long. Mullen, it gives you everything you want. It's like, whatever. It's just that's how the market can be sometimes. Shop now pulling back in. I didn't go back over to Boeing. I probably could have done that. And now I'm into Ford. So the thing about Ford, it's a $13 stock. So I'm going to be passively usually offering it. Like I'm not going to be hitting bids or anything like that. So passive offer and wait to get filled, because if you're trying to take 10, 15 cent wins, then that 1 cent sometimes actually matters to you when you're working into position.
Yep, good call. Okay, so, I mean, finally, man, let's spin it for the first time today because now we're starting to make some real money. Right now, $1 in the money for Amazon as that's starting to go to the downside. So that turns out to have been a decent look there for me. So far, so good on that play. That is that. And then what's the other one there? PayPal. Finally, we did get a bid there right down low. So that's turning out to be a great little find down there for PayPal down there at 89 flat. So we did hit that one as well to the downside. So it was a good trade there for me on PYPL to the downside. Got picked out there at 89 flat. So Amazon is breaking 113 now, lower. So so far so good on all of that. But we can't hesitate because it's Sector Watch right now with Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, still a green board to show you and a green day, thankfully, for the market for the most part outside of the NASDAQ. Here we go. The S&P 0.38 to the upside right now. Outside of, there it is, Meta, huge red today, 21.2 still downside. ALGN, this WST, notable downside moves as well, 13.5% for each off of earnings in the healthcare group. The rest of the board, pretty positive. We talked about very briefly Now, ServiceNow, NOW up almost 14% off of earnings. That's Caterpillar still holding on to almost a 10% gain. As I mentioned, you don't see moves like that from CAT very often. Boeing, a nice bounce back as well. On that note from China Southern, going to use the 737 MAX on a domestic flight that was scheduled today. Consumer discretionary names down here are still pretty strong, including some of the retailers, consumer services, and durable goods, all back to the upside. Banks back to the upside. A lot of people talking about strength in banks today. Energy names back higher there. I did see there was a move on the inventory number, but it wasn't a huge one for crude oil. Back to the downside a little bit, but still a lot of strength from energy stock. Guys, still holding on to positive territory, 0.36 right now for the S&P.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So the market now we're starting to come back in there. I just got my first fill on Shopify, but I didn't want to jump over because you mentioned Caterpillar, 10% to the upside. So like the second the show is over, I'm just gonna I'm actually gonna offer my personal account somewhere up in the 220s, just to trim a little bit here. I just feel like it makes some sense. What an unbelievable move for Caterpillar. I love you. Double top at 217. I don't know if I'm going to be trading it, but Shopify starting to curl a little bit. I did just get some out there. Ford starting to move into. I didn't get more of Ford because I was waiting more in front of 13. So I actually don't have the full fill. I will get bids out in front of VWAP on this. Remember, this is a relatively strong stock that's double bottomed and had. I didn't think it was that bad of a report. Obviously, they took that charge, which, it's going to happen to you, but I like the fact that they just bite the bullet there. But it is still a strong-looking stock with a bull flag. So when I see that happen, I am covering a bunch in front of VWAP almost every single time on that setup, even if I think it can't get to lows. I'll hold a piece for those lows. I'm back into Intel because it's back below $27 because the shorts are starting to come in. And Super SPAC, man, I haven't even traded or looked at RCL or CCL. I will. Thank you, G-Trader.
G-Trader.
Member for 4 months there. He's got a nice message. I like that. I
G.
feel you today. I've been wrong all morning, but I'm okay with my stops. That's the key thing. You can get hit. You can get hit all day long. You can be wrong more than you're right. But as long as you have your outs, as long as you have your stops, like I look back and it's like, remember I like Tesla? Right? Like I like the Tesla structured long for potential breakout. No, man, didn't work. But I could still be in it $4 ago. Right? And then that would be abject disaster, and I'd be kicking myself. But you have to be able to accept sometimes when you make the mistake, or or you're just wrong. It's not even a mistake. It's just being wrong. That's the cost of doing business. A mistake is when you don't take the trade you want or don't adhere to your stop, and then all of a sudden you're losing more than you need to. Like that's a mistake.
Yes.
Just losing on a trade. Like if you don't lose on in trades, then you're not making any trades, and you're not getting anywhere. Anybody that tells you they don't lose on trades is lying to you or cheating. That's the only way to do it. Like you could be lying, but the people that make money every single day, like algos at 99.9% win rate, it's because they have an edge that is what it is. I'll leave it at that.
Yes, I agree. I just
It's true.
What's
It's
my
true.
wife saying? Okay. Sorry about that. I missed her chat there. She wanted me to call her. Sorry, missed that. Okay. I don't know. I have to see when she wrote it. All right. Look.
Hopefully good. I mean,
Yeah, it's fine. Look at this, man. Big time movement to the downside here on Amazon. We are really, really starting to bank out on that one. Amazon can go into the gates of hell. When that earnings report comes, you're going to watch out for that fire coming through. And then there's Amazon. And then look at PayPal as well. Yes, sir. Finally, man. PayPal, like this has been a nice move. Now back down to the downside here. You're gonna see me still in Meta. I'm really just chilling. Oh, I didn't even adjust that wick yet. All right, 1031. Let me just get rid of that quickly here for you because I want to see what this looks like. So I'll just put 102. It just that we can edit our charts, right? So there it goes. Now it's fixed up, and the lines look a little bit better. So we're getting close to that 101 again here. So this is going to be a level, 100 to get long. We've talked about that we like that sort of a level right there. Why is Amazon bouncing off for any sort of reason there? Wick bottom, no, so that's okay. PayPal, yeah, this is probably, let's put some bids here, a little bit more on PayPal to the downside. Look, if it keeps on going, that's great, but we are sort of bouncing off. Let's just put one at, I was going to say at 79, but let's go to 77. Why not? Right there as it's bouncing off 80. That bottom right there is 72. It did wick down there and then bounce back up. So, yeah, we are noticing that maybe something's fun. There it goes. Okay, good. So, yeah.
Oh my God.
Nice trade there on PayPal. We're now in the money, 83 cents on PayPal, $1.50 in the money on Amazon. So that's a good one as the bear market is now come in. So let's see what happens here for the rest of the day, but it's definitely fading out here. It sucks, man. We lost too much money on AMD today. The meta trade is fine. I'm fine with that. AMD, we went short initially. It did rip against us about 50 cents. We got out. We got out for about a 20 or 30 cent hit. It did go another 50 cents and now is trying to baseline again. So I don't know. I'm not ready to do anything yet. I know there's only 15 minutes left, but this market is just sort of bouncing right here. Maybe we just wicked bottom there a little bit on the market. So maybe it is time to go long. And like I said, AMD's been really strong today. So if there is a long, I'm going to find one in AMD, I feel like.
And just to recap, just to go back to a name that's moving, Mullen's still going up, but there are now some stacked offers, 200,000 at 57.9, 100,000 at 58. Those are at those pre-market highs. So, call me a sucker if it goes higher. I'm getting out of it. I just feel like, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. It doesn't make sense to do so. The trades that we just put on, Shopify continues to go down. Intel, I got one fill as it tested 90s. But you're now at VWAP, so I took the second leg out on Ford. It gets to 70s and then 60s and then 50s. I'll be legging out of this. As the market pulls back in, however, just going to quickly pull up the ES, zoom out for a little bit of context. Like you held support on the S&P 500, at least the short-term one where we broke out from just a couple of days ago, and now you're sort of at the middle. So if you catch a bounce here, this is why trim, take profit out as a day trader. If you catch a bottom or a higher low, then you can retest some of those highs. A bit of a decision point. So if you haven't, if you're scalping and you haven't taken profit on a good short, this is a pretty good area to do it, at least when you look at the market there. Alphabet is sort of the same thing, although I did not get just filled there. So I'm going to adjust because Alphabet just, every single time it breaks 93.50, it doesn't really do it with any gusto. So I'm going to get some shares out as I just talked about it on Alphabet. Pretty much the same place we did earlier on in the day. That's been a pretty clean short to that downside. I already talked about Shopify. I want to go back to Boeing because I haven't recapped it. Just because I'm not in it doesn't mean I shouldn't be talking about it. It's just not clean through that 142 level. It is rejecting it, but it'll pull back and then just regain that 142. I think I want to be very patient trading off of this level. I needed to run away from here instead of looking at that line in the sand that I had from yesterday, because clearly, like, there's a decision point happening on a Boeing, but it's not clean at all. And getting wicked out for like 30, 40 cents at a time, it's not going to be worth it. If I get back into Boeing, it's because it makes a big move off this level.
Yeah, I like it. I like that Boeing trade. Okay, so right now, Boeing's been crazy. We talked about that the last couple of days. They had earnings there, and then yesterday was nuts. Twitter's been pretty good, back and forth there, 53, 50, up to 54 again. If you guys, I haven't been trading it. I know Neil has, and I'm sure the guys behind us are up a lot on that one, so that's good for that. But I've sort of left it alone because I've been I said to Neil, I've been too distracted with it, and I've missed some opportunities. But I feel like the best opportunities have been Twitter, so I'm fine with it. I'm not really trading it, so that kind of sucks. All right, AMD there. So we did pick some bottoms. Well, I don't know if we did or not, but we're using those wicks there. Went down to 66666, right? So 60, 666 a couple times there, right there again, and right there again. So 3 times the charm. We'll try it. We took out 30% for 10 cents because we're long at 86. Want to take something out. Obviously, we noticed that 61 was possible resistance as well. We'll average into it now that we've gotten some out, but we're still going to try to respect that bottom of 660 right there. So a spot of concern, not of concern, but where we're going to get out if it does go back down. And then I did have an offer at 99, but let's see if it can go higher than that. Let's target these areas here in case the market does rip. 60, let's just go right here, 61.25. Let's put an offer there. Maybe it rips up, maybe it doesn't, but 61 and change. We'll wait for that, and we'll see if we can get it. We got to be a little bit more. That's the one thing that I was talking about, noticing for myself, right? Trying to be a little bit more aggressive on our holds. So we're only out of, like I said, 30% as it starts to rip up a little bit. And look what happens. There we go. I just got an 03 out. Like I said, I'd hold for what, 20s? It goes to 03, and I'm like, I'll take some. But that's just another 10% out, so I'm fine with it. Let's see what happens now. We're battling back a lot right now today, so really happy with what's been happening here. Hopefully you guys can see some of these trades that we've been doing. Amazon really paid us out, man, to that downside, and so did PayPal. We made back what we lost on that, but those are some good trades there, holding for that move down. And then now we seek a little bit of revenge here as AMD's trying to go back up to the upside as well.
Yeah, on that little VWAP bounce, or bounce in the futures there, and VWAP bouncing forward, I took some more out there. But I see a lot of discussion about Mullen, and all I will say is, look, keep things in perspective. I keep showing like a 3-minute chart, but look at the 15-minute chart. The real support's way down here, 10 cents, or like 20% below. And then if it breaks out, there's room to go higher. So I get it. That you could be holding out for up here. I'm getting out because if it's a breakout through 59 up to 65, that's another 10% style trade you can make. So I want to get out here, and if it fails off the top, then I'm not exposed to that, and I can look for a shorting opportunity as a day trader. Brendan, it is 10:50. How's the U.S. dollar doing?
Hey guys, yeah, strong today, back to the upside for not only the dollar. I just noticed some of the treasuries on a bounce right now as well, back to the upside. Here we go. This is a look at what's happening right now. I'll get to this in a sec, but 0.28 for the US dollar, 110 right on the nose so far this morning. The euro, flirting with parity right now, 0.8 to the downside. Wild action this morning. If you missed it, the ECB goes 75 basis points as expected. They were, however, a little more dovish on the talk that followed. Christine Lagarde in her press conference, a little more dovish than the last one, at least on what is to come going forward. So that did cause a little bit of a bounce back to the upside initially. We are heading southbound right now for the euro. Canadian dollar, 0.25%, 74 coming into play versus the US dollar once again. Very mixed board though, but otherwise back and forth right across the entire thing here. Ripple strong, ETH strong, Bitcoin back downside, guys. Back to you.
All right.
Yes, sir. Crypto. We haven't talked enough about crypto, but I'm now out of Mullen. I sort of gave maybe the case of why I wanted to get out of it. So if it breaks that top, congratulations to everybody. But what could take out the top as well? I mean, I got Shopify back in off of that high, 34.5, current high of the day. Was able to get some out inside the channel, then look for VWAP for the rest. It's going to make a run at this top. It looks like it's going to do so. At this point, the market is making a higher low. So the alter to my plan is before I was willing, when the market looked like it was at that top and rejecting it, I was willing to give it through the high if the market held the high and then add to it if it failed 35. But essentially you're retesting the high when the market has already pulled back. That's way too much relative strength. I don't want to be adding to a position in that particular case. In this case, I will just stop out at the high of the day instead of adding. Shops up 18% and clearly just continuing to go up. It's not the same thing as Ford, which is sort of off that bottom, off that top. Intel, which is relatively weak. I mean, Shopify is up 18%. No need to average into it.
We missed that reload on AMD though, guys. Give me some sevens. Yes, there it is. Okay, so we just got some sevens there. We did miss that reload. We were at 75. This is just the luck I'm having today, but that's part of trading. Sometimes we have it, sometimes we don't. 78 it went to. We were at 75 for a big reload because we were against that bottom, right? So let's take some more out. Hey, man, if it comes back in, we're going to be there for it. So all good on that front. But yeah, so far, a little bit tipsy-turvy there on AMD, missing a couple fills that I feel like I should have got. And just like I said, little bit rough today off some of that morning, though. I just not happy missing that meta. But we've been fine, man. We're going to be positive here in a couple minutes, so that's going to be a good trade for us. Amazon was good. PayPal has come back. Probably going to short that again if we can get up here. We're just talking, like I'm talking a little bit quicker here because we're getting close now to closing it out. And I haven't even had, like, I've had one coffee and I just noticed that this Randy one is half now because it got too cold on me right there. But shout out to Randy. Thanks again for hooking that up. Yes, and then there it is, outside move for Amazon to the downside. I got out when it broke that because, again, you know, don't really want to be here for moves that I'm not in at the tops or at the bottoms. I don't want to be in the middle of anything here, right? So that's why we got out. We'll reshort this if it does come back up to 114. It's kind of a no-brainer. I'm going to just cancel all my orders though because I want to regroup, right? Like when it gets up there, I want to make sure I have the right orders out and just not be caught doing something in the middle there. It's a big trade for me on Amazon. Really happy we make back some of the money that we lost there on AMD, so on and so forth for that one. Netflix, that's been a little bit frustrating. We took it once there. We didn't respect that 305 level, which I believe was in play yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah, see? 305, this is what I'm saying. So again, there's been a lot of good trades back to yesterday's highs. Netflix is just one of those. Again, it literally ticked 305.25, yesterday's high, and now is down $5 all the way back down. And then look, there's another miss. Sean, stop looking at these charts because honestly, I'm going to get more and more worked up. It goes down to and I'm not really worked up, but it goes down to $300 there. Right at VWAP again, it pulls all the way back and bounces off 3 bills and then goes up 2.
Wow.
So yeah, just another opportunity there. And the reason why it sucks is because
one level, that's all you need.
That's what I'm saying. It's like these are things that like we notice, and those are like trades. And those of you guys that have been watching us, those have been the good trades. And shout out to anybody that maybe mentioned them to us and I missed it in the chat. But we do have a lot of likes. Let's just do this like check because I know Prad does a great job, and so does Luca there asking for for likes on the midday show, so we'll get that going as well. But we're at 2K, so boom, I didn't even hit the like yet there, so thanks for reminding myself. We have 7,500 watching. There it is, 2.1K. Let's see if we can get to 2.5 before we throw it over. AMD all the way back down again. That's why, guys, we want to make sure we take profit. We're half out of AMD. Here it comes right back down. Now 75, it's coming back in right here. Wow, if it stops at 77 again, I didn't have time to change my order. If that goes back up now, then Serenity now. Over to Brendan, Serenity now for me.
Monsters to come once again today, guys. Let's have a look at what is going to happen aftermarket tonight and before the open tomorrow as we head through the biggest week of earnings yet.
Yeah, like you've probably seen me like I'm not continuing to trade Amazon. Like I made the one trade in the morning off it. It's just going sideways. Going back and forth back and forth off that 113. But it's not just about them. You see a few other ones in there. You know about Apple, but Intel is going to be in there. Look, even before the market, I don't think we've even talked about energy. Right, and you got Chevron and XOM. I haven't even mentioned energy. I haven't even looked at an oil chart today because there's been a lot to watch. AbbVie is probably more of a long-term investment type name. You're not really going to get any moves there. But we're going to have two big oil names. We're going to have big tech. We're going to have a big chip name in there. So it's going to be the flavor. It's once again going back into earnings. Alphabet and Microsoft were fire. Meta, I feel like Meta's been a tricky trade. That's why I stayed away from it. And the day two play has been pretty solid. So, yeah, there's no chance Apple pulls a Meta. There's no chance that happens. But I just want to throw this stat out there because Brendan sent it to me. I didn't realize this. Fun fact, 1 year ago, Apple's market cap was 2.8% the size of Meta. It is now 9 times the size of Meta. And by the way, Amazon and Apple, I said it a few times today, 20% of the NASDAQ. 20%. So you know what index you're watching tomorrow. You got to watch those indexes. And if you're trading something that is following the index, then all you care about pretty much is those two stocks and how they do tomorrow.
Yeah, where Apple was tomorrow. Is that what you just said there, or is that the next day?
Apple and
Amazon.
Yeah.
I see you have Amazon on your screen there.
It was Amazon I had up, but I was
looking. Sorry, I wasn't even looking at the report there. I was just looking at some of these trades that I had on because we did get that average price there on AMD. So now that we're watching that, of course, it goes all the way down to 73 there, and we had to pay 77s because I changed up there. Did we just wick up to 90? I don't know. But we're going to continue to watch out for this one. Good trading today for sure here, and I hope that you guys are able to have some success as well on some of these names. Meta, like I agree with Neil, man. Very, very tricky trading today for Meta. So not overly pleased with how we've done it, but it is starting to bounce off a little bit here against $100. So watch out. This could be a decent long as well for Meta. I'm just not convinced I really want to go long anymore this name. We are still holding. It looks like I've held it all the way back, but I've told you this is a pretty small piece. So I want to give a big shout out to everybody today because we just got up to 2.4K. So we asked for 2.5. 2.4 is great, man. Thank you so much for that. And we're just trying to share the love here on the show with everybody. So it means a lot to us. So thank you for that. Did I just get stopped out on something? Yeah, for some reason that didn't fill. Why didn't that fill, AMD? All right, we're going to have to watch out for that. AMD does break 50. I thought I had it out there. I don't know why it filled, and it came back to 53 for me. So I'm going to figure out what's going on with my trades. But AMD, there it is. Okay, we got some out of 55, 56 there. AMD did break lower there, so that fill long not working out here off of that level that I thought was going to hold, but it didn't. We had to stop there. I don't know why it didn't fill, but anyways, that's my life.
Team PJ just said if we meet target, do we get a wrap today? I said this any day this week because we missed it last week. Any day this week, and including Friday. We'll be able to get it. But it's the morning show is going to get there. No questions about it. It's the afternoon show that keeps on falling short of 2K. And that's what we said it, and we stick to our words. I'm a man of my word. I'll do that silly chip if we get to 5,000 ever on the morning show. I said it would happen. And I really don't want to eat that Packy chip. I've read about it now. People have sent me some videos about that chip. It's a bit insane, but I said in front of you guys that I would eat it if we got there. So I'll do it. I'll torture myself. Just to recap a couple of things. Getting some out of Intel on the way back to the downside, but This channel on Alphabet here is holding up that 94 and back into 93. I haven't been able to get back into it, but I'm going to rinse and repeat that probably throughout lunchtime. Ford's continuing to work to the downside. I have no longs right now, unless you count Twitter, which I'm pretty much just going long on every single dip. And it's now time to send it to Trader Prad. And, oh, it's not Bass Pro Shops today. Oh, my God. Luke is wearing
he's got the Trader TV.
Luke is wearing a cap. I assumed it was the Bass Pro Shops, but now he's wearing the official merch. Let's go, Midday.
Let's go.
Yes, sir. Got the hat on. Let's go. Let's do it. It's time for the Midday Show with your host, Trader Pratt. And we also got Luca on board to look for opportunities and talk about it. And so make sure you're putting the stocks in the chat that you're looking at. We'll show you a couple trades that we've been involved in. Right now, I've been trading Twitter for the most part of the day. Just going long and waiting for that size on 54 to break. And if that size on 54 breaks, maybe we got to run up to the actual buyout price of $54.20. And just been, getting in, getting out, getting in, getting out the whole time. Collecting fees while I'm at it by providing liquidity, also scalping the pennies every time we get a penny. So getting in 97, getting out 98. As soon as I get a fill over here on 97 or on 98, I think my 98 fill already came through, so I'm just going to have to wait for the 97 fill to come through. And the other trade that I am in right now, sadly, going against me is going to be the future short. I was future short over here around 38.55 or 38.52, added on the break of 38.45. But now come pulling back towards VWAP, pretty close to where my stop is, sadly. We'll see if we get stopped out on futures over here or if we are able to turn this one into a pretty decent short trade for myself. Markets are, well, at least the S&P 500 is positive, but the NASDAQ is down on the day. But keep in mind the UVXY, UVXY also down on the day, down 2.9%. So these short moves could be short-lived, even though we did have a negative earnings report from Meta Platforms and also from Google recently. We're waiting for Amazon and Apple coming in tonight. We'll wait to see how those earnings reports come out. If I don't expect Apple to miss, but if Apple does miss, then maybe the bottom in the market's not really in yet. But if Apple doesn't miss, then a little bit of a relief coming in from the earnings report over there for Apple. The market did pop up to 38.50, but we got a nice little flush right after that back to 38.45. So let's see if we can actually pull all the way back into being red on the day for the S&P 500, which is now only up 0.1%, and NASDAQ almost down 1%.
Yeah, this market is bouncing around, up and down, kind of crazy. Obviously top name of the day everyone looking at is Meta. Doing lots of volume, kind of bouncing around. There was a huge buyer before the run-up at 150 over here, and now looks like we are below. Had a very nice VWAP bounce just now. I don't actually think, I think the long off of 97, 98, you kind of risk off 95 and run to the upside. And, Sean said it this morning, which was kind of interesting because I came in and I'm like, I think everybody's short Meta, and there are funds that are probably long and they're getting absolutely smoked. But, got to imagine they're, selling in the aftermarket, selling using VWAP. VWAP rejected 1, 2, almost 3 times. I thought, using that 100 level, okay, we reject the 100, we go back down. Easily, we take 97 and then maybe test 95. But, again, huge move to the downside. So, kind of as expected, when you get these very, very, kind of positive earnings and then, lower their guidance, they run down, gap down. Now they're at 100 key level over here. I would not be surprised if, we come in next week and Meta's trading at 106, 110, 112 area. Very easily we could just, float around this area for a while and then kind of, drift upwards. I would be surprised if we're at 95, 94. That would be kind of interesting there. And yeah, I just wanted to say, hopefully everyone's enjoying their morning and, doing well. Yeah, I got the official hat on. Hat is on. Let's go. Let's see what opportunities we get for the afternoon here. Definitely very exciting. We got Amazon coming up after the bell today. We got Apple coming up after the bell. I don't know. The whole stigma is usually, oh, is Apple going to save the market? I don't know what can save this market now, man, because we are in interesting territories here. And, as I'm looking at Meta, I'm actually going to I'm going to try to get a long here, just kind of playing off that VWAP area. I just don't think we sell through 100 and actually continue down to 99 here. So I'm gonna try to build into this position. If VWAP holds, then where are we going? We're probably gonna get a bounce 101. It just feels very, very sharp to the upside and very slow and grindy to the downside. So that's the logic on that trade. Selling's coming in. We're around VWAP right now. But yeah, if we hold, this could be a good area, to take along. So that's my logic on this one. We'll go from here and see what else we get going as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at Credit Suisse today. Credit Suisse, or Debt Suisse, as I like to call it, but down 17% after missing their earnings recently, or I believe it was last night or today morning. Forget what time exactly they announced it at, but either way, today is the earnings day for them to trade upon, and down 17%. Anytime a stock goes down by more than 10%, and there's quite a bit of stocks today that are down more than 10%. All those stocks will be on SSR, short sale restrictions, meaning you cannot short the stock by taking off the liquidity on the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to go higher in order to get filled for your short entries. Currently, the market having a pretty decent pullback towards VWAP around 38.50 or so. We're still sitting in our future short, waiting to see what happens. And thankfully, Twitter did give us more size on 53.98. So now we are looking to possibly get out around 53.99 if that is an option. Looks like that's not an option. So I'm going to throw an out to get some size out at the same price where we got in, and keep on rinsing it, providing liquidity on either sides of the trades, getting in, getting out multiple times, and waiting for that pop later on in the day where we get the move towards $54.20. And then sadly tomorrow, the stock will be getting off the market. We will not be seeing Twitter anymore, so might as well start pouring one out for the homie over here. If Twitter has ever given you decent chances to make some money on the market, it's time to pour one out for the dead homie.
There's a little bit of size here at 100 on Meta, 1,500 lots, nothing too crazy. You could easily chew through that. Just keep in mind we have not been below 100 since before 950, right? So VWAP 100 size there kind of looks good. As you guys can see, I'm kind of adding into this position over here, playing off the 100 level. I think if we break 100, my plan is to just punch out. If we get back above, I'll punch back into this because, we break 100. I don't really know how low we go. If we go like 99.50, maybe we go like, like 99s could get tested. So it's an over-under kind of thing for myself here. And, got the Raptors hoodie on. Raptors won yesterday. Always good. Team looks good there. So, yeah, kind of happy with that as well. And somebody saying, look at Google. Yeah, people mentioning Tesla, Google. We'll get to those in a second. I just want to watch this meta here. It's kind of interesting. I mean, you got the size here. You got stacked bids on, just below. And, selling coming in. It is VWAP, lots of volume coming through. Overall market is just below VWAP right now. So not really sure. Kind of giving me the feel that, yes, it wants to break the 100. The real question is, are we going to actually get the follow through here? I would not be surprised if it breaks. I think it does break right now. So we'll see if we get this. If we quickly reclaim that level, maybe we get like a 40 cent, 50 cent pop on that. So that's kind of Raptors got lucky. Well,
I don't know about lucky.
I don't know,
whoa.
Yeah, exactly. Sixers are 1-4.
Harden just didn't drop a 30. That's the problem.
Yeah, no, I'm not. You know what? Everybody likes who they like. Harden's. I think was Harden.
Who said they got lucky? 300-second ban for that person in the chat. What do you mean they got lucky? Come on.
I just quickly glanced. I'm like, I don't know about that, but yeah, no, it's. I think they'll go far. I like the fact that they have a well-diversified team, and not just one.
We're
superstar.
testing the 100 level here.
Yeah, we're testing 100 here. It seems to be holding. I think I'm gonna just add a little bit more here. And if it holds it, this is gonna be a sick long. If this holds, it's gonna be a really sick long. I think, guys, keep in mind Meta is SSR. I'm sure everybody knows that it's SSR. So short sellers cannot slam the bid. So the only way that 100 gets taken out if longs are just dumping into that, right? So people obviously front running the size using the 100 level, basically doing exactly what I'm doing. If 100 looks like it's gonna break, they're the only ones who punch out. But a lot of them probably just put their stops right below. So those stops get triggered. Selling doesn't come in. We pop back up. That's the kind of logic. Looking like it's working now. So now I'm actually in the money on this, so things are good. We're popping back above this. I think we could be back at 101 very, very quickly. So I'm just gonna have some orders scaled out to try to get myself out near 101 for the pop. And I mean, if we go back down, it could just chop around too for a while here. So yeah, let's see what happens next.
Yeah, the futures did pop right to my stop and took me out over there. So now I'm debating if the shorts are even worth it. And I was waiting for the 100 short to come into on Meta with the stop ready to get me back out just in case it wicks with the fail break and pulls back up. But looks like the longs front running the long in front of that size over 100 seemed like was the right idea, and Luka was able to capitalize on it. I'm going to try this short one more time on the futures here. That 38.50 area, we keep popping to it, but not really too much move above it. So just going to try one more time. You know, market has been creating. Let me show you what the market chart looks like. You know, lower highs and lower low over here. Let's see if we create another lower high and then create a lower low after that, allowing me to capitalize on a little bit of a move. Looks like no, market just wants to rip. Look at that, beautiful, beautiful move to the north side. So we'll just walk away from it, stay away from trying to shorts. Maybe shorts back at 38.70 or closer to 38.55 would be something to think about, but we'll just stay away from it currently and just keep trying to put that damage on Twitter, where Twitter has been profitable for us. It is our third best stock. The number one best stock on the day for us is going to be Shopify. I took the long around this candle. We kept holding 33, even though we would drop to VWAP. We kept holding it, and it would pop up above 33. So when the volume candle shows up, I punched the long, and I added on the break of 34 also. Sadly, on the break of 34, it would just keep pulling back and not really stay. You know, it wasn't doing what I wanted it to do, which was rip above 34 and just start flying. So I wasn't able to wasn't able to profit on it the way I would have liked it to, but pretty much took exits in the same range where the trade is, or the stock is trading in the moment currently. And the market is now pulling back after touching 38.55. Let's see if we made a higher low and now get ready to make a lower low on the S&P 500 futures.
Yeah, so it looks like Meta's going to actually break that 100, but it's actually, oh, we got to reload here. It's kind of weird. It's like it's reloading. It's looking like selling into that 100. Give me the feel that, yeah, we're easily going to break that. And then it just kind of gets reloaded. So I did punch out on that, but you know what? I think that's the wrong call. So let me just get back in this. And then if we actually break, I will just get out of that. It's just like the first time, it's like we had the pop, short-lived, back down, you know, give me the feel that we're going to break. But not really that much selling coming in, you know. So again, it's kind of like use discretion over here. We are around VWAP. 100 is a level. Could be interesting if we sell off. How low do we go? I'm not really too sure. I was looking at McDonald's as well. Someone brought up McDonald's looking really good. They reported earnings and you know, very, very strong. Obviously, I think, you know, is McDonald's recession proof, like up 3.5%. And I'm actually trying to get along closer to VWAP, but it's unfortunate that it just kind of got away from me there. So, you know, whatever is what it is. But if we dip back for whatever reason, even in the short term, then I think worth a buy at VWAP for a potential next leg up. Not going to be too greedy. I don't really trade these names. I'm not really too sure of how much they could run, you know, after a VWAP test. But, you know, if you get long here, maybe good for $1 or $2 scalp to the upside. So that's kind of my overall logic on that one.
That looks like an iceberg over there, but we are looking like we're about to break it on Meta to the downside. Almost 1,000 lots, now only 200 lots, and it keeps refreshing. Look at that, that's crazy. Just keeps on refreshing and not allowing to break no matter how much volume is being dumped into that level. So clearly there's a little bit of a big buyer sitting there. Let's see if we come back over there and see if we can test them again and actually break through that at one point. So I'm still waiting for my short order. You guys see the red line over here on the break of 100. Would love to be short, maybe ride the stock down to 99, 98 area, wherever it's possible. But, oh, here it comes. Maybe there's the break. I'm going to throw my stop out. I did not get filled. Awesome. So no fill on that trade for me. Trying to see if I want to get back into it somehow. Let's quickly just watch the tape to see if any more sellers come in or if any buyers come in. I think I can take a fill over here. That's right. It's on SSR. Oh, look at that. Buyers coming in right now around 81. Looks like 81 might be a little bit of a battle state for... oh, yeah, lots of buyers coming in at 81, and we're actually holding up. Is this Kathy Wood jumping in on this trade again?
Every time, I love it.
Every time, man. She just can't stop, won't stop. She's an absolute monster. So looking at the market at the moment, too, the market's trying to bounce, and yeah, we're going to go long over here instead on this bad boy, see if we can capitalize on this move to the north side on Meta platforms.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird break to the downside. As you guys can see, kind of building the long, then punch out, build the long again, punch out again. I'm watching the tape, and it's not really, you know, it's not breaking 99.80, so it's kind of weird that a significant level like this breaks to the downside, and then it just stops. There's not really selling coming in, you know, kind of, you know, around this level. So I'm going to give it a little bit of time. I'm long. My average is around 100, so not too bad there. I think I'm going to hold on to this. If we break back through 100, get back above VWAP, then we really could be off to the races. And, if we break down, then obviously break down, that'll be a losing trade there. Not filled on the McDonald's long there as well. Yeah, this thing just moving away. I guess we're not coming back. Maybe we get back 265.51. If that's the case, okay, great. If not, whatever, no big deal there. And we can also look at, I know we spoke about shop just now, but I want to actually bring it up because I didn't actually look at shop today. And extra strong. Wow, up 17%. Okay. Anybody wondering, this is the daily of shop. Nice breakout, strong earnings, I guess. And I wonder if this sets the tone for a potential, the potential for what Amazon's going to look like after the bell. I'm not really sure what to expect going in, but, I was thinking Google long and Google was a short. I was thinking Meta short. It went up and then it eventually went down. So now I'm thinking, okay, Amazon long, but, I'm just like, I'm not 100% sure. So, yeah, I guess we'll figure it out and go from there. I'm not sure if you're looking at anything, if you're in any positions.
I'm just watching Meta still. I'm actually long at that 99.81 area. My average is 99.99, so basically 100. Trying to see if 99.81 breaks, I'm out of that trade. But if it doesn't break, then there we go. Taking some profits to the upside over here on that bad boy. Take some profits. Come on. There we go. Finally taking some profits to the north side. And this now stock is ready to fly to the north side, baby. That level actually ended up holding and not breaking. So that iceberg coming clutch for us. Turning the first short entry. Oh yeah, I didn't even get the short entry. Never mind. I thought I lost on the short to begin with, but I didn't even have that fill because it's on SSR, so it's going to be a little bit harder to get those breakout fills. Now I'm taking most of my size L just because I don't want to be stuck with this trade. Actually, I'll just take my profits right away. That was a quick little pop I was waiting for. The market's pulling back to the south side while Meta Platforms is actually trying to bounce off that level. So I'm going to take that quick 30-cent, 40-cent trade that they gave to me and just wait for the stock to maybe go test a significant level to the upside and then start pulling back. Looks like VWAP is now around at where the stock is trading, and you saw some size pull in around the same price, which is 100.3 or 100.35. I can't really pinpoint exactly. Okay, we're going a little bit higher than that. Let's see, maybe 10.4 comes into play. The size was around 10.3 somewhere, but this market is not going too much further to the downside, so maybe we could have held that long. I'm not going to complain about it. Money was made real quick on that trade, so thank you for that opportunity. Pulling back to Twitter, where am I typing? I'm typing in the wrong box, sorry. Twitter over here. Dropping down to 95 now, so taking more size on that trade. I do have orders layered all the way back down to 92. So, my guess is these levels don't break. We're actually looking for that size of 54 to give at some point and just get absolutely taken out to the north side, because if this deal is closing tomorrow, the stock should go trade closer to $54.20. That's the buyout price. So these levels have been holding all day. That's why I've been just getting in and getting out every single penny.
Somebody saying Meta on track to get to 101.50. That would be all the way up here. It kind of feels like that's the case, but I also want to say that it's going to spend a lot of time around VWAP over here. That was a very quick pop. It looked really good. I took none of that out because I'm like, okay, well, if we're going to pop here, maybe we run, but I guess not. So maybe the better idea is to actually just recycle a bunch of shares in and around VWAP. Like, it's printing so much, you're just going to get so many fills there. So it's like in below VWAP, out above VWAP. And just make sure, for myself, I'm gonna try that now going forward, and I'm gonna hold some for if the move up happens, right? So I'll just keep recycling there and go from there. Something else that had earnings today that might have just been, I didn't look at it because obviously a lot of other things moving, but was Ford, kind of flat on the day. This is the daily here, and it's kind of giving that top out feel at around 13. I don't actually believe that we're gonna break through 13 today and run. And we are flat, kind of dipped, ripped, looking very, very similar to how the overall market looks here. So, if for whatever reason we get back to 13, it kind of feels like maybe we don't. But this is a nice little double top over there, rejection. So, yeah, if we get back to 13, going to try the short there and then risk off high a day, but not with so much of a hard stop, but just kind of watching it. So we'll see if we get one of those fills there, maybe average into it a little bit. And then, manage a few other ones. We had the IPO from yesterday, which everyone remembers. This was kind of sick, MBLY. Not really, looking at it, but that 30 level, very, very interesting. We topped out at 30 yesterday, and then today, same pattern, right? Look at this. This was the end of the day yesterday.
Did it ever break 26 yesterday?
It didn't break 26 to the downside. This was 932 off the open, looking like it wanted to go to 26, didn't. Now it's just kind of in the channel. And this thing, guys, IPOs are really, really good the first day because they're doing lots of volume. Crazy things happen. You know, you saw the short over here, nice flush down. You know, the short over here was good. Then look at that run to the upside. So it's giving you the range on the first day. The second day, inside day, right? So it's 30 is the top, 26 is the bottom. For me, it's if we get back to 30, I'm going to try the short on this as well. And if we get to 26, I'm going to try the long. But you know, if we, for whatever reason, just stay in and around these levels, then I don't think I'm going to trade it at all. So I'm just going to make sure that I have my orders there. And yeah, we'll see if it gets to 30. I don't actually think it's going to break. So yeah, if it gets there, I think, you know, good kind of mean reversion play. And Meta is still, yeah, dancing around. So let me just get some orders out on this one as well, try to recycle. Giving that, you know, yeah, again, it's just going to print so many times at VWAP. That's kind of the feel. You know, again, it's down so much, very, very tight range, so I'm not really expecting it to get to 110 today. But anything's possible, right? The market does what the market wants to do, and it'll definitely be interesting. Somebody also saying Amazon wants to flush. So let's quickly have a look at Amazon. Obviously, earnings coming up after the bell. And I might repeat myself over and over and over again, but it's just me, myself, reminding myself in real time. Spending a lot of time at VWAP, channeling over here. If we get back to that 114, that's actually an interesting level, 114. And I think Neil called it out in the morning show. I heard him reference, you know, 114, potential iceberg, just in this general vicinity.
Really?
And it's interesting because in the pre-market, there was actually 1,000 lots on the bid. And you don't necessarily see that in the pre-market on these names. But obviously ahead of earnings, people are, you know, placing their bets and kind of waiting what's going to happen. And so there was 1,000 lots. That was the cause for this spike. It eventually filled, and we did not get back to that level. So that buyer was at 114.50. And as soon as we came back below, it just will not get back above 114.50. So for myself, I think if I take a short on this, and I probably will have an order out just to make sure, if we get back to like 114, I'll try the short over there. And if we, for whatever reason, get over 114.50, that'll be my out. So it'll be like a 50-cent risk. And I'm just holding, if we get there, maybe we come back down. You know, ahead of earnings, I'm not really expecting it to go to 117. I'm also not expecting it to go to 110. I think very, very good chance we stay in this range. So yeah, a great day to just kind of recycle and, you know, mean reversion and, you know, see what happens.
I wish I didn't have my noise-canceling headphones in at that point when Neil said that was an iceberg, because I actually had the 114 short. I got out near 112.90s. That was my best exit. Amazon is my second best trade on the day today. And you know, with no faith in the market actually turning red, I just got out of the trade completely. I guess I could have held it a little bit longer, looking back at it, or gotten back in around 113. I just kind of stopped looking at Amazon and just kept focusing on other trades that I had going for the day. But yeah, pretty good short for Amazon over here for myself. Pretty decent long on Shopify also, but Shopify pulling back under 34 and pretty much almost at my first entry. So let's see if Shopify, not Amazon, if Shopify can bounce off of VWAP and maybe make a new high day. Already up 16%, whereas the tech stocks are down basically as a whole basket. NASDAQ basket that I'm looking at is down 0.9%, and S&P 500 up 0.13% on the day. So maybe Shopify could be a little exhausted for the day. We could also quickly go take a look at the ATR for it. Shopify ATR, SHOP. ATR is only $1.90, and we're up $4 already. So a little bit of 2-3 ATR moves coming in for these guys, and hence I think, you know, we might be a little overextended on the day already for Shopify, and now just keep trading sideways around this high day of $34.50. We'll just have to wait and see if that is the story for the stock, as the markets are trying to bounce back up here to the north side slightly. NASDAQ holding 11,300 and not really going too much below it after the first initial drop that the markets had at the open. That 830 number came in really good, right? The economy showing you that GDP is going up, and even though the European bankers did raise their interest rates by 0.75, I'm pretty sure you heard about that one.
Yeah.
RBC yesterday did it by 0.5. I think if we check the Fed rate tool, we could probably expect them to be still in the same numbers a little bit. You know, oh, they're favoring the 50% a little bit more now. So every day the 50% keeps going up. A couple days ago it was only at 3%, then 8%, now 11% for the 0.5 rate hike. The market trying to cool down a little bit in terms of how fast they keep increasing the hikes. We'll just have to wait for November 2nd, obviously, for a Bank of Canada, not RBC, my bad. Yeah, that's my fault. I meant Bank of Canada.
You know what's funny? So as we're trading in real time, and it's like you're saying things, and it's like Bank of Canada, but you're like, okay, and you're like looking at your positions, and you're like RBC, and then it's kind of funny doing this in real time, especially for me. My experience coming on here is like I'm saying these words, and then I might say like the wrong word here and there, but I'm actually thinking about the right word, but then I'm watching my positions. So it's kind of funny, but yeah, thanks for the correction there, just for the record. And something else I'm looking at here is EPIX. Looks like it's topping out at that 5 level. This is a small cap. Not really sure, what this is doing, where it wants to go. Definitely a low float, giving those feels, but there is some size here. So yeah, if we actually get over 5, it might get really interesting. So I'm watching this as well. I think Meta's now moving to the upside. I think I'm getting some fills here, and I got the forward fill as well, just in front of 13, so 12.94 short. And yeah, Meta's going, go figure. Now, I'm like, oh, I'm going to recycle here. And now I'm like, yes, let me recycle. Now it's like, okay, now we're just going to go up. So, sometimes it'd be like that, but whatever, is what it is, right? You want to recycle over and over again. And again, this is the logic. Buy below VWAP, sell above VWAP. I have orders scaled because somebody said it well in the chat. They were like, Meta just feels like gambling. And I think the reason you would say something like that is because it's printing all these levels. It's going up. It's going down. It's hard to, like, you're in the money. You're out of the money. You don't really know, like, where do I throw my orders? And so going with that reference of, it kind of feels like, I don't know, like, where's it going? It's a tough directional play. I agree with that as well. So I initially came into today telling myself, I think I'm just going to, let things cool off. I don't really want to take any directional bets on it. And then if it shows me, like, I don't really know if it's going down or up at this point. It's kind of like a tough call. And then as we get here, it's showing that it wants to hold VWAP. You could have just like bought, sold. And I almost want to say you can make more money on the scalping over here than you can on the directional play on a day like today for Meta, just because it's down so much. It's SSR, so it just kind of feels like that's the right thing to do. So, I'm in the long, I'm scaling myself out of it. And, my orders are just kind of layered all the way up because I don't know how high these pops are going to be. This pop just so happened to stop at the 50-cent area. And this pop just happened to go like another 30, 40 cents. So, I don't know where we're going. I'm not really trying to make directional bets on it. I'll be just very, very honest. I just, want to be long below VWAP, and I want to just get out above VWAP. And whatever fills me. It's looking good right now, so I'm basically 80 cents in the money. That can be taken away very, very quickly. So, yeah, we'll see what happens next there. Somebody also talking about AMD, and I was actually looking at AMD. We're at that 60 level again. The thing with AMD, and I'm telling myself this more than I'm saying it to anybody else, I've been trying to short 60 now after the break, and it's just not working. So I'm going to go long here, and the logic is we are approaching European close, and the market's kind of, this is the 1 minute on the ES. We had the down move. We had the V-shaped recovery. We came back down. Now we're sort of bouncing. You have 38.50, which lines up with VWAP. You have 38.40, which seems to be holding. You have the bottom of this range, which broke and then ripped back up. I want to say that, we're probably going to hold this level and then get a VWAP test. And then if that's the case, I think, AMD bounces from here. So as I say that, I actually could have had a better fill. But you know what? Let me just take the long now, and I'll just take a little bit less size because I wanted closer to 60. If we get there, I'll continue to average in. Not going to use a hard stop on the 60 level because I think we could break and then go back up, maybe spend a little bit of time here. So going to try to slowly, my expectation is like we slowly curl up, and then if we curl up, we'll get that whip up, and I'll scale out of that one as well. So in the AMD long, using that 60 level, I expect that we could easily be at 59.80. If we get below 59.50 on this one, it's, again, not really a hard stop, more of like a discretionary, like this is where we held yesterday, so maybe we hold it again. But if we stop over here, then the long could be really, really good. And the last thing I'll just bring up very quickly here is Tesla, something I was looking at. This is the 3 minute, by the way. We had the run up yesterday, so 3-day run up in Tesla. Now we have the run up, and it's in this like interesting channel where, remember yesterday we were short here, and then we kind of covered into the bottom. And then it's looking like it wants to hold this kind of bottom area for whatever reason. So it's, take trades that make sense to you. You don't have to long Tesla. You don't have to long AMD. Just long whatever one you like and whatever one you have experience. Make sure you're trading your own playbook. Or if we break down, maybe you could justify the short here. But I feel like there's a good chance Tesla holds this area, and unless we break 222, then we're not really going to sell off. Obviously, it's kind of in line with the overall market. So yeah, if we actually get back down to below 224, I'm going to bid there, and I'm just going to risk off that 222 area.
Someone get super chicken?
Oh man, that smells amazing. Yeah. Oh, Lucas in the backy. Oh man, every time
I can smell that from a mile
Oh my
away,
God,
bro. I was like, where is that coming from? And yeah, clearly someone got super chicken in the office. That's been a while, bro. Last time I ate a sandwich was Popeyes with Spencer and Ian, and oh my goodness, we were crying about that for a few days. Never again will I try Popeyes. That was just too painful for the next few days. But here, coming back to the market, I had a short on Google at 94, and I quickly scalped out for 20 cents, but looks like a little bit of a mistake because the market's now really pushing down. We could have turned that into a little bit of a bigger winner on Google if we just held it. Google now trying to break VWAP, maybe get under 93.60 and continue being negative on the day off of the catalyst that came out yesterday, the earnings report catalyst. Google struggling, and we're also waiting for, obviously, Amazon and Apple to see how they will move the markets around. Meta Platforms kind of getting beat up today, but, successfully holding the $100 area multiple times. And that long on Meta that we just scalped a couple pennies for again would have been $1 per share winner if we just held on to a little bit longer, all the way up to 101. Insane move coming in for these guys. But Google currently still going to the downside. Heading over to my scanners, looks like Credit Suisse once again showing up as a weak stock on the day. The race scanners are pulling up Credit Suisse because it's making new low a day around $3.86. Let's see if that level breaks and allows us to go at some point to $3.60, which was the bottom. That was the bottom over here. I'm laughing because Randy was in my ear for a second. He said Europe closed with some name that I don't even want to say it out loud. Why even that name? But let's go to Brendo at the big desk for Europe close.
Yeah, 11:30, guys. Let's get you caught up to date here on what's happening over in Europe. Bit of a mixed session to end the day. We are just getting some final prints coming through here, but the Stoxx 50 up, positive just on the day, 0.11, the last one to come through there. Here's a look at how things end up across the board. 0.3 for England. Germany the same, 0.2 for France downside. Italy, full percent higher, 0.8 for Spain as well. Almost a full percent higher at 1 point throughout the morning. Red otherwise on this board as we await more mega cap tech earnings to come in the U.S. after the close.
You have anything you're looking at?
Yeah, so I'm actually long, and before I, long McDonald's over here. Somebody the other day was like, Luca needs to get some longs on the board. Guys, look at that. I'm long. I'm only short Ford here, and I'm actually out of the money on Ford. I think I took another fill as well. Again, scaling into this 13 level, going to be discretionary on this level over here. Like, I'm long, so the longs are working, not really too worried about the short. And if the short doesn't work on Ford, it is what it is. I'll just punch out of that, no big deal. As we go higher, actually, I'm going to take one more. Yeah, I'm going to take one more short here. It just kind of feels like the right thing to do. And then maybe 311, watch 311. If we break that, then I don't really know like where we're going, where the top is. But from the daily perspective, yeah, 311 would be a new recent high. And it's not necessarily something that I would have a hard stop on. Are we going to like 325? Like, I don't think so. I think the mean reversion on that might be good. AMD added to it. Unfortunately, I couldn't get full size. I really wanted to see 60 break and then reclaim. That's kind of like a full size for myself. The fact that we didn't, whatever, no big deal. So I'm long here. Kind of looks good and probably should get some orders out. Maybe kind of feels like AMD could be back at 61 very, very quickly. So I'm going to try to hold on for 61 there and maybe have some orders out over there. Europe closed and the market did exactly what I kind of thought it would do. So happy that I had the bets on going there. Dip, make the low. European market closes, rip, now we're testing 38.50. So if we actually break 38.50 and go to the upside, like we have room to go to the upside, I think. We could test 38.60, 38.65, like high a day. Or maybe we just channel over here and top out at 38.50. So regardless, whatever happens, long Meta working for me now, looking like I'm, what is this, $1.40 in the money, something like that? Yeah, $1.40 in the money, moving to the upside. And again, just scaling myself out. Kind of feels like I'm going to get all the fills. I think I'll be out of this trade in probably the next 20 minutes, if I had to guess. We're probably going to 102 there. And yeah, McDonald's, I'm adding over here. McDonald's is one of the, I'm not really sure what to think, but yeah, we're probably going to touch 265 again. So for myself, if we get back to 265, I'll get out of, it's like I'm going to add. I'm going to continue to add. And then as we pop, I'm going to, create the free trade for myself. And then hopefully I have a good average and then we actually get the pop. If we don't, it's, I'm sized accordingly. So I'll be good to add all the way down to 262 on this one because I just don't think there's going to be big sell-off and continuation. And yeah, Ford kind of, if we get back below 13 and start to go back towards 1290, then my target is VWAP. I'm not going to be greedy and think that we're going to get back to 1260 there. So we'll see what happens there. AMD working, Meta working, McDonald's pending, and Ford pending so far.
Couple comments from the chat. Chat's asking, could you recommend any brokerage for scalping if you're if you're not in America or United States, that is, and have access to well, if you're not in America in general, in the United States, look for daytradetheworld.com. That's the platform that we use over here, P-Pro 8 by Daytrade the World. And you can sign up for it, open your own office. And if you don't have access to Daytrade the World because you are in America or United States, that is, I would suggest looking for brokers with cheap fees and the best access routes, because you want to make sure that all your orders are getting filled without getting slipped away too much. Obviously, since I'm not from the States, I cannot tell you exactly what brokers that could be, but I would say, do your own research on that and really go call up every single broker that you can and ask them about direct market access, ask them about hotkey access to your keyboards, ask them about the fee structure, how much it costs to create or to sign up with the live data packages and so on. And then you'll see how much the slippage is. If you're a person who likes to short stocks, you might have to consider if that brokerage even is a good one for pay for shorts and so on for locates. So lots of things to consider on that side. Coming back to the market here real quick, S&P 500 did pull back a little bit more after touching VWAP. Thank you, brother. S&P 500 did pull back a little bit more after touching VWAP, so looks like we're not going to break above just yet. So that puts the Google short that I had earlier in a way better spot now, as we are getting under 93.60. I did not punch back in. I'm just happy that trade's working for anyone who did take that trade. If you wanted to be in that trade, obviously. Coming back to another question from the chat over here, why does the European market move around the American markets too much? Do they really trade that much, and is it even significant? It's about the stocks that are interlisted. There's a lot of stocks that are interlisted from the German, from the English, from the France markets, and even Italian markets such as Ferrari, Race, and so on. Those stocks, how they trade into the close for those markets, will add some impact into these markets too, because they're interlisted. So the same thing as the Chinese stocks. If Chinese stocks are down big, 4% down on that day, in the Chinese markets, then when they come over to our markets during the open, they have that crossing intersection over there. Oh my, this market's now really going down. I wish I still had my shorts on the futures because I'd be smoking it. And I got stopped out by basically a half a point. That's crazy. If I was okay with giving that trade a little bit more than half a point to the north side, I would have still been in this trade and been having a monster of a short on the futures at the moment, as the S&P 500 turned negative on the day and NASDAQ now down 1.23%. UVIXI still negative though. UVXY is down still 3% and currently moving back towards VWAP. Let's also quickly take a look at what the VIX is doing today before we send it back to Luca. The VIX is currently at 27 still, same as yesterday. We're in the exact same range as yesterday over here on the VIX.
Yeah, that was actually a crazy move to the downside. I was like glancing at my board. I'm in the money on everything. Things are looking amazing. And then I'm like, oh yeah, Ford is starting to work. But wait a second, everything else is okay. I'm actually, I think, where's my bid here? Yeah, no, I'm sitting right at 1291 on Ford. I think it'll print, so hopefully I get the fill here at 1291. And yeah, Meta kind of turned around on me. And this is the thing, right? It's like you kind of you have the up move. You got to scale out because look how fast that down move is. So I actually added on the down move because we stalled just for a second there. So added a little bit, not crazy. Like I love this level. I don't love this level. So it's like I'm adding, but I'm adding less size. And the expectation is that this is a liquidity vacuum to the downside. So we could easily reclaim it and be back at 101.50 very, very quickly. So I would like to have a little bit more on the line there. You know, McDonald's slow as expected. And AMD reversed all the way back. That's pretty nasty. But again, back at 60 and 60s holding. So just going to hold on to these and see where it goes. Somebody mentioning MBLY, I mentioned I'm looking at this, and it's just very, very choppy and slow, right? Spread on this maybe like 10, 20 cents at times. So yeah, if we get to 30, again, 30 or 26 are the levels of interest. Anywhere in between, personally, I would not be trading, but obviously, you know, trade your own playbook, whatever makes sense to you. And EPIX, somebody was mentioning that we had a 5 test here, and I'm actually surprised I didn't get the fill. I have like, I think I have an order out to, yeah, I guess we didn't actually test 5 because I was just in front of 5. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, I would love to see this break 5 and then kind of, you know, come back below. That's my short entry. And then, you know, hold for VWAP, hold for low a day. I think that's kind of my overall trade logic there. This is not something that I'm going to scale myself into. If we continue to go higher, it'll be more of like a discretionary. I'm going to short it. If we don't go down right away, I'm going to get myself out. You know, with these small caps, I don't play around. I'm just, you know, I'm taking my shots. If they work, great. Want to be in the money. If they don't work, then whatever, no big deal. Somebody's saying Sir Tesla. Yeah, Sir Tesla. That's a great name. I think Elon would really like that. Moving back to the upside, it's unfortunate that I didn't get the fill here. And I think I actually don't have the order out. That's maybe why I didn't get the fill. I like the, I don't know when, oh no, I would have missed it anyways. But yeah, 223 is interesting on Tesla for myself. I like that. So if we dip back below 223, I'll get long. This market's now looking like it's pushing lower just a little bit. So I'm going to try these kind of bottom wick bounce plays. And yeah, if they work right away, great. If they don't, then no big deal.
Currently watching the market still while I'm throwing out some orders on my only stock that you guys see up there that I'm trading. So just trying to manage that one. A little upset about not holding the Google short a little bit longer, and also the future short a little bit longer. You know, poor risk management on that side. Didn't want to lose too much money, so I had a tight stop and ended up missing out too much profits on that trade. But what can you do? Sometimes you catch them, sometimes you don't. Mullen falling. I mean, we saw that one coming, didn't we? We all saw Mullen going back to the ground side eventually at one point. Oh, it's still above 50 cents though, so maybe you know it's still up 2% on the day. So it's too soon to start screaming doomsday for the stock yet. We'll just have to wait and see if the buyers keep showing up to this position on a good green day, and if they show up on a red day also. Today being a little bit of a red day on the market. NASDAQ really screaming red, but S&P 500 not really screaming too much to the red side, only down 0.16% now, and previously was down, then turned green, and now turning red again. Could turn green again for all we know for the S&P 500 market. Moving away from a penny stock, since we don't really trade it too much over here, at least I don't trade it. Maybe if Luca wants to cover, he for sure can go for that. But coming to a stock that's popping up on the scanners is going to be Halliburton. Today down 0.16%. The earnings report did come out good for these guys, so they were on an absolute tear to the north side from 24 up to 36. But today, following a little bit of the market move, HAL down 0.2%, making a new low a day at the moment with 5 million shares traded. Let's go see what the relative volume is. Only 1.28, so not too much relative volume behind it either. Anytime over 1 is good, but we would like to look for positions that are doing 2 or more relative volume. And for that, Meta Platforms is the one that really stands out today with 120 million shares traded and a relative volume of 9.4. So clearly you can see a lot of traders are on Meta Platforms today. Even Shopify, 49 million shares traded in a relative volume of 4.
Looking at Ford here, so got the fill at 91. Now we're starting to go down. My orders are scaled to get out in front of VWAP. I think we will get there. The market's pushing lower, probably going for that low a day test. One of the things I'm looking at, though, is AMD is actually holding that 60 area. So the market is going down, and AMD is holding the 60. We had the flush, but now we're holding. So with that being said, I'm going to try to add to this long here. If for whatever reason we pop, you know, AMD really could pop there. So I kind of like that idea. And yeah, if the market continues to go down and AMD continues to go down, then, whatever, I'll just get out of that one, no big deal. Somebody was saying Amazon long here, and I see what you're saying with the kind of wick off bottoms, seems to want to hold that 112.40. The thing on this trade for myself, because I was looking at that, I'm like, I want the short up here, 114. I don't know if I want the long, but I guess it's a good R to R. So, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to join you on that trade. You convinced me. And it just kind of, I see what you see, and I'm like, I'll give it a try. I mean, you risk 20 cents, maybe 25 cents, and yeah, maybe we get a VWAP test, right? So risk 20 cents to make 50 cents, 2 to 1, nothing crazy, so 2 to 1 size for myself. And not getting the bottom fills here. I want to see McDonald's really like dip and then reclaim, pop back up. And again, getting out at VWAP for half would be the move for myself, and then maybe hold for 266, 267 if that comes through. McDonald's, again, very, very slow, not really going to move, already up 2.8%. This is the daily for everybody to just kind of get the idea of it if you're not already looking at it. It is near the top of the range, right? It is near the top of the range on the daily. I think value plays as an overall investor, just myself thinking about it out loud, makes sense to have these value names. They do hold up well in recessions. I think McDonald's continues to make money, continue to make more and more money. Not really sure if we're going to break out from a long-term perspective and continue, but every time McDonald's reports earnings and it's up on the day and it's strong, you're going to get the dip, you're going to get the sideways action, probably goes and retests VWAP, maybe holds low of days. So yeah, that's the logic there. And somebody was, it's funny because I'm like, oh, if EPIX breaks 5, that would be like the crazy move. And then I saw twice in the chat, EPIX, I'm like, oh, it broke 5, didn't it? But I'm like, no, because I have an order there to remind me if it gets filled. So yeah, nothing too crazy. Meta now coming back down towards the 100. So still in the money, average 100. I actually love my average on that. And I'm going to probably add to this if we get below VWAP and then recalibrate my orders to have them somewhere just above VWAP to get the fill. I think, look, when Meta does this amount of volume, and it's printing around 100 and you have the VWAP level, it's going to print over and over and over again. And I was having a conversation with somebody else who thinks, like Meta at these levels, are people really selling now? Or is this now a deep value play? I mean, all things considered, they still do make money. And despite all the money being lost for the metaverse investment that, Mark Zuckerberg thinks that, that's the future, maybe far away for now. Like, I don't know how far until we get there. It's kind of the right idea. It's just a timing thing. But for the time being, deep value play, 100 buy on Meta. And yeah, easily next week we could be looking at 107, 108. So for myself, I'm thinking swing long in my own account. Just play off that 100. And yeah, if we break 95, try to hold for 10 points, risk 5 points, 2 to 1. Nothing crazy, right? Again, 2 to 1 size for it. But for the time being, day trading, yeah, if we do get back below 100, I'll continue to add to the long and then scale myself out accordingly.
Right on. I'm looking at Activision over here. Activision up on the day as UVXY pulls back to VWAP. So maybe the markets do bounce from the lower day kind of ranges over here for both NASDAQ and the S&P 500. Activision up 0.2% with only 0.63 relative volume, sadly. So no real volume in it. But looks like another stock with the deal that we're waiting to see how it plays out. Trying to leech off of that Twitter move a little bit, maybe, right? So we're not certain yet if this deal is actually going to go through, and if it does, it should be closer to $95 a share for Activision. There's a market bounce as UVXY touches VWAP and then most likely pulls back to the downside. We're expecting both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ to bounce from these levels. NASDAQ currently at 11,300 and S&P 500 at 3,830. Coca-Cola long sympathy from McDonald's. Yeah, that's something that you could think about. Coca-Cola already coming out with a really good earnings report and launching to the north side off that earnings report yesterday. Today still up 0.19% on the day, but trading in the lower ranges of the day for Coca-Cola. I'm pretty bullish about Coca-Cola all the time. It's for a good time of my life, it's pretty much all I drank besides instead of water, and I was almost like an addiction point for Coca-Cola. It was that good, but eventually every good thing must come to an end, and my addiction to Coca-Cola thankfully also did come to an end. But here's Coca-Cola as a stock. We know that they even in high inflationary period, there's some places where Coca-Cola is actually cheaper than water. So if that's the case, you can probably expect people to actually go buy Coca-Cola instead of water and help them out in the portfolio in the long run.
Somebody in the chat was asking, is Coca-Cola sympathy long to McDonald's? I think my kind of take on the situation is, so I don't know if this is wrong to say, but everybody keeps talking about, oh, maybe the Fed's going to pivot, maybe they're not going to raise as fast, things could potentially get better, and that's kind of why people are like slow to transition to value. But I honestly think that the value plays are in. Like if you're thinking the next 10 years, right? How do I defend my capital? I almost want to say like, value plays, right? It's been growth for so long. The Fed's been obviously, easing, like doing everything they can to help the market. So basically injecting steroids as a simple analogy. And now they're off the juice, right? They're not on the juice. And what happens? Bad things happen. The muscle growth is just not going to be there. So it's I think it's a transition back to value. And unless we get pivots overall, all around, then it's back to value, right? So everybody looking for value, and I think it's a 10-year play, and I think that's why a lot of big money managers, are talking gold. A lot of them are in oil. A lot of them are in value-placed fixed income. You're not getting the rotation back into equities. So, if you are in equities, what are you looking at? You're looking at the Cokes. You're looking at the McDonald's. What is yielding? What looks good, right? You're looking at the XOMs. So I think that's just that kind of the general feel to it. And if you look at it just kind of year to date, like Meta is down 70% right now, year to date, like 70, 72% year to date. That's not good. If you're an investor in Meta, I mean, that's not good, right? And as I get another long in Meta here on my day trade. But no, it feels good. Somebody, thank you for reminding me that Meta was back at VWAP there. Again, here's the plan. Add a little bit of size, add a little bit more size in front of the 100. We're probably going to get that bounce whiplash back to the upside. So let me just make sure I scale my orders again on this one. I think we probably get a 50-cent bounce easily. So yeah, I'm going to have some orders out right over here. My average still closer to 100. The logic with this trade is to keep my average at 100. Closer to 100, preferably just below 100. That's kind of the logic. So if we get above, I'm not chasing the long to the upside. I'm getting out of it. If we get below, I'm just recycling over and over again. AMD, I think, wants to break that 60, but the longer that it doesn't, the longer that I like the long, actually. So you know what? Let me just, let me try to get AMD long, a little bit more long over here, see if we get that fill. Kind of looks good and feels good. So yeah, this one's maybe going to be really good. And Amazon, go figure. It's like up, up, up. I get long. Now it does nothing. Okay, great. But yeah, no, if this breaks the bottom end, then I think I have to just respect it because the market is going lower. But, I think we go back up. So my orders are scaled to get myself out. Hopefully we do end up getting that pop there. Not really watching the tape on a lot of these names, so it's more so playing off of these levels, and then I'm going to have to respect them. Not really sure when selling or buying comes in. Not really sure if any offers or bids come on the book. Just make sure if you're watching it, obviously, trade your own book and kind of manage it accordingly. And someone's saying Pikers hate millionaires. Well, yeah. It's yeah. I have no. That just made me laugh, but I have no further comments there. No fill on MBLY. No fill on EPIX yet. Very, very slow. Had the pop. Volume's kind of dying. Man, I hope this really doesn't just go down from here because this is going to be this is like where you short 5 and you hold for 4, I think. And you go for the 20% move, use 20% size, kind of risk off that 550 in general, like as a discretionary trade. This is the area for myself that I want to short. So yeah, give the pop over there. That's where I want to short and then hold for 4. Probably take some off at VWAP just because that makes sense to me. And I think I got my meta fill here as well. This is going to be quick. Like these trades are going to be very, very quick. I'm just going to scalp this over and over again. Again, logic is printing a lot, right? You're not going to see this every day. This is not an everyday occurrence. This is a one-day occurrence where Meta is post-earnings down 22%, playing off the 100 level. I think it's worth A+ size in my books, especially if you're a scalper. So that's the logic, just in, out, in, out, in, out. Just continue to recycle and print over and over again. Hopefully everyone's hitting that and doing well on it. Didn't get the fill here on AMD. I don't know why I'm bidding so low. Let me just change that. Try to bid that. I want to make sure I get this because if we do pop, like AMD's probably going to pop here. And as I say this out loud, I hope nobody front runs these orders. But whatever, it is what it is, do you. And Ford slowly channeling, not really kind of selling off here. But yeah, it feels like, slow, but I'll probably get, if I had to guess, these fills are going to come through eventually. So going to hold on, no real worry there. And McDonald's, I think I got out of some here. So created the free trade or not free trade, but bought here thinking we're going up. Okay, no problem, add a little bit more. get the size out. So I got this size out. So now I'm long over here, and now I'm holding for 267, maybe 266. Maybe I'll like double my order there. So let me just make sure I get these out over here, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, here's a neat little tool for helping us find out what the possible implied move of the earnings could be for Apple or any stock that's coming out. So for Apple, it says expected move of greater or less than 4.1%, so plus or minus 4.1% from the current price of the stock around 146, so expecting a low of 140 to a high of 152 off the earnings report. You could also go take a look at Amazon that's coming out later today, and expected move of 0.7 coming in, so a low of 104 or a high of 120. And if it's a higher than 7%, it could also be a 10% move, which means a low of 100 or a high of 124. Papa Bezos already talking about possible recession coming in for United States, and if United States gets affected by it, possibly most of the world does too, and hence we got to be careful to see what Amazon numbers comes out as. If Amazon comes out with good numbers, then maybe that recession fear that Bezos has is kind of swept under the rug for a little bit longer, and then we might get hit with it later on, or maybe we just don't get hit with it as people in the news articles and the news wires all keep saying that it's a completely different market environment. I like this camera angle. It's pretty cool. You get to see all the inner workings of the floor. You see Brando, Neil, Sean. That's me right there prepping up for this show. And Luca comes on when it's time for the show. But yeah, you can see a couple of the other traders, all the camera angles and everything, pretty cool. But mainly bringing this up because we are only 4 minutes away from lunchtime, which means volume from the market most likely running away from it. Perfect time for us to talk about hitting the like button. We're only at 2.7K likes at the moment. Well, what I guess 2.7K is not bad, actually. Usually we're at 1.7 to 2.3, 2.2 around this time of the day. So we're already at 2.7 with 5,000 of you watching. I think we can easily get up to 3K today. Let's smash that like button and send it up to 3K as soon as possible. Appreciate all the people who have already hit that like button for us. 32% of you still. I'm surprised that number doesn't actually go down. So those 32% of you who are not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. We recently cracked the 355,000 subscribe count number. We're expecting to get to 500K.
That's the move.
Do we get to 500K by the end of the year? That's a big question right there. But that would be awesome if we are able to get to 500K by the end of the year. So share it with your friends, share it with your family, hit that subscribe button. For the people in the chat that with the green names and you're wondering how to become a green name yourself, click on that join button over there. You'll get a pop-up box with Brando explaining to you exactly what it means to become a Trader TV Live member. And for the last thing, merchandise, as you saw, Luca is now sponsored by the Trader TV merch instead of the Bass Pro merch. So if you want to rock the same hat that Luca has or the same hoodie that some of us wear over here on the show, feel free to go to the YouTube store directly on the homepage of YouTube that we have over here, our channel homepage, or do ! merch in the chat, and you'll be able to click on that link that Bears vs. Bull just threw over there in the chat for you guys.
Guys, AMD did exactly what I thought it was going to do. Break 60, reclaim, and then pop. So this was actually pretty textbook for myself. It's like add. We drop below, add a little bit more. So I'm creating a better average for myself, kind of playing off this overall 60 level. We pop very quickly. So it's like, I really like the idea of like adding through like the, it's taking all the stops through 60. So adding, and then as we pop back, getting a little bit out and, holding for the move, right? So kind of feels good. We're still above 60. I mean, this easily, like that was from 59.92 to 60.19, which, not crazy amount of move, but whatever that is, 30 cents in 1-2 seconds. Like that kind of, it's showing its hand, right? And keep in mind the market looking like maybe it found a little bit of a, not so much of a bottom, but we are near the lows. Who wants to sell this through? Are we going to continue to go down? If we get the pop, these longs are going to be good. So yeah, I'm going to hold on to that one and see if I can add to Meta right now.
We're going to send it to Brando at the big desk for happening now.
Hey guys, lunch hour. Let's get you caught up to date on what is happening as far as North American markets are concerned. Bit of a mixed board. To show you once again today, it is the Dow that's leading right now. trying to get higher for the second day in a row here, 1% right now, 0.18 for the S&P. We did see a whole bunch of strength in small caps early on. It's just the 2,000 now left in positive territory. There's a NASDAQ off the lows, but still 1+% in negative territory. We were discussing a few things if you joined us in the pre-market, including Meta, Shopify, and Ford off of earnings. Everyone knows about Meta. Here's Ford. Bit of a mess so far today. We are higher on the day, only 0.5%. But initial test to the downside, pretty good buy off that pre-market low this morning for Ford, guys. Now back to green.
Go for it.
Amazon is down 26 cents. So this is looking like it's going to break. And you know what's tough for myself? I don't know if anybody else has this issue. I tell myself, okay, I'm going to risk 20 cents. But a lot of the times, I can't really hard stop it because maybe it just dips and rips, right? So it's like I'm going to risk 20 cents, and I think my upside is like 50 cents. And then it like gets there, and now it's not really a 20-cent risk. It's actually like a 30, 40-cent risk. But I'm trying to be discretionary. So the main thing that I'm learning as a trader, like over and over again, and there's more size here on Meta, so I'm actually going to add to that even more. That's probably going to be this is going to be a sick long. Yeah, this Amazon, it's you know what it is? It's like, okay, I'm going to risk 20 cents, but I'm going to be discretionary on it. I'm going to use more of a time stop as opposed to a hard stop on it. So trying to, figure out the right way to do this. But yeah, now as we're selling off on Amazon, it's just not, I'm not really too sure. I mean, I'll give it like a few more minutes. If we pop back up, the long is probably good. And yeah, not going to try to work out of this position, like, oh, I'm wrong. Oh, let me like create a better average because then maybe we go up. Like not on this one, right? Like I don't like that idea. I like it on Meta because Meta's holding and size is reloading at 100. The more that the size gets reloaded at 100, the better the long is going to be. And I think this is going to print. This is going to move to the upside. So I got some out. Wow, what a move. Okay, let's take a little bit more out. That was pretty sick. That was actually super quick. And this is the thing, right? I'm not trying to call tops on this. I don't really know how high we go, but what a sick long. What a sick long. Okay, I'm so happy that I added to that one. That was super clean. Is that a par fill? No, there we go. Okay, yeah, and sorry about this wick. I'll fix that in a second. But again, we're talking about this. Long below VWAP, sell it above VWAP, hold some for the move, because I'm telling you right now, if we end up back at 102, you're gonna be pretty upset that you didn't hold some for the move. So I'm saying it out loud, but I'm telling this to myself. That was a pretty sick long. Very happy with how I structured that one. Again, VWAP, not really selling below. It's SSR. There's size on the bid. All of these reasons make me like it, so I take a little bit more size on it. AMD, you have the level to play off. It kind of looks like it's holding. We dip, we rip. The market, boom, back to the upside. So these are my expectations. I'm seeing it happening in real time, and so I'm happy when things work out like that. And yeah, no, Amazon's a dud. I'm done with Amazon. Take the L on that one. I think I lost 50 cents. Whatever, is what it is. These other ones are working out really, really nicely, so pretty happy. McDonald's, not really too worried about it. Back at VWAP, kind of dancing around over here. If we get back down, I'm not going to add anymore. If we get back down, I'm going to get out of it, and I'm going to lose on that trade. It's no big deal because I like the AMD long better. I like the Meta long better. The Ford short is like something that you don't even have to look at. It's like watching paint dry, so I don't know if I'll bring it up again. But again, just for the record, I'm getting out in front of VWAP if we actually get there. But yeah, man, that Meta trade, like that's a banger, man. That is a banger. Look at that move. You get long 100, you're 80 cents in the money right away. You could take unlimited size. This is what's attractive with large caps, right? There's small cap traders, you got large cap traders, but what's attractive with large caps is you could have unlimited size. Like you could punch long Meta 100 for like 20,000 shares, iceberg it, and you get the fill. And you just play off the 100 level, and like that's pretty sick. You risk like whatever it is, call it 10 cents risk if you want to get out on the size. And now you're just way in the money, and it's just order management, right? Like you either iceberg the way out or you scale yourself out. I would not be slamming 20,000 shares on the way out because the market will react very negatively to that kind of move. But yeah, this is like a super strong move to the upside. So let me just, let me just cover like a super, super small portion just because I'm dying to cover. And yeah, I'll just make sure that my orders are scaled. Next stop, 101.50 most likely. Like this is a really, really strong move to the upside, and it's lining up with the overall market. Super, super clean. This is not an intraday swing for myself. It's scale myself out as the winner works. Can you buy? Yeah, I mean, it's all about. I don't know what you mean by that question, but it's all about like looking at the book, looking at the volume, and understanding like what is the amount of shares that I could take on this, right? So get into the habit of like, okay, for example, EPIX. And this is just an example for myself. It's a good learning experience. Like if you're scaling up and getting better as a day trader and you're wondering, okay, where is like the top? How good can I actually get? How much size can I actually take? For example, EPIX, because it's slower, there's a little bit less volume. I personally would not want to have, a lot of size. Because if it gets away from me, how am I getting out? Am I going to find a counterparty? I don't really know. You can't really punch in and out of these things. I don't know if anybody trades them with that many size in this chat here, but if you do, you know what I'm talking about. It's like, if this rips against you and you're like trying to get out, like you're the guy, you're the girl, you can't get out. It's just kind of like a scary feeling overall. But with an AMD, with a Meta, you can actually do that on certain days. So yeah, definitely very, very exciting when these things are in play. You could just recycle over and over again. You just get the fill. It's very, very nice. Yeah, very, very good feeling. And that's why a lot of us here kind of look at these large caps. Different traders, everybody's trading different things. Some people trade small caps, some people trade large caps, but yeah, the attractiveness with large caps is the fact that you could scale, and on days like today, you're getting the move, you're getting the fill, so yeah, things are good for sure.
People in the chat want me to take a look at what Marvell's expected earnings move could be. Apparently, it's going to be 14% for MRVL, and people also asking about Intel, INTC. Intel, I believe, was 7.7%. Yeah, 7.7% for Intel. So a high of most likely 28 or a low of 24 based on how the numbers come out. If you guys want me to take a look at more stocks, or if you want the link for yourself, here's the link. I'll put it in the chat. Feel free to click on it, and you can just click back on the logo over there. Type in the search box whatever you want, or just the link. In the link, you see how it says INTC in the last 4 letters. You can change those last 4 letters to basically any stock you want, and it will show you the info that you're looking for, the news, the overview, the earnings, and implied volatility that you have to pay for, but it tells you the expected move for the most part, which is absolutely free, and we like free things like that. Let's quickly go take a look at what Bitcoin is doing today. Still above 20K for Bitcoin. Let's go, baby. And did not really get under 20K, looks like, overnight, did it? No. So pretty good move for Bitcoin over there. Still above 20K. We got a little bit of a barrier around 21,000 over here. If you zoom in, you see the heat map kind of getting hotter and hotter, basically showing that there is levels up there to the north side. Could be short sellers, could be profit takers. Same thing over here for closer to 20,000 too. Profit takers for the short side, or it could be people who want to go long. Either direction, helping out for Bitcoin. But what is Bitcoin doing today? Is it green? Is it red? Bitcoin is sadly down 1%. Ethereum is also down 1%. I'm saying only because Ethereum has had 2 killer days where it's been up more than 10% each day, I believe, if I remember correctly. So only being down 1% for both of these stocks over here, or currencies, excusez-moi, currencies. Then I expect Coinbase to not really be under 70 bucks. So yeah, I'm right on that expectation. Coinbase, even though it's down on the day, still above $70. And sadly today, though, has been rejecting VWAP throughout the whole day, especially after going down off the opening drive, pulling back after the opening drive, and then ever since rejecting VWAP and the 100-period EMA, pulling all the way down to low a day almost, from where we bounced a little with the help of the NASDAQ market and the S&P 500 market, giving you those beautiful long opportunities. I know people keep saying go away from Meta, but guys, it's kind of hard too when Meta is the #1 volume stock traded today, 128 million shares traded, still doing 9 relative volume. The reason why I'm bringing this up is when the market was going down, Meta didn't really pull too far to the 100 area. I think we started bouncing once again just above 100. That's where you saw your boy Luca taking some beautiful long entries coming into play and capitalizing on that move to the north side that it's getting at the moment. The market coming in with a beautiful rally towards VWAP and taking Meta along with it towards the 102 area. Part of me wishes that I actually got back into the trade. Part of me wishes I held the trade a little bit longer, but no complaints, no woman, no cry. For those of you who know that song. Here's Google pulling back towards VWAP at the moment, 93.50. Maybe we can wait for 94 to come back into play for a possible re-entry on the short side. And even Amazon, I'm expecting closer to 114. Wow, no, Amazon not really rallying with the rest of the market here, and still down 3.2% on the day. And actually looks like it wants to go lower while the market's pulling up higher.
It's kind of weird how like AMD is not actually popping with the overall market pop. So my expectations were we were going to see a pop. We didn't see a pop. I don't really know what to think here, but as long as it holds, maybe just it channels sideways. And a lot of this is because, there's a lot of volume being done elsewhere. And so maybe some of these names, midday, a little bit less volume, nobody's really buying or selling it. So it just kind of stays in that range and channels. I think, going back to, don't talk about Meta over and over again. When I come on here, I'm like, look, this is the trade today. Like, this is the trade today. Like, obviously there's a lot of other things moving, and I got a short here, a couple longs, whatever. But like, this is the money maker today. So hopefully it's a good learning lesson. Like, this is where volume is being done. This is where you want to get involved in. This is where the money is going to be made, right? So it's like, it's a good example. Hopefully it's a good learning experience for everybody. And somebody in the chat was also saying, like, oh, thank you for the reminder on Meta. Like Meta's the money fills, right? Meta's the money fills. That's where you want to be involved in. These other names, it's kind of like, it's hard to gauge, right? It's like the Amazon long. It's like the Amazon long, oh my God. Wait, oh no, 111. Yeah, sorry, I thought it was a different price. But yeah, the Amazon long, it's like, it's just not good. It's not good. And it's like, that's why I had less size there, and then I lost 50 cents on it. So it's like, I'm not really gonna, what's there to look at Amazon? Maybe it tests the bottom and then bounces. But like Meta, it's like, if we get back down here, I'm getting long again. Like, look at that pop, look at that range. It's like in and in, out, 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 in and in, out, out, out. Like, these are the money fills. So yeah, recycle over and over again. Obviously, talking about everything else, covering it. AMD slowly making its way down now, so I'm not really sure what I'm going to have to do with this one. Yeah, if the market, the market has, some way to go to the downside, and now AMD's falling off, so this one might actually be a loser. I think I'm down 25 cents on it, so nothing too crazy. I think I might add one more time, and then if we actually do continue to, like, this looks pretty nasty, actually. Maybe I'll cut down the, actually, maybe I'll let this go for a little bit, but yeah, if we're at like 59.60 in like the next like minute or so, then probably just gonna have to cut that trade. Meta was a really, really nice winner. Now AMD's turning into what could be a nasty loser. Still up overall, but yeah, not something that you want to see, right? I would have loved for this to give the pop. I was so confident on this one, and man, was I wrong. So yeah, that's trading for you. Just make sure you're managing risk, and good things will happen. Somebody's saying outbreak even on Tesla. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I didn't get any fills on Tesla. I guess it actually never came back down to that 223. I'm sitting just in front of 223 for the wick down, and I think 224 is holding here. Seems to be holding, so maybe step up on that. But no, I don't know. You know what? I'll just step up just a little bit. We'll go 50 cents higher, so that'll be 223.50, give or take. And yeah, hopefully we get the fill. I got a feeling that I'm not going to get the fill on Tesla. Feels like we already had the little bit of a, not really a double bottom, but it's like dip, rip, bounce, couple times, channel. If we go through 224, maybe I get the fill, and then maybe we rip back up and then go to 226. That's my logic on this trade. I was hoping for it to happen over here for this move up, but I missed it. So now it's just unfortunate, but I have to size down because it already did it. So if it does it again, it's probably not going to be as good. That's my logic. So yeah, it'll just have to be a little bit of a size down. And AMD, yeah, bouncing back up here. So yeah, I'm not going to add to it, even though I want to. But yeah, I'm just going to keep my orders there. Whatever happens, happens. We'll see where it goes. Axe saying AMD was up over 3% this morning. Yeah, it's kind of like, I'll pull up the daily on AMD, and this is the same thing. Everybody's kind of looking at the same thing here, but this is the thing with AMD, right? And let me just draw the line to visualize it. Sorry about that. Let me just drag this over here. This is, it's obviously going down, like to state the obvious, obviously going down, but it's in a very, very clean channel. And it just feels like you buy down here, you sell over here, you buy over here, you sell over here, you short over here, you cover over here, right? So we are at the bottom, and we still could, we're not right at the bottom anymore, but playing off of that 60 level, looking at the daily, we spent so much time under 60, we broke out. Now the bottom of this area is like 59. So on a day like today, I don't think AMD is going to sell down to like 55 would be a huge move, but I'm just, I'm exaggerating, but I don't think we're actually going to sell, especially going into earnings, which is coming up November 1st, and everything else moving today. It just kind of feels like the long can't be wrong, so that's why I'm holding on to it. And yeah, hopefully we end up getting those pops. But this is the thing, like, we're waiting for earnings. Once earnings comes through, then direction will be set. And then after that, we're probably going to just continue on, right? So yeah, if earnings are good, maybe we run. I'm expecting 10%, so call that $6 up or down. So if we're at $66, we'll be at like 65, 66. If we get there, we probably get resistance at 75. So maybe we pop and then just kind of drift up to 70 if it's a positive kind of news. If not, we're breaking 55, going lower. And then your guess is as good as mine as to where the bottom is on that one. Maybe 50 because it's a psychological level. But yeah, I guess time will tell.
Yeah, if you're not following the watch list, you might have missed out on why the chip stocks were strong today. So here's our do exclamation mark watch list in the chat. You'll get the link to sign up to our watch list. Fire it out every day, every morning before the show starts at 8:30. So on that watch list over here, it tells you exactly why the stocks were up on the day today. A strong CapEx guide from Meta has the group trading higher. Pre-market, the Facebook and Instagram operator forecasted the 2022 CapEx to be between $32 billion and $33 billion. A tightening of the prior guide of $30 billion to $34 billion. The company also forecasts next year's CapEx to be in the $34 billion to $39 billion range. Majority of the investments will be towards data centers and boosting AI capabilities. So Meta platforms coming out there, boosting the sentiment among the chip stocks such as AMD, NVIDIA, Micron, Intel, AMAC, Qualcomm, and we also know Qualcomm, I believe, is supposed to have an earnings report today. Let me quickly go verify if it is supposed to happen today after hours. That's QuantumScape. We're looking at QCOM. Come on, QCOM, load up for me. Not today then. So the earnings report for Qualcomm is on the 2nd of November after hours on the FOMC day. So Wednesday, November 2nd, we'll be watching for how Qualcomm comes out with their earnings report. We do know, however, QuantumScape is coming out with their earnings report today after hours. I do remember that from looking at it yesterday. So maybe we can quickly go here. Take a look at what QuantumScape's expected move is. 32%. So that's going to be a pretty monster move coming in, 32%, well lower than 690 and well higher than 970 over here for that stock. Let's wait and see how this one comes out. Let's quickly also go to Earnings Whisper and see what time they come out with their earnings report. So today is Thursday, right? Let's quickly go here. Thursday, after market, Apple comes out at 4:30, Amazon at 4 o'clock, Intel at 4 o'clock, Pinterest at 4:05, T-Mobile, United States, U.S. Steels, United States Steels, U.S. Steels. And those looks like those are the main ones over there. Zendesk, for those of you who might be interested in that one. But that looks like the most anticipated one that we're looking for to come out today after hours. And tomorrow, before the market open, we got a bunch of energy stocks such as Chevron, XOM. We even got Colgate. We've seen Colgate move around a little bit. Maybe that one shows you some trades to be involved into. And then that kind of just dies off over there. So a little bit of a few companies over here that we're watching going into the end of this week. And next week, we got a whole different basket of stocks to look forward for the earnings board. Here's NVIDIA. Even though AMD is now red on the day, NVIDIA still is AMD red? Well, not really. AMD is still positive on the day, but NVIDIA doing a whole lot better than AMD today, up 3%. Even though the direction of the chart is to the downside, NASDAQ down 1.2%, but NVIDIA not caring about it at all, still up 3% on the day and bouncing off of looks like yesterday's candle bottom. So this is what I'm talking about when I mean the candle lows. Instead of the wick low of the whole body, they're just hanging out around 129 as the low a day. And look at where we bounced on. Is that even a real candle? I think that's a dark pool candle. Let me quickly go verify if that is a dark pool candle or a real candle on NVIDIA. Quickly pull it up over here on this side. Oh, that was a real candle to 129. Wow. So we did print all the way to the downside to 129 with the low of 128.63 today and managed to pull back up off that. That would have been an insane long maybe to catch.
I'm just looking over the chat, and I want to bring up all the names that everybody is talking about. So yeah, keep them coming. And if I miss the question, if I miss a question or something, just feel free to try to send it again because yeah, lots of comments coming through. So yeah, appreciate all the comments. People talking about BA strong support 141, also shop breaking 34 to the upside. I think look, if you have the long on shop at like VWAP, because I was actually looking at this and I didn't bid it because I have a few other things going, but if you have the long here now, it's I would not like. I'm not in this name, so I'm kind of thinking like I don't want to get long like over here. It doesn't make any sense. But if I was long, like maybe 34, take out above 34, that would be kind of my gut intuition. Guys, Meta is just printing. Like this is, I love this. I love this, man. This is nice. Holding trend over here, now making a move back up. Next stop, 102 probably. Again, printing a lot of levels. You know, we could flush down, we could flush up. This is why it's good on something like this to just have your orders out. Like these longs were sick, and I didn't actually know because, you know, hindsight is 20/20, right? When you're looking over here, you don't know if we were going to be down at over here. But I'm like, whatever, I'll play off of 100. So I punched out and then punched back in and then punched out and then punched back in. It's kind of sloppy, but the overall logic is try to control risk, play sort of an over-under using the size there, then create the winners, add, okay, it's wrong, but this is way less size because I'm like, I don't like it. I love it down here. Add the size down here, 100 holds, reloads. Now it's just trade management. It's just scale yourself out. So now I don't even know how much of the position I have left. I'm using weird amounts of size. It's not, I don't use like even amounts. I just kind of whatever. And then when I get myself out of the trades, I usually punch out of like whatever, like just a bizarre amount, just to kind of keep the bots on their toes. You know, that's the kind of logic there. But yeah, so I'm very, very less size now on Meta. So if we actually do go all the way back down, it's not, it doesn't matter to me. I don't care, right? I already took my money on the way up. Now I'm holding a little bit. If we get 102s, if we get 102.60, you know, make a high a day, great. That'll be amazing. If not, whatever, no big deal. I did actually, AMD looked really, really good for a second. I added to it below 60 and we popped. And I'm like, okay, now we're going. But now we're back below. So I don't even know what to do with this position. But it's a weird one, right? It's not really selling off. So I'm not wrong on the trade. But it's not going up either. It's like not really doing what I expected to happen. So I'm kind of like taken aback. Like, what am I supposed to do here? Where should I go from there? I'm not really too sure. But whatever. We'll see what happens. And he is acting like it is a $5 move. Well, the thing is, you don't need a $5 move on Meta, right? Like, you just need a 50-cent move because, again, it's super scalable. So it's not going to give you a $5 move, right? But it's you know, this move, $1 move is, you know, again, I'll just say it one time, unlimited size. You know, you could take as much as you want. So yeah, that could be, you know, that could be 20K profit. That could be $2, right? You'll never know, but just manage risk accordingly. McDonald's now kind of curling back down. Didn't really, you know, go back above and make the run up. So McDonald's is one of those things that's not really doing anything. I'm pretty flat on the name right now, so I'm just going to punch out of it. I thought it would have worked. It didn't, so I'm getting out. Is what it is, no big deal. And yeah, Ford pretty flat there. I'm just watching AMD for now, and we'll see if this wants to double bottom and then go. If we break the low and then pop back again, you know, maybe something there, maybe something not. I'm not really too sure. Somebody's saying Google is flushing. So yeah, let's have a look here. Google moving back to the downside, down 2%. Wow, this actually hit 92 today. I didn't look at Google at all, but that was actually a crazy move down. And surprising that it touched 92. I want to say that if you look at the weekly on Google, the last time I checked it, it's either the weekly or the daily on Google. There's a 200 period moving average right at 92. So if you're looking like at this Google flush and you actually have that information, I'm kind of sad that I didn't take this, but you have that information, you play along off the 92 level, and that gives you like, you know, a $2 move back to the upside, cover VWAP. That's pretty clean there. So yeah, if we do actually get closer towards 92, I'm going to try along there as well. I'm not really sure we get there, but yeah, if we get there, I'll have an order out just to take the long. But yeah, it's kind of, I mean, not too far away, like maybe 70 cents away, but you know, that for Google, that's kind of a large move. I don't really expect that to happen. If it does, great, I'll get the fill. If not, whatever, no big deal.
Yeah, market pulling back over here slightly to the downside. NASDAQ still not at lower days, but NASDAQ did make a new low from the previous range that we were bouncing off of. So under 11,300 goes NASDAQ. S&P 500 still above 3,830 and trying to stay above it for the time being. The lower day looks like it's at 3,825 for the S&P 500 today. Both of those markets are in the red. I was also watching NVIDIA near 132. We broke 132. There's a little bit of size there, not too much size. Just a tiny bit of amount of size there, but looks like we actually want to stay above 132 for NVIDIA. Lower day flush incoming, in my honest opinion, says chat. It is possible, guys. It is, and girls, it is very much possible. But one thing that I am watching is going to be UVXY. UVXY today has been negative the whole time almost, and still below VWAP. So Until I see UVXY really breaking above VWAP, I don't know if the market can take out the lows just yet. So based on that, you know, I'm still bullish on off of these levels to the downside. For example, those meta longs around 100 or so, or even some of the longs that your boy Luca is in, AMD and so on. I'm looking forward for these stocks to pop up to the north side. Quick glance at AMD though. Look at the constant rejection of the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart here. Looks like we have not been able to pull back to the 100-period EMA on AMD. Constant rejection of the 50, but still a quick little scalp is more than enough worth it around these levels. Just to give that risk to reward play in case the market does bounce off of these bottoms and move back up, which means UVXY will most likely go really back to the downside. Look at the moving averages on MULN in the 15-minute. I can pull it up for you. I'm not going to trade it. But yeah, here's MULN bouncing off the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Here's the 15-minute chart. My EMAs don't really even populate on the 15-minute chart for the stock. But today, with a pretty decent amount of volume, once again, 132 million shares traded. If a penny stock is not doing hundreds of millions of shares, I'm pretty question mark in that move in itself. So hundreds of millions of shares traded today with a relative volume of only 1.9. So not even bringing in 2 or more relative volume for MULN. That kind of showing us that people are not really here today to trade MULN as much as they are to trade, you know, your Metas, your Fords, and so on. And your Shopify. Shopify is still doing 3.9 relative volume, and Meta Platforms doing 8.7. Couple other positions that were green on the day, but now sadly turning red. It's going to be Snapchat. Snapchat over here popping up on the scanners as it is down 1.8% on the day and looking to extend its losses a little bit more. Let's see if we can actually break the low a day on the same time as the market breaks its low a day over here.
So I want to address a question in the chat here. It's a good question. Somebody was asking, how do you differentiate dark pools from non-dark pools? And I'm going to make an assumption that you mean dark pool wicks. So if you're looking at the chart, for example, this may give the appearance that, we got up there, even though it's, you know, to trade, like it's like not realistic in this 1 millisecond, right? But for the most part, if the question is based on the chart, how do you differentiate if it's a dark pool versus if it actually printed? If you see something like this on our charts, this was not actually real. But what it is they don't actually have the instant reporting requirements that a lot of these other exchanges have. And so they have 24-hour reporting requirements. So a print that happened over here, so for example, this print, which happened at 8:30 in the morning, if it took place in the dark pool at 8:30 this morning, they can actually just you know, they're slow and then they print it. It didn't actually trade there, but they send the information. This amount of shares printed at this price in a dark pool, and so it just so happened that it comes through at 11:56. So our system will our system is like, the print happened, right? So it like prints up there and then whatever. But this isn't actually like a print. Like there's no trades that actually took place over there. So if that's your question, it's just very obvious, right? Like these wicks to the downside are not real. This to the upside is not real. So hopefully that answers your question. And then if the other question, I'm going to make another assumption and say, like, how do you differentiate dark pools versus lit venue prints? You know, it depends which brokerage you're with or who you're trading with. Maybe it comes up on the time of sale. You know, you see it there. But for the most part, a lot of the size is traded in the dark pool. That's just the nature of the market. That's how it goes. But yeah, I think your question was more towards the chart because I think, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully that makes sense to you. You know, this is not real. It didn't actually get up there. If it did, like I'm long. If it got up there, trust me, I would have candles showing that I got out, right? So I didn't, still in the long. And somebody in the chat was also saying, working really hard not to average in on the double bottom. And I think you're talking about AMD because I'm thinking the exact same thing. And I'm like, I know, me too. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to, like I already added, like, I'm not going to add again. Maybe if we get over 60, like I'll add. But at this point, it's like, it's not really selling off. It's not really going up. You know, you guys were mentioning maybe we get a flush to the downside. Kind of feels like could be the case. But yeah, if we actually break the lows, like we're going to pop. That's my bet. Like we're going to pop, right? So I think there's pain ahead for my AMD long. It's going to be painful to hold this. But I don't want to get faked out if we're going to just like break the low and then pop. It is flat on the day, right? It's not down on the day. You know, overall, like not looking too crazy. So it's like, it's just like an emotional thing. It's like, oh man, it's pain because my average is like above 60. And now what? I'm like 30 cents out of the money. But at the same time, I'm not wrong. I don't think I'm wrong on this trade So yeah, it's going to be painful to hold this, I'll be honest, but for the most part, I think it's the right thing to do, so I'm going to hold that, and we'll see what happens next, right? If we continue to flush, then it'll be a nasty loser for myself, but whatever, it is what it is. That's why I paid myself on Meta, doing really well on this name. AMD still pending, I covered here, maybe I should have covered more there, but whatever, is what it is, right? Somebody's saying Apple low of day, let's go. So I'm assuming you're short here, and I'm going to bring up Apple just to see. Apple making low of day, that 145. So guys, we're super far away from 135. We're down here, on, I think it was CPI day. There was so much buying at 135 on Apple when we were down there. And so we're obviously 10 points away from that, and earnings is coming up, so whatever happens, happens. But keep in mind, 135 is where everybody either covered the shorts or loaded the boat long. And on this pop, at the 150, gotta imagine as a trader, like they're out of that trade, right? But that's an inflection point for myself, so I'm actually interested to see, like, where do we go? Like, what is earnings gonna do? Are we actually going to, touch that level and bounce again or not? And I think we're getting this flush market now making new lows here, so if we don't bounce, I'm in trouble with this AMD position, but if we bounce, then this is probably the money fills. And yeah, it's unfortunate that I'm 30 cents out of the money on this one, but whatever, it is what it is. Sometimes you're in a little bit too early. But yeah, if we get back to 60, I'll reevaluate. I think easily we could get back to 60, so yeah, we'll see what happens.
Market did make a new low for both sides, so I'm just looking to see what stocks are actually going to the downside and then bouncing off the bottoms. It's going to be Meta again, holding up to the bottoms over here. Enrique in the chat keeps telling me to trade MULN, and it's not going to bite me and whatnot. No, I appreciate the trade idea, but I'm going to stay away from that. More power to you. Continue making the profits on that side for yourself. We'll pull it up every now and then when we're taking a look at it, but no trade for me, for myself at least. Here comes Meta Platforms to the downside as the markets did break the lows, but looks like the markets wants to very quickly reclaim those bottoms. Maybe it was burning the stops to the downside. That's all the market was doing. I'm just guessing at this moment, right? Here's the low, the previous low. We got under it all the way up to 38.20 almost, and now right back above into that range. Just a quick little idea that, burn the stops, and now maybe we rip back to the upside. Didn't really have an option to go long on Meta over there to go closer to 100. So maybe we have to wait patiently. Look at that size though on the ask. 100 lots kind of refreshed a little bit, but then taken out completely. Did not matter. So it looks like whoever was long just wanted that out. Or whoever was short just wanted that out, and you might have just punched that size as soon as it showed up because they didn't want to hold on to it. A couple of my trades, my only trade on board are still moving around for me, so that's good. We're just trying to capitalize on that trade for myself. Rip to the upside catalyst. There is no real catalyst right now. It's just breaking stops and burning those stops and moving back up. While we keep hunting for other positions and other stocks to trade for today, let's send it back to Brendo at the big desk for volume leaderboard.
Hey guys, a bit of a quiet afternoon here. Let's get you caught up on what's doing the most volume on the day. This board is going to show you the entire U.S. landscape here, 10,000 anyways. 708 listings, of which 5,898 currently in positive territory. 3,730 downside, about 1,000 break even on the day. Right now, 220 new lows as the market makes new lows versus 152 on the new high side of things. Ton of volume once again, top to bottom on this list. There's the TQs, typical to be top of the list on a day when the overall market is moving 147 million. There's Mullen, 133 million. Meta here as well, 132 million. More ETFs than Soxel, SQ, Shopify doing all kinds of volume today. Almost 60 million for Shopify, Ford, AMD. That KAL, little one leading as far as percent gainers. HTCR up 120% on decent volume. Worth a mention as well. 17 million shares, guys. Back over to you.
I mean, come on, Mullen's doing the same amount of volume as Meta Platforms today, so that just goes to show where the actual volume is in this market. If Mullen had any real catalyst or any reason to trade, Mullen would be doing 3 times, 4 times the Meta platform's volume today. And Meta once again bouncing off of VWAP and moving back to the north side after the market breaking the bottoms and is now right back below or right back above the previous low in both sides. Let's see if NASDAQ can get back to 11,300 and actually get above 11,300, or will it stay stuffed down below 11,300 for the NASDAQ futures as the S&P 500 is now currently at 3830. Morgan Stanley isn't letting SLB lose 52 level. It could be possible. Yeah, it could be Morgan Stanley over there. Since you brought up Morgan Stanley not allowing that level to break, it kind of just reminded me of to go take a look at what Mobileye is doing, MBLY. So this stock was an IPO yesterday. Intel basically owns them. I think the underwriter, which is the people who allowed the stock to even IPO, is Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan, and they most likely were sitting there at the 26th level, and I'm guessing it was them. Because there's a story that Neil has told us about Facebook. So whoever the Facebook underwriter was, they were just sitting there on the IPO day as a complete level. And no matter how many times you came, the stock would come down on the IPO day to test that bottom level on Facebook. We would just keep bouncing off of it to the north side. So it was looking for that level yesterday on Mobileye. It happened to be the $26 area. We didn't really even push down to 26 to go test it. We bounced off of 26.60 off the opening candles over here at 931, 932 and managed to rip all the way to 29.60. So a little bit of that level at 30 and that level at 26 that we're both that we're going to have to watch constantly for MBLY going forward. Please don't tell me that died. Okay, that did die. So we'll send it to Luca over here while I load my chart back up.
Sure, guys. Somebody was like, Luca, Tesla. And I was like, yeah, you know what? That's a good point. We're actually making lows. And I don't normally do this. I'm probably never going to do this again. But this is my order. And I didn't get the fill. I didn't get the fill on the dip. I'm like, wait, why am I not filled on Tesla? Runs down. I'm sitting at the 1 cent, I think it's 1 cent away. So I missed the fill by 1 cent, and then we rip back up. So there's the thing, right? Tesla, for myself, was a back burner play. Sitting right there, a little bit less size. I don't really care. Like, I'm watching some of my other positions, and I'm like, wait, why am I not filled? That is a good question. And yeah, it did exactly what I thought it would do. Like, dip below 224, market dip below, then we get the little bit of a bounce. Now we're popping back up. And again, this is not like it's not really like, it's Tesla. It's $1 in the money. It's nothing crazy. And a little bit less size on that one, so not a big deal that it's missed. But wow, like, go figure. That's kind of funny. Makes me laugh there. Yeah, I'm still nursing all these positions, just chilling. No cover on AMD yet. We made the low, bounced back up. Now we're back at 60. I don't want to add. Like, I'm not going to add to this. I already have the size that I want. If we get the pop, then, we're getting the fills. If the market goes back up, AMD probably will go up at this point because now, it's like stop everybody out, stop everybody out, stop everybody out. And now it's like once everybody has covered, like, I'm done with this, I'm going to lunch, I'm out of here, it'll be like, okay, now we're going. So not without me. I'm holding on. I think it's going to be a good trade. Still holding on to a portion of Meta. It's unfortunate that it didn't dip below VWAP again to get a little bit more fills down over there. Somebody was saying, please keep the Meta updates coming. So yeah, 100% will do. It's definitely my best name so far, looking really, really clean to the upside. I'm not going to add over here just because I added here and then it was like wrong. So I'm just going to let it come to my orders and then maybe consider the add. But again, very, very light on this position. So even if this position goes against me and if I consider not adding at the 100, it's not a big deal, right? So just waiting on that AMD, hopefully comes through. Let me just quickly glance back at EPIX because this is probably not even close to 5. Yeah, no, this one now. See, it's like, I would have loved the over under 5. We didn't get it. It's okay. I let it go. Maybe, this is a little bit of a death candle, and now we're just dead. Volume is dead, not really moving. So whatever, is what it is. No big deal. Apple, somebody was saying I am short Apple. I think that's the person who called Apple low a day. The thing I would be worried about if I was in this, so this is the daily on Apple. And again, it's not really going to, maybe this is not really a crazy level here. Sorry about this line. Not really a crazy level, but this is the 13-period moving average, right? And now we're touching that area. It is at the low a day. The market already made the low. Now we're getting a little bit of a bounce. If we bounce, then this could be back at 146 very quickly. So one of the rules that I tell myself just as a day trader is when it shows you the high and the low, and then it goes back to VWAP, does something, and then approaches back to the low, I don't really want to short into the low. And if I'm already short from over here, I like to actually cover at the low, because is it really going to continue down? And we have to cover our positions by the end of the day. So I'm not swinging this. I'm not holding for tomorrow. I'm not holding into earnings or anything like that. But yeah, just keep in mind earnings are coming out, right? So not really sure the expected move off the top of my head, but this is one of those things that we could be at, 153, or we could be at 140. Like, your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea. Somebody also saying CR News, market will be green for elections, ? That's a really, really good question. I have no idea, but I do know that, midterms around the corner, CPI number around the corner. So many things can change very, very quickly. You have the Fed that's looking at these numbers. That's why the market's moving off of these numbers. You're going to get crazy volatility, and it's an interesting environment that we're currently in, because I want to believe that a lot of traders don't really know what's going on right now. They don't know what's happening. People are offside very quickly. It's a scalper's market. So for somebody like Sean, who's just in and out, getting all these fills, if you spoke to Sean maybe 5 years ago, he would be like, when things are just like buy the dip and going up, it's like, yeah, just buy the dip and then it goes up and then you get the fill. But now it's like you could short, you could cover, you could go long, cover again. It's just it's a day trader's market. Things are giving you the range. Like, it's not every single year that, Apple is going to give you like $5 moves every single day up and down. So my only kind of piece of advice overall is, because it is a scalper's market, I would say just continue to recycle over and over and over again, up and down, and that's kind of my take on the overall market. You could swing trade if you have a good kind of inclination, this is where we're going, but at the same time, it's like, oh, I'm going to swing trade because of this level, and then you come in the next day, and it's like that level wasn't even valid, and now we're like really far away from that level. So yeah, I don't know, it's tough, right? And I've kind of put my swing trading on hold just a little bit, because I don't really know what to expect, but I think overall I like the swing on Meta long, so I'm definitely going to load the boat on that one. And yeah, I am long here on the day trade. So yeah, we'll see what happens on Meta, but I would not be surprised to come in next week and, I think we're going back up. I do think that, but, if we do go down, then, whatever, is what it is, and I'll just probably take the L on that.
Currently looking at STX Seagate, and memory space basically for, sorry, memory space realm, same as Western Digital for your computers and your hard drives and so on. Sadly, Microsoft did come out and already tell you that the demand for computers have been going down in the recent quarter after the pandemic coming to an end almost. And the demand for computers and personal computers have been going down drastically. So Seagate over here getting hurt a little bit, and so did Western Digital, who actually had their earnings report today. So earnings report in that one, they missed out on their, I believe they missed out on their revenue, but hit on the earnings, or maybe the other way around. Let me just quickly go see. Yeah, they got hit on the earnings, but they did make it on the revenue side for Western Digital, and hence today only down 0.5% for themselves. But their partners in crime, STX, Seagate, down way more than that, so down 1.5%, and currently pushing back to the low side, while the markets are really debating what they want to do around the ranges where we're at. For S&P 500, 3830. For NASDAQ, we're slightly under 11,300, almost 20 points under 11,300. The demand for Windows operating system is down. Yeah, most likely because, a lot of programmers these days and tech firms want companies to use Apple products and Apple laptops. The last tech firm that I used to work for, they gave me an Apple computer. I had to learn everything about how to use it. I've never previously owned an Apple laptop before that, and ever since I don't work there anymore, I don't own a laptop again from Apple. I've always been a Windows guy my whole life, mainly because games only run on Windows for the most part, and now they're trying to maybe have a bigger, wider range or variety of pool of operating systems and so on. So Apple kind of is taking over for programming ourselves. Unix basically, as someone in the chat said, Unix. Yeah, Unix taking over Windows, but we'll still see a big demand in Windows coming up in the near future. There's a lot more normal people out there than there are programmers, so we'll probably see Windows coming back at one point eventually. Right now, the demand going down, which makes sense because the supply was ridiculously high and the demand was high too, but now the supply is almost equally same and the demand's lower, so now everyone's getting hurt on that side. market's not able to hold up above 38.30 for the S&P 500 future. So here's the S&P 500 chart. Not able to hold above 38.30. Looks like we might want to go back to the downside one more time and have our third, fourth, fifth leg to the downside today. Still upset about my shorts that I didn't trade them properly on the futures, because that would have been a big monster winner for myself. Would have been about a 30, 40 point winner to the downside.
Somebody saying MBLY is ripping to the upside. That was actually a very nice move to the upside. Guys, keep in mind yesterday there was some size at 26, and maybe it's still there, maybe it's not. I have no idea. But this is a good example, right? It's like I told myself before I came on the show, I'm trading at the outside of these ranges because I just expect chop. So I wouldn't have known to like go long here and then, this is kind of like interesting, right? I wouldn't have known to go short here. So again, it's kind of giving that feel that like look at these sharp moves and rejection around like 28.70 to 29. So it's like sharp move into these levels and then reverse, and then okay, we break above, reverse, and then same thing. So are we actually going to get another reversal down? Personally, again, I am not going to take the short here. But it looks like maybe, if it did it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, maybe it does it a 6th time. That's just my general overall idea on that one. Somebody in the chat was saying Netflix, which I'm like, I'm curious on this one actually. Where are we on Netflix? Pretty flat and just kind of maintaining trend overall. And sorry, where was the comment where something about they're seriously considering going into cloud gaming. Like, I don't know. Is that a play? Like, this is the thing, right? People invested in Meta for whatever they were doing, and then they deviated from that just a little bit. And you got to imagine these long-term investors are not thrilled. Now you have Netflix, which like they're trying to figure out, how can we generate more revenues? Should we pivot? What should we do? Oh, gaming seems to be good. We should maybe go into gaming. We should maybe make our own series, and we should maybe do this and that and this. And I'm just like, I don't know. Like, is Netflix gaming really going to be a thing? I don't know what you guys think in the chat, but for myself, thinking off the top of my head, I'm like, no, it's not going to be a thing. Like, it's not going to. I don't think it will be. But I mean, maybe they, they're, making plans for the future, trying to figure things out. But for the most part, Netflix daily here, looking at it from a technical perspective, I'm surprised that you have this huge gap from earnings, and it's just a grind up. Like I can't remember the last time it goes into the gap and then just grinds and doesn't really do anything. I think it's safe to say that 300 to 305 is like the overhead resistance area. We had it yesterday, and let me just drag this over because it was a strong move yesterday at 305, kind of ran some stops here and then, went lower. Now we're in this channel range. Look where it stopped again, 305. So if you are trading Netflix today, hopefully you saw this and saw the 305 level, like the 300 into 305. It's now channeling, right? And so like it has the move up. It was very strong. Is it going to lose a little bit of steam? Oh, the overall market's not really strong today. I want to short something, short Netflix into that 305 and just risk off 306. Like if we get above 306, maybe it's going to 310. But if we don't, right, don't use a hard stop because look at this, right? It just broke 305 and then went back down. But, short 305, now we're back at the bottom of the range. I think you cover the bottom of the range, right? No real reason that I see to hold on to that. I like to talk about day trades and then kind of give the other approach as like, oh, this is a day trade, this is a swing trade, kind of different alternatives. Like I do both, right? So it's like from a day trade perspective, risk $1 on that and, cover at the bottom of the range. It's not going to be at 291 today. But, if you have the top of that and you're like way in the money and then you create a free trade for yourself, so now your stop can actually be 310, even if really good positive news comes out and it opens up at 310, it's like, okay, whatever, I broke even on that trade. So no big deal. So yeah, I like giving both perspectives. Hopefully this helps some of you guys. I don't know if it's an angle that you like. I'm looking at AMD. It is now back to above 60 here. So yeah, let's see if this is now the move back up. And maybe I should have added, but whatever. I probably added a little bit too much over here, so that's the reason why I didn't add. And I was like, don't add. So now, yeah, now maybe we go back up. Overall market maybe now wants to go back up. So if it does, I'll get those fills on AMD. If it doesn't and it just wants to stay at 60, I guess, it wants to be at 60. Not much I can do there. Ford is like watching paint dry for myself. It's not really, like I was in the short, scaled into it, created a winner, so profitable on that. Now I'm basically back to break even on it. And it's going back above 13. Still not above. I'm going to respect the original level that I had on it. But, it's like you already had the dip. You had the second dip. I thought there was going to be a third dip. There wasn't. Now it's going to be very slow. This reminds me of my Neo trade from a few days ago where it's like I had the short. I was not wrong, but I was not right. And maybe I should have taken off more down over here just to create pay myself a little more, and now I'd be holding like less size. So, but whatever, it is what it is. I mean, if we go above 305 or 1305, 1311, then I guess I'll just get out of that. But I'm not convinced we're going to 1350 anyways. So yeah, whatever, it is what it is. Just we'll hold on to that one and see what happens next. And I just want to glance back at Google because I think I had a buy, but yeah, that didn't fill either. I was like way closer to 92. And I think another good example is like if we get to 92, it's probably going to break 92. And here I am. I'm like, yes, I want exactly 92. And then if we break 92, I'm going to get out. Yeah, no. But yeah, no. Today is just an interesting day, kind of slow. I think people are just maybe waiting for Amazon and Apple to come out. Speaking of Amazon, where are we on this? Oh man, good thing I covered that one. Whoever in the chat was like, I'm long Amazon, and then I got convinced. I'm like, I'm in, let's go. Like, is what it is. I'm not holding anything against anyone. I clicked the button. I was the one who was wrong. What a move to the downside. I initially wanted the short at 114. Didn't get there, so I guess that's why, it's such a good short, because if it was going to be a lackluster short, maybe, it would have got there, got the fill. So yeah, if you don't get the fill on your trades, what a great trade, because it's probably going in the other direction. And it's going without you, right? So yeah, just continue to manage risk, is what it is. Don't fight the trend. Absolutely, I agree with that one. And someone's saying, yo, Pratt, who owns Valve?
Gabe Newell owns Valve from Steam, so that's a little gaming question over there. I think that's what they were asking me. Not people in the chat. The scanners are picking up PARA and Apple right now, fighting each other to see who's going to be relatively weak compared to each other. Apple losing about 0.28% from its previous candle, whereas Paramount only losing 0.23% from its previous candle and getting below $19. Paramount actually did a pretty damn good job today of holding itself above 19, but finally breaking under 19, giving it a flush up to $18.93. And now trying to see if it wants to reclaim that $13 area, whereas Apple pretty much pushing towards that 145 bottom, a new low a day on Apple for today, while the markets are going back up to the north side. So part of me wants to go long on Apple and closer to 145 because, nice, even significant dollar number. We've seen it come into play before. And when the markets are rallying the way it is, I would only expect Apple to do that too. So it looks like I'm not going to be able to get into my long over here. They're going to make me chase it a little bit higher than I want to get filled at. So I'm just going to stay away from it. For anyone who's interested, there's a pretty good risk to reward play coming in over here. Maybe you go long over here and give it a couple pennies below 145 to see if the stops get burnt and don't really push any more further to the downside. It's all just based off of the market's move right now. S&P 500 and the NASDAQ moving up. We'll punch it. We'll punch the long over here. We'll see if we can turn Apple into a nice winner for us for the day.
So I'm just glancing back at the chat, and people were like, Mullen, and then somebody was like, Mullen, with like so many exclamation marks. So, okay, fine, Mullen, why not? Let's look at it again. And there was something, this is the reason I'm pulling it up, because somebody mentioned before, while it was lower, it was like down at like 38 cents, right, before the run up. And then somebody was mentioning, yeah, there's going to be a lot of PR coming out going into Catalyst, I think Rose Bowl, if I'm not mistaken, and then had the gap up. So this is actually very interesting here. It has the run up, and let me just quickly pull up the hourly so that you can zoom out and do this with myself, right? So this is the run. It's very strong to the upside. It's holding trend, a little bit of sideways action, off to the races again. Then you have the gap up, right? This day, everybody remembers, was a very significant gap up. So now I'm going to go back to the 1 minute, I'll do the 5 minute just to kind of show everything. And this was the gap up, right? So when you get this type of gap up, even though it's strong and you think things are going up, got to imagine that people are taking profits. It's a crazy gap up. It's probably going to fade. And it did. It faded right off the open. It bounced right where it closed, then faded even more. And when I was watching this in real time, we bounced off 50 cents. So yeah, great bounce. Then we broke 50 cents. Last time we did that, which was on the way down, like this was a while ago, but last time we did that, we closed the day at like 30 cents, I think it was. And so if this was actually done, if the run was done on Mullen, I think this day would have closed a lot lower. But look at this. We bounced, we bounced, we bounced. And now we're actually going back up. Now we're back at 58 cents. So it's giving the feel that we're going back up, right? We're going back up. So, I mean, 80 cents to $1 is resistance. I've been saying that, since this was at 25 cents. So, maybe that's where it just wants to be. Maybe that's where it gets to. But for the most part, Mullen, from a day trade perspective, I'm not trading it. I'm probably never going to trade this. If we get to $1, maybe I'll take like 1 or 2 trades on it. But, I mean, look at this, right? It's holding, holding, holding. Now we're going back up, right? So maybe the trend is up. And again, this is the daily just for everybody to see very quickly. Let me just drag it over. Here, it's kind of choppy, right? But, holding trend, still going up. I think, maybe we make a high again, right? This was not, first red day, but you would think if it was done, it would be going lower, 40, 35 cents. Still going, right? Still going. Volume dying, though. Volume dying. So those are the things that I look at. Again, I am not trading it. I am not swinging it. I'll probably look at it if it's at $1. But those are my those are my kind of my thoughts on Mullen. Probably not going to bring it up for the rest of the day. So, it doesn't matter how many exclamation points you put there. It's just not worth a look, in my opinion, for a day trade. But, is what it is. I just wanted to double check because, again, this day was very, very key. This kind of dip, hold, it's like, oh, okay, maybe the long is not wrong. Maybe it still has some legs up. So I was actually thinking about that. So, figured I'll give it a chat just one time. But, yeah, no, nothing to see there anymore. Forward 8 cents out of the money, meaning that I'm wrong on this one, probably. Probably not, but you know what? I'll take off. I'll punch the high a day, cover some of that, and then I'll hold the rest, right? If we go back down, is what it is. I had the winner. This is a loser. Now I'm just at 1301 is my average. If we go higher, whatever, I'll just cover a little bit higher. It just doesn't. I thought like we could flush already, but now it's giving me the feel that it's just going to kind of hang around this area. So whatever is what it is, and yeah, we go from there. Somebody, AGFS, please. Let's have a look at the AGFS. Is this a small? This is probably small cap. Traded decent amount of shares today. Let's see if this thing wants to load. This is one of these. I don't like these names that like small cap up 70% on the day, but then very, very tight range. I hate these. I hate these. I don't trade them. They grind a lot. The range, I'm not shorting 275 to cover 265. And, maybe it goes for a high a day and then flushes, but, it's not going to flush. And I would assume the float on this is actually relatively large. We could do this together. Floatchecker.com. For anybody that doesn't know this website, if you're just tuning in, it's a great website. And let's just see if it wants to load here very quickly. Floatchecker.com shows you the float, pulls it from, multiple websites. So what you can do is AGFS to just get a general idea. So the float of this name is, call it 30 to 50 million, which is basically the same. So yeah, 30 to 50 million float. It's not a low float. It's not really going to move. It's not going to go crazy. But it's also not a 200 mil float. So, it's kind of in the sweet spot right in the middle. But the fact that it's very, very tight range is just telling me to stay away from that one. I'm not going to trade it. And, just kind of chilling here with my positions, waiting for, Meta is $1 in the money. It's looking good. I didn't add to it. It didn't get below VWAP, so I was like, I don't know. I can't add to it. It didn't really get below VWAP. And, yeah, AMD is now in the money, 1 cent. So come on, let's go to the upside. Fill me on the upside. And here's the thing. We spent so much time down here that now, if we actually go to the upside, I think these orders are selling myself short. Like trying to get out at like 60.25. Like, no, this is probably going to 60.50. So those orders are going to be bad, but whatever is what it is. I'm just going to keep the orders that I have there. Wick me out. Let's go to the upside. If not, then whatever. We'll just have to see what happens.
Currently watching CAR, Avis. Avis once again moving to the north side. It's going to be 5 straight green days for the stock, just not stopping ever since the earnings report, and now trying to continue climbing to the north side, up 3.46%. With only 355,000 shares traded on the day. I think that's going to put that stock at a relative volume of like, 3, 2, less than 1 actually, 0.82 relative volume for CAR at the moment. And still a big volume spike coming in not too long ago to help it break out of the 240 block that it was having earlier. Now at 242, almost 243 coming in. It's a little spready though, and the relative volume below 1, meaning I'm going to stay away from this position, not really trying to make a trade. But since it is popping up on a scanner, I figured we'll pull it up since we have been talking about it for a few days in a row now. Do you guys have a Trader TV Discord? We indeed do. Yeah, it's free. Do exclamation mark Discord in the chat. Looks like Barry versus Bull already did that for you. Click on that link and you'll be able to sign up for our Discord where people share their trades and their ideas all the time. Our Discord moderator, Blind Jedi, absolute monster moderator over there, always banning and catching people who are trying to scam our viewers for the most part. One of our viewers actually almost got caught or almost fell for that scam. Looks like a fake Trader TV Neil. Guys, Trader TV Neil, Brendo, and Sean don't really use Discord. So if you're ever having a contact with anyone on Discord with those names, it's most likely a fake person trying to scam you. Look at the way this guy's even messaging you. He's saying, "Are you ready?" I don't accept messages on Twitter. I don't know about that. That's scam. Are you ready or not? Like, what do you mean, are you ready or not? You're just waiting for our viewers to send you money? And like, that's such rude messaging to the way this person is saying, just don't fail this week, okay? Like, come on. Don't fall for these messages, guys. There'll be lots of these on Instagram and on Twitter where Neil and Sean actually, talk to people maybe sometimes, but never on Discord. At least for now, they don't get on Discord at all. They might have the account, but they don't really get on there. So if you're ever talking to any Trader TV personnel from Discord, most likely it's a scam. Unless you message me first, I'm right here. Trader Pratt #0001, 3 zeros and a 1. If it's from anybody who's not that username, then it's also a scam over there. We're gonna send it to Brendo at the moment at the big desk for an energy update.
Hey guys, yeah, a bit of a volatile session to say the least for crude oil. Here we go. We are higher on the day, 1.5% right now to the upside, trying to get back towards day highs as well. There was this move though that happened on that energy inventory number this morning at 10:30, came out on the wrong side this week. There was a drawdown expected, came out a little bit smaller. So back to the upside, trying to hold 89, positive on the session right now for crude oil. This is a number, I mean, there was a few reasons. One of them, demand and easing recession concerns. There was talk about recession earlier in the weekend, a lack of focus on growth over in China and from the Chinese government into pouring more support into the economy and how they were going to get away from that. So a little bit of concern on demand going forward. But look at this daily chart here. Back to the upside 2 days in a row here for oil, guys, higher on the session.
Thank you so much for that, Brendo. And yeah, just watching this AMD slow. I wanted to add a little bit because now we're testing 60 and we're probably headed back up. So there's a big difference between, this time of day when I'm trading. Like, look at these pops, like very, very nice. And now it's kind of like very, very slow. So you just gotta manage your expectations, right? Even Meta, it's like over here, way more volume, way beautiful move to the upside. Now it's like, like very, very slow. It's going down, it's going back up, it's lulling me to sleep. But no, I'm just kidding. I think, yeah, maybe actually get another fill here if we get back down there. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's like every time it gets lower, I'm getting excited because I'm going to get more fills. And then it just kind of stops. And that's it. You know what? Actually, I should cancel my Tesla order now that I'm thinking about this out loud. Because if I missed it the first time, missed it down here, now we're back up here. If we actually get back here, like I don't want that fill. So I'm canceling that order. And yeah, Tesla is as expected. It's just kind of very, very muted. I said if I got the fill, maybe I get to view up, but yeah, maybe not. Just kind of very, very slow there. So whatever is what it is. And let's actually have a look here at Snapchat. I'm not sure how this thing was doing today, but I kind of feel like maybe it's, it had obviously earnings, ran to 10, rejected 10, and this is the daily on this. Had the move down, had the move back up, rejected 10, now we're below. Are we going to go back below 9 on this? I think if we get to 10 for what, I probably missed a couple of trades on this, but if we get to 10, short is probably good there. So I definitely got to keep that on my radar. MBLY, just kind of going over my positions, not really doing much, as expected. EPIX, heading towards 4, missed the short, whatever is what it is, letting that one go. Google, slowly going to 92. I'm going to go long Google here with a little bit of size. I just feel like that might be a good idea. Just in front of that 92.50, and I'm willing to actually average into this, and I'll average in even more if we get closer to 92. Because, 92, I'm going to respect my memory here. that the fact that 92 is a key level. I think it's a key level. So yeah, I'm gonna, we already bounced off it. If this is now creating, call it whatever, like a higher low, even though we're down on the day, higher low, then maybe we go up, right? So maybe we can actually get to 93. And I'm not really expecting crazy moves on this, but yeah, if we actually go back to 93, get some out at 93 over there, and then hold for maybe a VWAP test. But I don't know. Market's pretty slow right now. It's 1 o'clock. Things are slow here. Very hungry, and I'm dying to eat something. So I can't wait to go get a nice peanut butter bagel.
Brother.
Huh?
Preach. I'm
Yeah,
starving at the moment. I would love to get some food in me. We still got, though, another hour over here for ourselves, Luca. So we'll look for some trades. We'll eat some trades first, and then we'll go eat some proper food. And later on in the day, we got more opportunities coming in, most likely. Sorry?
Yeah, that's all good.
No, we're good. It's not a good look for the show. We'll stick it out through as we always do. We're champs. We're warriors over here, Luca and myself. Same with Sean and Neil. They come in so early, 8:30, and everything they do, everything we do over here, absolutely free for you guys. And all we want from you guys is to hit that like button, smash that like, smash that thumbs up button. Send this channel out to as many people as you can. We're still not at 3K likes, pretty surprising. We have almost 4.5K people watching us and only 100 likes away from 3K. So let's hit that like button. Let's send the like count a little bit higher to the moon. Almost like the day that the GME and AMC went crazy. So let's hit that like, let's hit that subscribe button. And hey, there we go, 3,000. Look at this, my computer's freaking out, man. We need to get my PC checked out. It keeps freaking out, so it's might burn and just catch on fire at some point today. I keep getting AMD graphic cards error messages or something, so might have to go look into that. Anyways, coming back to the charts and what the markets are doing, S&P 500 did manage to pull back above 3830. We're now 6 points above 3830 for this bad boy. And for NASDAQ, though, we're still under 11,300 over here. Not really pushing above 11,300 yet for the NASDAQ. We're going to have to wait and see how much can the S&P 500 actually turn green on the day. That would be something to take a look at.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if you guys heard me in the back. I'm like, what is AMD doing? I'm adding to this. So I added a little bit more below 60. It's just holding so well, and I'm not wrong. So I'm going to keep adding to this. The longer that it stays here, eventually a pop is coming. Like, I know it's coming. Eventually a pop is coming. It feels good. So yeah, I'm adding to that. Is what it is. Somebody's saying thoughts on DKNG. DKNG on the NASDAQ? DraftKings. Yeah, I know it's DraftKings. And funny story, I have a brother. I got a story for you guys. I got a brother, and he's not a gambler at all. He doesn't trade. He's opposite.
I've been robbing DKNG recently. I did a bet yesterday, which was Giannis and Kevin Durant to hit 25+ points, and they both hit 25+. So
that's an easy one, man.
I maxed that
was
bet
free.
out.
That was free money.
That was free money.
That sounds
indeed.
like free money. I mean. And yeah, speaking of Kevin Durant, I think Brooklyn's team, I don't think they go far. I don't think they go far.
Ben Simmons is what the heck is going on with the 4 points after 30 minutes of game time?
Yeah, it's, Durant and Kyrie, awesome players. Yeah. Awesome players. Playing together, I don't know. We're going to see. It'll be interesting to see how that kind of plays itself out. Yeah, AMD's actually working for, 5 cents in the money, whatever. Yeah, anyways, I got a brother, and he doesn't gamble, and he's like, hey, Luca, like I got free, what is it, FanDuel is giving free. Yeah, so FanDuel is giving free bets or whatever, $100 or 200 or 50, whatever it is. And, whatever, fast forward, he turns the corner. He has another Leafs jersey on, huge hockey fan, another Leafs jersey on. I go, yo, where'd you get this Leafs jersey? And he goes, what do you mean? I put a couple bets in. Made $1,000, and that's it. I bought this Leafs jersey. I might buy another one. I'm like, wait, what? Who did you bet on? He's like, I've been riding the Leafs, and then they were facing. I can't remember who they were facing, but he was like, oh, this is a no-brainer. They stink here. They're gonna lose. So he bet against them.
Golden Knights, probably.
And that's it. He cleaned up. So I was like talking to him. I'm like, what? And I'm like, so now what's your plan now? He goes, that's it. I'm buying 2 Leafs jerseys, and I'm done gambling altogether. And I'm like, see, these are the people who like clean up when they gamble, the ones who don't. They're like, I'm in, make my money, and I'm out. So it's kind of funny. That made me laugh. He was telling me that yesterday. I don't know if he's actually watching the show today. Probably not because, busy at work. But, yeah, I'll definitely let him watch this later. maybe he'll enjoy that. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I ran my account up from $5 to 400, so I pulled out 200, and now I'm gambling with the rest of the 200 in there. So I'm trying to see if I can turn this 200 maybe into something bigger. I took a little bit of losses though, sadly, with the UFC and football and Formula One a little bit. So now that 200 that I left, actually I only left 150 in there. So the 150 that I left in there got down to $80. But with the bet yesterday, that free money bet basically that I hit turned me back into 125. So now I'm only down $25 on that DraftKings account. House money though. So we're just gonna keep on doing it to see if we can run that bad boy back up to the original state that it was. Maybe we go back to 400. We got some good trades coming in for the gambling side at least. You know, with the NFL coming up, we got Thursday Night Football today. Buccaneers versus Baltimore Ravens. You know, our not our QB, but at least Brady, the greatest QB of all time, is sadly not doing so great. So maybe taking the under for his touchdowns and taking the under for the distance and taking the under for the score for Tampa Bay might be something to look into. Look at this rally. Sorry, go ahead.
Just quickly, I think it's a good question. Guys, can you add me in the Discord? I don't really know.
You just use the link in the Discord over there, my friend, and click on it. Once you do click on that link over there on the Discord, let me just show you, oopsies. Once you go there, you're going to only see, I'm going to have to do it this way, server settings, roles, and then show me the role from an unverified viewer. So you're going to only see these few channels over there. When you do join the server fresh, you're going to have to go to this channel right here where it says #verification. You click on this little green checkbox. The rest of the emojis don't really matter. Our viewers kind of went crazy and started slapping emojis on there. Hilarious. But only clicking on that green check mark over there will give you access to the full server, which will look like this, where people are talking about equities in the equities channel, futures in the futures channel. They're posting their winning trades. They're posting their trade recaps too, if you want to study their recaps. We got some memes going on over here at all times. Look at this meme over here. Sean, is this what you're going to be for Halloween? The Pelosi trader outfit. Pretty cool, eh? Pretty hilarious outfits over there for Halloween. Luca and I are still debating what to do. Not sure if we're going to actually be able to go through that with Luca for our conversation, because I asked Justin, and Justin said he has to ask somebody else. So we'll have to most likely just scrap it for this time. But, you know, we'll... whatever you got. If you have anything, put that on. Sadly, we will not be able to team dress up for this Monday, which will be fun. Also, we're having some sort of a competition, I think, right? So what does the winner get, Sean? For Halloween competition. I thought we were having a competition. Yeah.
Are you guys doing?
Are you guys like teaming up, doing a tag team? See, Luca, man, we needed to plan this way earlier and go through. You know what? I'll actually go bug Justin afterwards today. We'll go
Justin
in
the chat. Winner gets respect. Okay.
Winner gets respect. Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I want more than that. More than respect.
AMD's working for me slowly. Just back to the market quickly. Long, just 3 positions. Google in the money, 32 cents. I probably should have. Yeah, I guess we're not getting 92. So yeah, that's working for me. If we tap 93, I'm going to get some out over there. Meta still in the original position from down here. It's channeling, didn't add to it. Kind of a little bit weird, actually. I thought like we would for sure get to 102 at some point, but I don't know what this kind of pattern is. It's just very, very choppy and sideways. Maybe it just makes sense to get the rest out at maybe like a 101.40, 101.60. But pretty light on the position, so I'm just going to hold on to it, because if we are going to go back up, then I'll just take the win. If we're not, then it's all good. I'll just reevaluate the position. And AMD, yeah, it's kind of slowly grinding to the upside, so yeah, maybe it starts to work. Those are my 3 long positions. I currently have no short positions, so whoever was in the chat yesterday saying Luca has no long positions, well, today I got no shorts. I covered Ford. It was a loser. It is what it is, whatever. Look at this, short cover, so that was a winner. And then I was like, okay, I'm punching the high here. And I was like, okay, I'm punching the high again. But now we're just kind of drifting upwards. So would not be surprised if we do get a pullback towards 13, because it is the high of day. So now we're breaking out of the high of day. On the daily, it's breaking out. Remember, it is earnings, right? So now it's breaking out. It is at the top of the range. you know, it's probably not going to 1350. Like that would be a crazy move. There's just not enough volume for that. I just don't think it's going to do that. But yeah, it might just pull back towards the 13. Could have been a little bit more patient with it, but it's like I don't really love the position anymore. So I'm just like, whatever. I'll just get out of this and hold on to these. That was a nice up move on the market there. And somebody was asking, is there any news on Tesla? I know you're asking this before, but no, there's no news. It's just kind of, it's just very sharp move in everything, right? Tesla moving up. I'm sure Apple has a very similar pattern. Apple kind of up move there. Google, I just covered that, but very quickly as a reference, like everything moving kind of together. So I actually got some of Google out at 93, so that's great. Now we're long. Great average, 92.56. My next target on this is VWAP. I think it's not too much to ask. So that'll be a 93. I'll just use 50 cents. So yeah, 93.50 over there. See if we can get the rest out of there. So I'll just put my order there. And yeah, we'll see what else we get going here. Nothing. I mean, now 315. Things kind of slowing down. So you either have positions or you don't. I think just one last time. Again, if Meta does get below VWAP, that's kind of like an A+ setup. Other than that, everything else kind of just chilling. Hopefully you guys are doing well. And yeah, hit the like button if you're enjoying the show here. We were at 2.9K for the longest time, and I'm like, I'm not going to say anything because watch, we're going to hit 3K without saying anything. And now we're only at 3K. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. 4,000 people watching. We appreciate the likes, and hopefully you're doing well in the day. Staying profitable, and yeah, definitely exciting. Going into the end of the day, Amazon, Apple, we're getting lots of size coming on. Lots of size being traded ahead of these earnings. I think somebody loaded the boat, 700 lots, and I shouldn't say this because it could be a cover, it could be anything, right? But 700 lots was on the bid yesterday before Meta earnings, I think it was, and then they got destroyed, after that up move. So yeah, maybe we get some type of action on Amazon. I remember last Amazon earnings, somebody, there was lots of bids on the book. And then it has a very, very strong up move going into earnings. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Is the consumer strong? I don't know. I have no idea what to expect. But for the most part on Amazon, that $100 level is interesting, but it's $10 away. If for whatever reason we get down there, then, maybe it'll be interesting. But, yeah, I don't even know what to think. I would assume, like, earnings for Amazon is maybe like 8 to 12% implied volatility. So, take that with a grain of salt. But up or down, $10 to $15. If we get an up move, maybe we move to 120, 125. If we get a down move, we're going to probably test that 100. And, if it's just bad across the board, Amazon comes out, guides lower, the consumer is weak, nobody's spending, this and that, whatever, maybe we break that 100 level, maybe not.
What happened? Yeah. Apple just dumped apparently 50 cents to the downside. Market's apparently pushing back down over here at the moment. Let's quickly go look at those moves. Yeah, look at that market rejecting VWAP to the downside. NASDAQ,
I think it's a fugazi.
NASDAQ
I feel like this is a buy now because we're going right through VWAP.
I was just thinking about shorting Apple at 146.
NASDAQ now trying to pull back to 11,300 after slightly bouncing above 11,300. Luca thinks it's fugazi.
It's the time of day that it'd be a fugazi. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, this is going to go up. So, like, let's dump it really quickly and trigger everyone's stops, and then we go up.
So, yeah, look, let's see if it is a fugazi move or if it's a true gazy move. True all the way to the north side, a little bit more. S&P 500 now positive on the day by 0.05%, and NASDAQ only down 1.14% on the day. Pulling back towards what I was going to do, though, which is going to be a quick little super chat recap. Super chats coming in. Only 2 super chats for today. Any thoughts on CCL this morning, Neil? That was a little bit of a little too late to look at the trade, I guess, if you were looking to make an execution around the morning. But thank you for the $2 super chat, Ricardo. And we got one from DT for $4 super chat saying a lemon character was waving goodbye while winking and sending a shooting star. So thank you for that emoji over there with the $4 super chat, DT. Let's head over to CCL for Ricardo, however. Even though it might be a little too late to check the position, at least we can take a look at it for the super chat. 1.72% up on the day for CCL. Kind of like triple top or double top coming into play with these two double tops over here. Let's see if we come back to the north side. My PC froze again. Awesome. There we go. Fixed it itself. Then maybe into triple tops over here and pushes back to the south side, allowing the stock to maybe continue trading in that range that it's been. Looks like a little bit of an inside day coming in for CCL. UVXY rejected VWAP not too long ago and pulled back to the lower day ranges, but now UVXY is trying to climb back up north while the markets are deciding if they do have a fugazi move to the downside or if there's a real move to the downside.
Yeah, not convinced that was a real move. And Sean's saying he's looking at Apple. I'm just watching my current longs right now. And I was like, well, this is the thing. We dipped, right? But we didn't even break 60 on like AMD, like Meta, had a little bit of a dip, but still holding up. So yeah, maybe we actually go through VWAP here. I mean, 3850, let me just zoom out on the ES because I want to see quickly what the range is just to kind of gauge. So this is the 5-minute, don't mind those lines there. Yesterday we had the parabolic move to the upside, now obviously way more muted, but we have bottoms, we have tops, and Arun obviously giving the levels from the morning. Hopefully you guys write that down. Really solid levels to play off of. I am not a futures trader, so my levels are just like, oh yeah, look at that. It's maybe 3850 because it's like an even level kind of thing. But yeah, kind of giving the feel that this is maybe in now a range. So this is the bottom of the range. We broke it, dip and rip. That was like the classic dip and rip. That's why I liked the long. That's why I held on. Now we're back at VWAP. I don't know if we get to high a day. Like maybe we do, but I don't know. But 3850, if we get through 3850, then we have the chance to get like 3865. But keep in mind the top of the day, the top-ish area is like 3865. It's like this is not during market hours, I don't think, but topping out, topping out, topping out, topping out, then back down. If we get there, maybe we top out again. And if we get above it, like look at this, we did a lot of volume above it, then we fell back through. So just drawing a very simple line here, using that kind of logic, it's like we got above it, like these are the money fills for the short. So for myself, like we're probably not going to get there. We only have 40 minutes left on the show here. And obviously midday, I would be surprised if we get there. If we do get there, it's because of news. So I'm not going to maybe short that. But, if we get there like tomorrow or the next day or it sets up again, maybe these are like the money fill shorts to play off the 3,900. So maybe a little bit of like an abstract example here. Again, I'm not really a futures trader, so I don't really know. I'm not super confident, but it's like, oh, 3,900 kind of seems very simple. Oh, we rejected it. Okay, so yeah, if we get up here, maybe these are money shorts, and then you kind of cover into the bottom of the range and maybe use, I don't even know if this is VWAP, if this is like a thing, but maybe that's just the average there. So yeah, maybe these are the money shorts. That's just my thoughts there. We're obviously far away. Maybe we're not going there. But yeah, I think I'm finally getting filled on the way up on AMD. So it's going to be a slow move up. But yeah, these fills are coming through, and this is probably an early fill. We're probably going to get to 60-50, 60-60 area for sure. And then, let's see if we test 60-80. So this is working for me. 30 cents in the money, nothing to really, for me, that's great. I mean, that's amazing for me. But, obviously some people are like, oh, there was no $5 move. Why are you so happy? I was like, well, if you give me a $5 move on AMD right now, I'll be the happiest person in this office probably. But, for now, it's, fills are coming through. See, that's the thing. I'm like, man, this is going to be an early fill. This is a bad fill. If somebody bought this from me, congratulations. You got paid there. Because that was just I wanted it over here. But now when we're on the way up, it's like maybe I shouldn't want it as much. But whatever, I'll take the fills. I already have the orders out, and I have so many orders that it's like I'm just going to leave them there. And whatever fills, fills. And somebody's saying AMD is rocking, good discipline to hold. This is the thing, right? You guys know me. It's like sometimes I hold, sometimes I don't. It's tough to really know, do I love this? Do I not love it? But as you trade more and more, you get more conviction on some of these plays. And for me, AMD is just I've seen this before. It's midday. I don't actually believe that we're selling off. Every time the market makes a low, it reclaims and goes back up. We're at the low a day. Are we really going to sell off at 11:30, this is actually 12:30, so midday? No, I don't believe it. So I'm just adding. This cover was because I was I have to cover. And I thought we were going to go up here, so I was layered. And then it's we went back down. Okay, I'll add to it. But again, I love the 60 level. I was loving the short. We're now above, so I guess I should love the long just as much. So that was the logic, right? It's I have conviction because it's a level. That's why I'm holding, fast forward to next week, maybe it's not the same. Maybe I'm not holding, maybe I'm just getting in and out because maybe I like it less, right? So it's just having that conviction on your trades allows you to be more patient. That's what I'm learning for myself. If you're, a veteran trader in the chat, you already know that. So you're just like, yeah, man, absolutely. Hold on. And, Arun, if you're watching this, bangers right here. Patience. Held this all day. So, yeah, pretty good. We'll see what happens there. And, orders are now layered. Meta, 50 cents in the money still. Sorry, it was $1. Where is this? Yeah, we're getting back down here. Again, I'm not going to sell this one. I'm just going to nurse it here. Great time for questions. If you guys have any questions, let us know here. I'm just going to scroll through the chat, see if we see anything else. Oh, actually, I wonder where McDonald's is, even though I'm not in this anymore. I just wonder if it was the right idea. Yeah, no, see, this was just like very slow. I thought this move would have happened like over here. So like, I could have held, but wow, whatever, it is what it is.
We're going to send it to Brendo at the big desk for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, the bounce continuing right now for the NASDAQ, S&P 500 as well, back to the upside. Here's a look at a very mixed board. This is the NASDAQ 100 currently, so a number of individual names jumping off the page here. That's Meta down there, 22% still for META, ALGN as well, name in the healthcare group that reported downside in a big way today. VRTX, same story, 7.5% after their earnings missed expectations. One we were talking about earlier in the week off of earnings, Moderna, upside once again today, about 1.5%. Some of the tech names, individual tech sector names, back in positive territory, including the chip stocks outside of Micron, MU, down 3.4, NVIDIA up 3.5. That's Marvell off of a positive report for them. AMD there as well, 0.8 to the upside. CHTR and Comcast down here in the communications group, offsetting some of this, but not the entire thing. So still downside for this communications group. You can see Google there down 2% as well on the day. Very mixed board right now for the NASDAQ, guys, still struggling in negative territory.
Yes, sir. NASDAQ still below VWAP, and same with S&P 500, still struggling over here. S&P 500 basically only up 0.0203% at the moment, and could turn red one more time over here for the day. And we're watching a meme over here from one of our viewers, Gordarshan, who's also a one championship fighter, fights for the Canadians and the Indians. And represents both of us. So I've actually watched one of his fights before and enjoyed watching him fight. So he made a pretty good, hilarious joke, which is about meta long call options holders. Sadly, those of you who did play YOLO calls going into earnings, you saw what happened when Meta started trading around 114, and then 104, I think, is where it closed after hours today, opening up well below 100. Couple stocks that I was talking about earlier on in the day. Looks like they want to continue their weakness to the downside. It's going to be WDC, Western Digital, and STX, which is Seagate. So both of them now pretty much at the same percentage to the downside. And now with the market pulling back to 11,300 on the NASDAQ before even touching VWAP, we're still waiting to see if the NASDAQ actually pulls back all the way to lower day, while the S&P 500 did manage to go all the way to VWAP and is now trying to see if it wants to reject from VWAP also. Lots of positions over here to keep an eye out for, such as maybe Apple, Meta Platforms, Microsoft. Meta did make a low at 144.87 for the day. I did try a long. It's crazy. I had the right short idea. I had the right long idea for Apple at one point, but I just traded it poorly. Didn't really trade it properly. I've been just nonstop just doing this. You guys keep asking me, why are you not taking any trades today, Prad? Why are you not punching into any new positions? That's because this one position alone is just paying me everything that I need for the day, and I'm just rinsing and repeating, just doing it again and again, just until the trade breaks for me. I'm not gonna worry about it. So this is where my money is being made today. But Western Digital, I would love to have been short when I was talking about it. Clearly, the weakness in the earnings report showed it. The weakness in the stock for Microsoft and even AMD and other stocks that create computers for household, also putting in some damage to the downside, expressing that the supply is too high and the demand is too low. Intel was talking about that too recently in regards to their inventory, having way too much of inventory and having to cut the prices down for chips and so on. So hence, Western Digital short idea around VWAP would have been something to take part in for myself, but just missed out on that trade. I see a super chat coming in from Justin Busam, a $20 super chat. Hit the like button, support the channel, and enjoy the profits. Thank you, Justin, for throwing that out there. We appreciate the love and support that you and everyone else in the chat who's hit the like button, who's already subscribed, all the members who became members with the help of True Trading Group donations, or even the ones that you paid for yourself. We appreciate every single one of you. For those few percents that have not hit the like or not subscribed yet, not sure what the reasoning behind that is. Maybe you could tell us how to improve in order to get that like coming in and get that subscribe coming in. We would appreciate that. The S&P 500 is now actually pulling back a little bit harder than previously, and NASDAQ actually also breaking below the 11,300 area. Let's see if these markets now pull back to the low a day, or do they do they manage to create an inverse head and shoulders on both of these markets, which means that the market's getting ready to go for another pop up north.
Yeah, guys, Meta's back at that 100 level here, so definitely interesting. I'm adding to this one. It's giving me the feel that it is going to break, but remember last time it did break. It broke the size, it dipped, it stopped selling off, then we had the pop. So it's like if we go up from here, great, then it's like I have the long, but if we dip lower, I'm going to reevaluate. Maybe probably safe to say to have a stop below that 100 in case we break. But the problem with that on this type of day is it's SSR. There is size. There's actually size that's bid at 99.98, I think. So it's like, why is size bid below a level? Why not bid that in front of the level? So people, they like the long, right? So I don't know where this is going to go. If this actually does decide to flush now, then, it could easily be at 99. So I think it's safe to say you're, just expect if it flushes, it could be a violent flush, right? So my long could be extra wrong. But yeah, I added to it and I just kind of scaled into it using I don't really know if I'm going to get filled down here. So add. The longer it holds, the more I'm going to add. And then, yeah, just like same kind of idea, right? Like it looks scary right now. It looks like we're going to break. It looks like we're going to blow through 100 and my trade's going to be wrong. But it also looked like it last time. Then it was right. So I'm gonna hold it, see what happens. I don't know if punching out of some more of AMD was the right call over here, but at this point, I thought maybe it would hold trend, kind of broke trend just for the moment. So still in AMD, but just, take some off. If we pop off, I think maybe over here is probably a little bit too aggressive for right now. If we pop back above, I'll try to get some more out over here, just kind of playing off that 60-50 area. Maybe it should have happened already. Now it's kind of slow. So, I was patient with it, but now that it's turned into a winner, I don't want it to go back into a loser. So that's kind of the logic there. But yeah, back to Meta. We're stacked size on the bids over here. Like there's so much size here. So yeah, I imagine there's so many stops below 100. So I don't actually know if I want to put my stop below there just on this particular trade. I'll let it break and then I'll reevaluate. If we get below 99.50, then I'll just cover that. And I'll take the L on it. Banked a lot of winners on it, so if I take the L now, like it is what it is, and the level might just be dead after that.
Charles Schwab popping up on the scanners to the north side right now, expecting it to be making a new high a day above $75. Wow, what's going on with Charles Schwab, Brendo? Big volume candle on Charles Schwab, breaking out of the range over here that it was stuck into. Not really able to trade above 74.20 all day, but now we break 74.20, we break 75, high a day 75.30, and a little bit of a pullback coming in on Charles Schwab. Let me quickly glance back to see if there's any chance they're talking about it on CNBS, and there's actually a Raptors advertisement coming in for that network right now. So not really sure what's going on. Anyways, I just noticed something about my face on the show, and now I'm a little. Anyways, moving forward, coming over here.
What happened?
It looks like this all the weight's back, dude. That's all the weight that I lost for a month straight.
Man,
and all it took was 4 days. It just took 4 days to get it all back. That's all it takes. That's so sad. That's so sad. I'm done eating fatty food. It just took 4 days of eating pizza and Popeyes to just get fat again. Damn.
Nah, dude, you're not fat by any means, and I think it's good to have some weight because then you turn into muscle, right? So
yeah, fair.
Focus on building muscle. Don't worry so much about weight and numbers. That doesn't matter. Somebody in the chat was actually saying before, trying to cut the weight. Okay, wait. You know what? Let me just cover this because this was the dumbest thing ever. Oh my God. Okay, I went short Charles Schwab right away. Like right when you're like, oh, pop. I'm shorting because it's going. Like it already went back down. Maybe it goes back down again. This was nasty.
Oh, this is taking off.
Yeah, this is actually moving. Whatever, it's a loser. But I had small size. I was like, this is gonna be a win. But
News
no,
for
yeah,
it.
no,
Charles Schwab hikes estimates on Ameritrade client conversion by 10%. So something with TD Ameritrade coming in for Charles Schwab. They own them, right? Yeah, so they own TD Ameritrade, and now that deal, 10 minutes ago, the news came out. Hike estimate on Ameritrade clients. So I'm guessing those are the fees hikes that they're talking about, maybe. Maybe a fee hike coming in for Charles Schwab, which obviously means more money for themselves for every execution and every trade being made. And look at the stock now fly, absolutely beautiful, like an eagle flying in the sky right now. Fly. Anyways, moving on. Coming back to the market, up 3.6% for Charles Schwab. Gonna let Luca manage his trade over there to see what he wants to do with Charles Schwab itself.
I just punched out.
You punched out. Okay,
Yeah, I was like, this is a okay, insta loser. All good.
Yeah, currently watching my position still. That's looks like it wants to go lower. No, you don't want to go lower. You want to go higher. You want to break that 54 area and go up to $54.20, where I would love to short the position instead. I'm talking about Twitter at the moment. Looks like Twitter is what if Twitter does not go to $54.20 today? Then I'm going to be very surprised off of that move. But here's Charles Schwab, man. Still trying to go absolutely bonkers, does not want to stop going to the north side.
Yeah, guys, so I'm continuing to add to this meta position. It's just giving me reasons to, and it's like not really selling off. And then when it pops, it's like violent pop to the upside. So I'm going to keep adding, and I feel like it's going to do this again. It's going to do this again. So look, it looks exactly the same. It's going to do this again. I would respect the 100 level, meaning if we do break 100, it's maybe wise to get out and then get back in if that's more of your thing. But if you're more of the person like, no, I'm going to give it actually 50 cents because I don't want to get in and out, fees are high, whatever, that makes more sense too. So yeah, obviously trade your own book, whatever makes sense to you. But this is a trade that I wish I had more size on right now, and I don't. I don't want to like punch over here at like 11s per se, but like, yeah, if we dip down again, I'm just going to continue to add and add and add, hopefully get the fills, if not, whatever. It just feels like good asymmetrical risk on this one. Market's dropping down a little bit, had the rejection on VWAP there. Oh man, AMD is now down here. Yeah, AMD, whatever. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna lighten up this position a little bit more. And reason being, I said I don't want it to turn into a loser. Now it's looking like back into a loser. Market rejected VWAP. That was my worry. That's why I covered some over here. Taking some out. This is break even. I don't even care if it goes back up. I still have some in the position. But you know, something to be said about it should work. It should be up here. I should have gotten these fills. I didn't. Now I'm getting them down here. It's my own fault. I should have taken some more out over there maybe, but you know, maybe it's because I held it for so long. I'm going to be patient. But yeah, changing decision in real time is what it is, lightening up on the position. Now I still have some. If we now get down to below here, you know, whatever. It's frustrating to see that, but you know, you can't always be perfect. I thought really we could go, but I guess not. But yeah, still have some and still up on the name, just whatever is what it is, no big deal. And yeah, Meta's still kind of dancing around here, spending some time here. Hopefully dip a little bit more. And someone's saying tomorrow, Luca, patient, lunch dip Friday. Oh, somebody else was asking too, is it going to be a free fall Friday? And it'll depend on Amazon and Apple. If they go down, oh man, this market is done. And you know, usually for the most part, the market is strong throughout earnings season. And then you know, earnings ends and what's happening? Does the bid dry up? Do we flush lower? I just react. Again, I say all these predictions, and then you know, maybe today I'm like, yeah, down, and then tomorrow it's like long, and I'm like, I have all the longs on board. So again, day trader reacting, but yeah, you know, it'll definitely depend on Amazon, Apple, what's coming out there. Are they going up? Are they going down? Are they going to save the market? Not save, but like if they go up, obviously the market will be strong. If they go down, you know, everything else being down as well. You know, we're headed lower, safe to say that. So yeah, we'll see what happens, and we'll see what happens with this meta position as well.
Charles Schwab now above $76. Just can't stop launching to the north side right now. 4% to the north side for this position. Recently won a race, and it's getting ready to win another race. If you're wondering what I mean by these races, it's a scanner that takes these positions or takes these stocks. I'm trying to find the trade ideas button. There it is. And where is the scanner? No, that's not the one I'm looking for, but let's have the scanner up real quick. Wow, so the scanner is basically saying I would have lost $300 today if I took their trades. I don't want to be involved in that one. Let's move away from that. I'm looking for Did I close the overall layout that had all of them? Anyways, moving on. If I did, I did. So here's a scanner that takes a bunch of stocks, puts them on a scanner according to relative strength. And according to that, Charles Schwab did win the last race. And look at that, getting ready to win another race over here, basically indicating that the stock has moved $1.36 from the last candle, I believe, or a 1.85% from the last candle. And look at the tape. The tape is just hot. Screaming to the north side, does not want to stop going up just yet. If you want to sign up for these trade idea scanners, you can do so by using the code TraderTV, all caps TraderTV, or you can get the code from the chat. Also, do !trade ideas, I believe, or Bears vs. Bull will throw the link in there for you. You can sign up for it, get a big discount on the price, and capitalize on the move. It looks like our boy Luca is currently capitalizing on a trade. Let's send it to Luca maybe, or do you need to manage it?
No, all good. I can do this in real time here. So there's the pop that I was looking for. And guys, keep in mind, you're going to get this pop and see these covers like everybody's doing this. Everybody is covering here. Once that resolves, we either go back down, break 100, or we stall a little bit, then we break VWAP, then we go back out. So responsible, take someone at VWAP. That was my plan because I kind of expected this quick pop up and then rejection. So pay myself there. But yeah, tape looks good. Now we're probably headed back up. And yeah, I'm holding majority of the size here. I only covered 30% of that. And yeah, we're probably going to go back up to 101. I'm going to do the same thing, same plan for myself. Scale myself out, use like random prices, and probably get the fill on all of them. So yeah, what a trade, man. What a trade. That was sick.
Let's go, Luca. Looks like you're catching some dubs over there. I'm also just throwing out more orders on my trades over here at the moment, just trying to manage my positions while money is being offered, take that money, and while money is being not offered, running away from said trades. Looking at the chat, let's see what you guys are talking about. Buy TQQ, and the other person says buy SQQ. Yeah, I guess whatever side you're thinking the market's going to go towards, then yeah, go buy that specific 3 times leverage ETF and maybe make some profits on it.
Man, now we're breaking for sure.
Looks like more fun on beta over there for these guys, so we're going to maybe... You want to go back to it?
Just give me a sec.
Yeah, we'll give Luca a second over there to see what he wants to do with meta platforms as the NASDAQ market here. I'll pull up the chart for you for S&P 500 first. Still above 3830 for the S&P 500 futures. And trying to hold up above 3830. And for the NASDAQ futures, we're trying to create somewhat of a bottom over here.
I knew it. I knew it. Okay, guys, sorry. That's insane. So I actually punch out of the meta because that looks scary. I'm like, what is going on here? I punch out, I punch right back in, and here we go now to the upside. Oh man, this is money filled. Now we're going back up for sure. There's no way we come back down. Well, no, I shouldn't speak in certainties. No certainties here, but I mean, it's going up. We're going up. Now we're going up. We're going to 101. That was sick. That was sick. Guys, you have to be fast. And here's the thing. This is why you don't punch out. Because you better be ready to punch back in. So it makes more sense to have a stop 99.50 there. But yeah, that was sick. That was sick. Hopefully you guys, that was pretty sick. That was textbook. And that's why I was like, let me just manage this because I need to make sure.
Oh my God.
That was solid. That was solid. I like that. I'm pretty happy with that one. Now, are we going to continue? Literally, it came right back down. And Sean's like, man, here we go, right back down. And I was like, I know what's happening here. Now we're back down again. But yeah, we probably balanced out over here. Then we go. That was sick. That was sick. I'm pretty happy with that one. And nice job with everybody that had that too.
Yeah, good job, guys. Go ahead, Luca. You can talk about it.
Yeah, no, yeah, so, yeah, now we're getting size on the bid here a little bit. Yeah, and the market's turning back up. I'm holding this. I punched back in. That's great. Let's go back up. I think safe to say we're getting, my target on this is, I mean, look, it's showing you the range, right? It's like this is the top of the range, this is the bottom of the range. So I'm going to start scaling out of this if we get above 160, scale out into 101, and then same plan. Hold some, maybe we get to 102, maybe we don't. But yeah, that's the overall logic for my trades because obviously I'm a scalper, so that's my plan there. And yeah, pay myself along the way if we do get there. Kind of interesting. Man, that was fast.
Where we going to? Prad looks... No, I'm chilling. Prad looks like he feels left out of the meta trade. No, not at all. I mean, it wasn't my trade to begin with, not my call, not my setup to play either, so not worried about it at all. There's tons of trades out there in the market, guys, that I miss out on every single day, so I'm not going to get upset that I missed out on that move over there. But I'm very happy for my friends who are capitalizing on it for sure. So we're just gonna keep on cheering Meta to the north side for Luca, for Sean if he has that also, and for anybody who has it. Yeah, look at the sirens. The sirens are spinning at the moment for your boy Sean on that Meta long, and also for your boy Luca on that Meta long. So congratulations for both of you. I'm just keeping my eyes out on the scanners to see if anything pops up to take advantage of. That Charles Schwab move was something that I wanted to be in, but wasn't quick enough to type anything. Let me just quickly type this stock back over here on this box because that's what I was trading over here. But coming back, let's quickly take a look at the market. Look at 3830 actually holding on the S&P 500, but we're still under 11,300 on the NASDAQ market. Only 17 minutes left also for the midday market movers with Luca and Pratt. So make sure you're throwing in stocks over there for us to take a look at, and we'll gladly cover it for you. Someone in the chat said Charles Schwab, SCHW on NASDAQ, on New York, should be a short at 77. Yeah, I can see why you said 77. Multiple days of the week of October, the first week of October, we could not get really above 76, 77 over here for Charles Schwab. And today we tap 77 and pull right back below it. So it looks like could be a short idea, short thesis around those levels to build into if this market wants to stay red on the day and stay weak on the day. But if it doesn't, then obviously we're looking for the 77 break and a continuation past that 77 for a bigger long move to the north side. Schwab will be back at VWAP after literally no news. Well, there is news for it, but it could also be back to VWAP. But your trade, your setup, your playbook, I'll leave it up to you. Not gonna tell you what to do on that side of your trade. Lucas says we're going up just as we're at the low of day. I mean, was he wrong though? Was he wrong though?
Were you talking about? I don't even know. Is that to the market? I don't even know what that's towards. But yeah, no, that meta trade was sick. Now that we broke, guys, like now we actually broke and we went to 99.50. So I punched out because I'm like, oh man, we're actually gonna break 99.50 right now. But I punched back in because like we're not breaking. So again, this is the type of trader I am at Day Trade the World. It just makes sense to punch out, punch back in because I'm just kind of playing over-unders in my own head here. But this is the thing, right? I punch out, I punch back in. I'm in at the same price. If you can't replicate that for yourself, then, is what it is. I think something's going nuts here.
You got to do your thing for a second.
Yeah, sure. So I don't know what's going nuts here, but yeah, hopefully good things are happening, hopefully. And Meta's kind of like stalling over here, right? So it's like it had the first initial fake out. Now we're breaking back down. But I don't know. And somebody was like, oh, Luca, low a day, like we're going back up. So I think if you're talking about like, I was referring to the ES before. So it's like, look at this, right? We make a low, we pop. We make a low, we pop. We make a low, we pop. It's like, this is the market that we're in. We're in a market that wants to like make lows, find liquidity, fill those stop orders, and then reverse. So it's like, we make a high, we drop. We make a high, we drop. So this is the market. It's showing us that it's going to do this over and over again. So I'm respecting the fact that, look, it's showing us that it's doing this multiple times. So that's the logic with, oh, we're at the low of the day, we're going back up. It's not like magic or anything. It's more so just like, this is kind of my overall logic on the trade. But yeah, now Meta below 100. I don't know. I don't know what to do with this long. I smoked that long. That was absolutely amazing. Now I'm in the long again at 99.61 here.
Smoking's bad for you, Luca.
It's holding 99. Yes, I smoked it, past tense. Like this was actually crazy.
Smoking's bad
Added,
for you, Luca.
Punched out, whatever. But yeah, we'll see where this one goes. Is it gonna like test 99? I don't know. There's probably like a lot of stops here. So yeah, I got to see what happens. Apple low a day, Intel low a day, coming from Neil over there. Do what you want with that information. We can have a look here. I haven't actually looked at Intel today. I think yeah, like maybe everything's close to low a day. That's a good point there. I don't know. Yeah, Intel down low a day. Apple probably low a day as well. We could have a quick look here. Apple low a day. I'm going long Apple. I think that makes sense to me. I'm going long Apple here, low a day. Very tight risk. If we keep flushing, I'll just get out of that. But if we're gonna pop, then maybe a good look there. The market now giving that feel of maybe another dip and rip. My overall logic is we are flat on the day, so I don't think a lot of selling's coming in. I don't think a lot of buying's coming in. Robotic market, it wants to trigger stops and then reverse the other way. It wants to go to VWAP, make a high, and then reverse. These bots are out for everyone's money. So yeah, I'm not gonna try to give them that.
Fire in the Booth with Drake. Okay, is that the one where he goes with all English lyrics? The one where. Oh, just the Charlie Booth guy. Okay. Yeah, Fire in the Booth. Yeah, I've seen a. Yeah, Charlie goes crazy with those sirens. Yeah. Oh, that's why you're smacking those emojis today, because he's listening to Fire in the Booth over there. He's getting fired up, guys, for the closing show, which will be up in 13 minutes, and it's very soon. Keep in mind that, you know, when the show starts, it's a brand new show. The like counter starts all over again, and they will be a little busy for you guys to ask for the like counts on that side. So I would like to take this moment to you know, not only hit the like on our show for the midday over here, but also for the closing show, as they will continue the fun, the excitement, and all the moves that will be happening in the market. Luca, that's a pretty good shot of yourself. Look at that. Ooh.
That's pretty sick.
But
No, I'm looking because someone's like, we're going over to.
Yeah, but make sure you hit that like button for the closing show and for this show, guys. Like already at 3.2K, so we appreciate every single one of you who did hit that like button today. Looks like we got another super chat coming in from Nanya Biz with $2, but no message behind it. Thank you, Nanya Biz, for that super chat and for supporting the Trader TV Live family. We're still watching the markets over here, obviously looking for some opportunities to maybe show up for you guys. In the meantime, I'll bring up the chat favorite MULN. You know, no real trade for me still on MULN, but looks like we're holding above VWAP after pulling back to VWAP slightly and still up 5% on the day for MULN. So congratulations for anyone who went long on MULN not too long ago. This is the YouTube link that he sent me that for the Drake one that he's listening to. Rivian strong, 52-week low is $19. So let's go pull up Rivian real quick. We're at way above $19, obviously, on Rivian. Up 1% today, trying to see if it can get above $35 for the second time of the day. It did once already off the open over here, close to $940. But after that, not really getting above 35. I think if this market can actually stay above 38.30 for the day and show us some longs coming in, maybe Rivian has a chance to clear 35 to the north side.
Yeah, no, that's wild. And yeah, Meta now going back up. So I was actually, I think that my face was like, I was reading the chat. I'm like, someone's like shelf offering Meta. Like, really though? I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know if you're right. I don't know if like that's what you were saying on that. But I don't know. But yeah, anyways, it's holding this 99.50 very well there. So yeah, I mean, stop below that. If we go below, I'll get out of this trade. And I think my stop is out. So yeah, we're pretty good there. But if we go back above 100, like I should probably add to this. If we go back above 100, I think yeah, I gotta add to that somehow. Yeah, we'll try to get that going. Maybe let me just manage this. But yeah, no, if we get back above 100, I'm adding to the long because it's the classic dip and rip back above 100. Then it's gonna go back to the same pattern. I don't want to miss it. You saw this, right? It broke, popped even more, then dropped even more. I added. Punched out over here, so that was a 50-cent loser, but I created so many wins before that. Still good on the name, you know. And now if we get back above 100, I'm going to add to this long again, and this could actually be like this could be a crazy long right now. So yeah, we'll see what happens here if we get back above 100. I think it's good for the move back to the upside. It's probably going to be a banger, so yeah, I'm just going to get my stop order out on that. And yeah, see if we get that fill there, and yeah, we'll go from there.
Right on. I'm looking at Charles Schwab right now, still trying to go north above 77. I know some of you were talking about shorting the 77 area and how this stock doesn't really have a catalyst or any news behind it. So you are expecting it to pull back to VWAP. Right now, though, I would urge you to use proper risk management. Clearly, it's trying to go up north. It's holding 77 on the bids. And it also held 76, or at least 76.15, 76.17 over here on the first move down off the run up that it had. So just be a little careful. I do like the short idea, as I did mention, but if the stock wants to keep ripping, it could very easily do that after breaking out of October's range that we're at. So look at it. Let's watch 77 holding. If 77 continues to hold, then you might want to jump out of that. If you are short at the moment, I think your stop should be somewhere close to right here where that size is, 76.93. So maybe on the break of 76, sorry, if you're long, that's where your stops might be, around 76.91 or so. But look at how this stock currently is trading above 77 and not really looking to go below 77 for the bids. Bids meaning the left side buyers, ask meaning the right side sellers. I'd be careful with your Apple long. Thank you for those kind words, guys. Yeah, I mean, he's a great risk manager. Trust me, you don't have to worry about that. He manages his own risk, and he gets paid for that. He gets paid the big bucks, too. So trust me, he appreciates it. But at the end of the day, let people trade their own playbooks, obviously. Let people learn from their own mistakes. Let people learn from their own wins and losses. And in regards to that, I'm talking to you too in the chat, right? If you're not a financial advisor, you can't really be trying to tell other traders what to do and what not to do. At the end of the day, focus on yourself, guys, and keep working hard. Just don't stop. Keep working hard.
I am watching my Apple long 100%, and I actually this is just because I was already looking at it. I added to the long here. I think the long is good. I think the long is going to be a banger. I think Meta long is going to be a banger. I think Apple's going to give a nice pop through 145, and I don't want to add to the long through 145. I want to be long right here, and then if we pop through 145, I can put my stop at break even, and then I just let it ride. So that's kind of how I'm structuring the trade. I think it makes sense to me. And again, I'm not really expecting us to get to 146. I'm a scalper, guys. For anybody, if you're tuning in right now, I'm a scalper. I'm long here, and if we pop, 20, 40 cents area, I'm going to probably just get out of that trade. So I think it could be a banger, and yeah, it's going to be probably a really good trade and for myself. So yeah, and AMD is just unfortunate, man. You know what? I'm punching out of AMD because it's just not doing what I wanted to see. This could just drift lower. It's kind of dead there. I think, where am I on AMD here? I'm, you know what? All this time, it's a flat trade. Whatever, it is what it is. No big deal. At least Meta looks good, and yeah, maybe Apple starts to do something here. And it's very obvious, right? If we just keep going lower, it's like we're already at the low of day. There's not really I don't think there's going to be that much selling, aggressive selling coming through. And if we pop, it'll be like a nice, very quick pop to the upside. So again, as a scalper, what I look for is where is the soft side and where is the hard side? It's grinding lower. There's a lot of selling. It's not really going down. It's at the low of day. And then, a little bit of buying comes in and it goes up, right? So in that, I want to be a part of the long because then it'll go up and I'll just get out, right? Play the liquidity vacuum. So yeah, that's kind of how it feels on Apple. Right now, I'm pretty flat on it, but added enough size there that I'm pretty happy. If we actually get a move on this, I'll be pretty happy. And yeah, if we get above 145, I don't think we're going back through 144.70. So that's probably where I'll put my stop on that. But yeah, I'm gonna let it work for me. Meta now approaching the 100 level again. So yeah, let's see if we get more long here through 100.
I love it. And watching Charles Schwab still take off to the north side. So it looks like that short 77 idea not really playing out. Up 6% now. So why would you basically be trying to short a stock with the strong catalyst coming in? You know,
tell me that before.
What's that?
No, because I shorted. Remember?
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Why would you be trying to short the stock with an actual catalyst behind it? That's when a viewer said, it's gonna come back to VWAP. It doesn't have a catalyst in it. I had to say, I'd be careful thinking that way because it does have a catalyst. And it clearly does not want to stop going to the north side. Here it is, though, pulling back once again to the south side a little bit. Let's see if 77 holds. 77 now failing a little bit, pulling back down below 77. Maybe that was the weak top that it had around 77.50 as it kept trying to go up. But we still got a lot of time left on the day over here, but not on the show. On the midday show, only 4 minutes left. But for the market, still lots of time left for the stock to move around. So maybe a higher low gets created somewhere around this range over here, 76.50, and then goes for another leg up north by turning the October resistance into a support area. So that's what I'm expecting at the moment, the October resistance to turn support. If you remember earlier, I said that there was some size at 76.90, 93. So probably a lot of long stops are probably at 76.89. So until 76.89 breaks, I would still be a little careful to see if there is any more selling to really come into this trade, or are longs still piling in and just waiting for the position to pull back to 76, buy closer to 76. That way they're not giving it too much of a wiggle room for the stock to move around on their trade. The only news on Charles is declared that it has a dividend. Well, like I said earlier, 29 minutes ago, Charles Schwab hikes estimates on Ameritrade client. So most likely fees for Ameritrade going up a little bit higher. My computer froze again. There we go. Unfreezes, and now we're good to go. Luca?
Yep. So added a little bit more on this dip on Apple. It's not really like I don't want to say averaging into a loser per se. It's pretty flat. Like I'm down like 11 cents on this. So it's like I'm kind of building the position here, anticipating that maybe an up move comes. Maybe I'm wrong on this, right? Maybe I'm going to be dead wrong on this trade. And yeah, it's just all about managing risk, right? So like, you know, dip. The lower that we dip, the less that I like the long, the longer that it takes. But whatever is what it is. Also added to the Facebook long here. Maybe a bad ad over there because now we're back here. Yeah, if we go through 99.50, I think I'll probably just have to get out of this trade. So let me just make sure that I have a stop there. But yeah, if we don't, I mean, then maybe we go back through 100. I'm kind of surprised that this move didn't bring it over 100. So that's what I was expecting. Now that we're back down, like whatever is what it is, right? So just make sure you guys are managing risk. That's the best thing you could do as a day trader, right? If you're not, then obviously, bad things are going to happen because, you don't want to, do that. I think we have iceberg bid here, 99.60, probably playing off the 99.50 there. So yeah, let's see what happens there. Somebody thoughts on DKNG? Oh yeah, I pulled it up and I didn't actually talk about it. I just talked about like gambling in general, but pretty lackluster, right? It's like it had to move up, had to move down from a day trade perspective. Now it's just in this range. I think like it could actually just stay here, right? Could stay here, could do nothing, giving me the feel that's not really doing anything. And from a daily perspective, had a nice couple of runs, but looking like it's rejecting off that 15. This was support before, now becomes resistance, right? So yeah, maybe this 15 area acts as resistance. If it gets back through it with some more volume, then back into the channel, and then maybe I guess you could justify like there's a little bit of a resistance here and a little bit of a resistance here. It was there before, that was the resistance. So I would not, again, day trade, I'm staying away from it, but it just kind of feels like if we start to go back down, maybe it tests 13 again, right? So not necessarily something I would take a breakout on, but if we continue to go higher, get through 16, get through 17, then maybe it wants to go test 20 again. But I think it needs a catalyst to do that. For the time being, definitely a little bit muted.
Yeah, guys, only 30 seconds left over here. Hopefully you guys enjoyed everything we had going on for the midday show. Luca and I will be back tomorrow, 11 o'clock, same time, same place. Please don't forget to smash the like button on the closing show as Neil Sean Brendel will be back on in the next 10 seconds or so, and we'll be covering the markets all the way going into 4 o'clock. Keep an eye out for what the markets are doing. They are heading south side one more time. Below 3830 goes S&P 500 and NASDAQ still under 11,300. Have a great time, guys, and come back tomorrow.
Ciao.
Adios.
Hey guys, welcome back. 2 o'clock Eastern. That means we have a couple hours left in a very wild trading day. Once again, the market now, back in negative territory. It is the NASDAQ that is leading, but a very, very mixed kind of a day as expected during earnings season, where you get those outside moves from individual names today kind of offsetting each other. Here's how things look right now for the overall U.S. markets anyways. 0.34 there for the S&P downside. Once again, look at the Dow, though. Nice day for the Dow, up